a designation. Nice dead eye there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over.
That is how you make a statement. What? What did I just see?
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
We just can't get enough of hockey.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute filth.
They didn't see that one coming.
That is clean from Mirren.
Toronto Defiant are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions.
This is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Hello, what's good, everyone? OWCS Stage 4 main event is in full swing. This is day 2. I'm Zoe, and joining me are once again Jake and Johnny, who's rocking his villain arc today.
Villain.
Which villain? It's cashmere.
It's a polo shirt.
It's a cashmere polo shirt?
It kind of feels like Jake. Jake always wears, like, you know, black shirts and stuff.
Black on black, can't go wrong.
Yeah, but he's wearing merch. You wearing cashmere.
I wore that yesterday, so it's
Did
Jake's
you actually?
turn. I did. I did have a
Same
jacket
shirt?
over it, but yeah, the same one actually.
It's good. It's a thick fabric. Whoever came out with this merch line, good job.
They're great shirts.
Shout out Fernando.
Love
Yeah,
the merch.
big shout out to Fernando.
And you can get some merch in Stockholm. Sorry, I went ahead.
No, honestly, that would have been flawless.
That would
have
been
been
great.
You should have just committed. You should have
Yeah.
just committed. Other than merch, we of course have drops as per usual. Let's take a look at that. There it is. Beautiful goodies for many hours of watch. All you have to do is, of course, connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, and all of that can be yours.
Last day
Yes.
of earning waffles.
Earning waffles.
Tomorrow, it's a new day. It's new drops.
What could it be tomorrow?
Well, it's the dark
Pancakes?
mode stuff things.
Oh, is that? That's okay. Never mind.
It's a view. I think it's
swear.
supposed to be a map, but I'm not quite sure.
A map?
I don't know. Like,
do you
or is
swear?
it just general, sprays? I don't know. Is it supposed to depict something? Jake,
It's like
help
a
me out
scene.
here.
It's a scene. It's like a nature scene.
A
man.
nature scene?
It's a
Look at
nature
it.
scene.
It's like the view
I
out the
felt like-
window.
I felt like there was a kitty silhouette there as well. Okay, we don't know what we're talking about, but we do know these faces. We know
Yeah.
our co-streamers, our beloved co-streamers. And you
Admiral,
can join
good
them
people.
as they cover all the action. We, of course, have way too many games, so we need some help to cover it all. Admiral's turn is today. And, of course, on their respective coverage days, the drops will be enabled on their respective channels as well. So make sure to show your love and support. Tune into both their streams and our streams. You can cross-pollinate. Send some love both ways, or hate, whatever you're up to, I don't know. Also, of course, you can apply to be a co-streamer as well. This season might be almost over, but, there's always a next year, so make sure to get ahead of all the action. Let's actually take a look at the schedule. As I said, this year is almost over. We're now at the end of stage 4
right
at
on the
our
cusp.
main event, and it's all coming down to this. DreamHack Stockholm, this is where the teams want to end up at.
Yeah, it's the last weekend in this studio.
Sad.
And then, of course, we head over to Stockholm. So, yeah, I'm just soaking it all in. This beautiful studio.
Touching
this
everything.
everything. Be present in the moment, Jake.
I-
You gotta enjoy all the main events.
I'm
and the
here
major
now,
events.
Johnny. I'm
Yeah.
here now.
You gotta be present, okay?
I'm excited. I can't wait to go to Stockholm, guys. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
It's gonna be incredible.
We just
See
told
the
you
best
to live in
teams
the
in the
moment,
world.
and he's once again going ahead.
Thinking ahead. Well, all right, we got an exciting trip ahead. I'm gonna be excited about that. Don't take this away from me.
No, I would never. I would never, Jake.
you.
And you too can be excited about an upcoming trip to Sweden, perhaps. Get your tickets now. Join us at DreamHack in Stockholm. It's going to be a great time. I'm very, very excited to see all those teams in action. And of course, also see many of you out there as well. It's always great to be able to, hang out with the fans, hang out with our people.
It's an open invite. You're all welcome. Just
Come to
Except
DreamHack.
You do have to buy
You
tickets.
have to buy tickets to
You have to buy
DreamHack.
tickets. In fact, let's take a look at some
Or you can just hang out
special
outside or
tickets
something.
here. That's right. For just 1,499 SEK with a Swedish krona.
Yeah, we usually just divide by 10. So that's like, like 100, 150, 160, 180
Make
bucks.
it 144 US dollars.
That's seems a
what
bit
my-
on the low end, but it's
That's
probably
what
a
my
little bit more.
teleprompter says. I'm just a puppet. I just.
I want one of these hoodies, though.
But hey, if you want to drop that dollar amount, you can guarantee yourself seating for all 3 days of the festival. Of course, also an exclusive event hoodie, which also looks dope, and an exclusive event coin.
A commemorative coin. That kind of goes hard. I don't know if I've seen an esports commemorative coin.
I have some coins.
I have some coins too.
Yeah.
I got some coins. Been around the block.
I don't know if they have
Coins.
a trade-in value, but they're
We'll
coins.
find out. I keep them for now.
I think they're not legal tender. It's really important.
No, I can't show up. Just like, hey, I got this.
Buy a soda.
Yeah.
But my landlord is like, can I pay my rent?
Keep trying to put it in my coin-operated washing machine. It's not going well.
The coin stonks will go up eventually. It's just a matter of time. One thing I know for sure, though, is that I'm excited for Sweden. And you know exactly what's to come. Here's the thing. You know how we kept on teasing you or trying to bait you to come join us in Sweden by selling Johnny Swedish tours? Yeah, that he will like guide us through all of Sweden. We want to put it to the test. Johnny has prepared a PowerPoint presentation.
I have not prepared this PowerPoint.
Okay, we have prepared a PowerPoint presentation and he has no idea what's in it, but he will now present said PowerPoint presentation. It's all about Sweden. It's your people's place. Like, you should be able to guide us through this.
I've been
Please
in
walk.
Stockholm for like 3 days of my life. So,
Well, you
know.
better have learned a lot.
We're about to triple
I
up, Johnny.
played video
That's
games
right.
all day.
Give us
I don't
the
know.
crash course.
I didn't go outside. So I just like, if there's any Swedish people actually watching,
I'm sorry. You
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Right, slide one.
I'll try to make you proud. All right. So am I supposed to say what this is?
Yeah, tell me what this is.
Yeah, clock's
For
running.
each-
It looks.
Come on.
It's our city hall.
Yes,
Maybe.
yes.
Oh, it's our city hall. Yeah, it's our
Stockholm,
city hall.
yeah. No, it is, yeah.
I don't actually know what you do in a city hall, but I think like
hall
100 years ago, maybe like in the cities, you just like meet up at these
my God.
places and like talk about
Sure.
the
No,
state
your
of things.
city hall is actually extra special because this is also where the Nobel Prize, which just started to hand out pricing again this week or last
Do
week.
you want to do the PowerPoint?
No, but I'm helping you.
right.
I'm helping you out. This is where the Nobel Prize banquet is taking place. Also, this building is made of 8 million bricks.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Cool.
More you know.
Yeah,
All right.
today-
There you go. Welcome to Sweden. Come on
Shout
over.
out to Alfred
Okay,
Nobel.
next one. Oh, that's a good one.
This is actually the bridge that goes from the most southern part of Sweden to Denmark. So it starts with a bridge here in southern Sweden, and then it's an underground tunnel
Wait,
to get
telestrate it,
into
telestrate it.
Copenhagen. What do you mean telestrate?
I mean,
It's
the pen's on.
Oh, there's a pen here. Here's a tunnel. It goes there, Jake. There you go. It goes
Oh.
under the water up into Copenhagen in Denmark. So that's pretty cool, actually.
That's right.
I don't know why they built it underground. I'm sure there's a reason, but
It's hard to build very long bridges across
It
open
is.
ocean.
This bridge is actually 16 kilometers
so let's
long.
dig an underground tunnel in the ocean. That
Yes.
sounds very
Yes.
easy.
Actually, that is
It is.
easier.
I don't know any of this
This
stuff.
is fantastic. If you actually get to come to Sweden, definitely make sure to head on up to Malmö, and then you can hop on over to Copenhagen.
Again, I invite you over.
Yeah, he's inviting you personally, and you can.
No, I'm inviting
join
you, so to do the
me.
presentation.
Okay, no. I'm good. I'm doing great here. I'm doing great here. This is 16 kilometers long bridge connecting the two major cities. So
I'm
How do
happy
you
in the
know all
peanut
this
gallery.
stuff?
I'm
this is
happy in the
common
peanut-
knowledge.
That the previous building was 8 million bricks is a common knowledge.
If you are into romanticism, architecture,
What is
in
this?
Europe, then yes. Yeah, what is this, Johnny?
Is this the county where I grew up in?
Oh my God!
Wait.
Johnny,
Do you
no.
actually not know what this
Johnny.
is? Are you playing?
Where
Are you joking right now?
Where are you?
What is this,
Where
Johnny?
are we? Where are we?
Oh, in California?
Johnny, this is the state
Yes.
of California.
I don't know. Well, okay, so I grew up on the west coast of Sweden, and it's actually like kind of similar to like the Hallandsland,
mean,
where I grew up.
So you almost hit the point of this slide then, because Sweden is roughly the same size as California.
There you go.
Except that California is highly overpopulated with a population of, 39 million people
Many
right
millions
now.
of people.
And in Sweden, we're looking at like 10.4 million. So
Production told me there'd be 9 slides, but I feel like we've been here for like 40 hours. So let's go on to the next one. All right, so apparently there's California mixed in with my Swedish slides. Okay, here's some Swedish pizza, I suppose. And what do you want to say about this?
Why do they
it's
have
your
scissors?
presentation.
Well, it's really easy to cut pizza with scissors.
Is this normal? You cut pizza with scissors?
Yeah. Yeah, there's even like a pizza place here in LA called Triple Beam, and like they cut it with the scissors. Yeah, you can like slice it up. Yeah, that's
I'm
a
a
pro
pizza
tip.
enjoyer.
If you don't have like the roller slicer, you know, for
Yeah,
pizza, just
pizza
bring out the
cutter
scissors,
is what
you know,
that's
slice the pizza.
what that's called is a pizza cutter.
Oh shoot! Well, all right. Yeah, so this is where.
Yeah.
This is where people used to go pray here. You know, specifically during like 2019, later on to like 2020.
2019.
During the GOATS meta, Swedish people became really desperate, and so they decided here to just go on their knees and pray to gods that please they would balance the game and remove GOATs.
Yeah.
And it worked. So here's in commemoration for GOATS meta. It's
this
still in place here today.
Yeah, this place is called Alistair. It's made up of 59 stones, and it's shaped like the hull of a ship. And no one's going to pray there. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's like a graveyard thing?
I'm not actually entirely sure what it's made for. It looks like poor man's Stonehenge.
I mean, it looks like
I mean, who
so
knows what
old
they were
that we
cooking
wouldn't
back in the
fully
day.
know the purpose of something like artifacts
That's
like
right,
that.
that's right.
All right, is this just Stockholm?
Yeah. And what
Okay.
can you tell us about Stockholm? Well, what do we see here? like I'm
there's lots
quizzing
of
people.
water in Stockholm, if you didn't know. And part of the reason why they built in Stockholm to begin with is, I guess, because of ships and stuff. It's really easy. Like usually all major cities around the world, they're built around like coastal areas, so you can actually trade with different countries and, you know, go out and stuff. So same applies for Stockholm.
That's
I
right.
think. So there's
Well,
lots
okay,
of bodies
so-
of water.
The
Here you go.
important part that we wanted him to tell us all about is, of course, that Stockholm is made up of 14 different islands, which I'm sure you know all the island names of, right? Sure.
No, please
Sure.
enlighten me.
Surely.
Sally. Please enlighten me about the 14 islands of Stockholm.
There's 14
and all the
islands,
names of
and
them.
that's what Stockholm is made up of. And the archipelago of Stockholm actually consists of 30,000 islands.
Oh, this is really interesting, actually. I know
rest
this one.
wasn't?
Americans might not be familiar with this, but this is what we call a subway. It's actually a really good means for transportation. So, you know, here in LA, you're stuck in a car for like 2 hours if you want to make like, you know, go for like 20 miles. And so in Sweden, we actually just go on a train, and it's pretty cheap as well. And you arrive where you want to be in like 10 minutes. So it's a great means of transportation. Do recommend that for Los Angeles to, you know, get on that maybe.
But
There is
also
a
the
major
important
expansion of the Los Angeles
the
Metro Link
important
underway
part-
right now, which you would know if you were a transit head.
Yeah, thanks.
all I'm saying.
Thanks to the Olympics.
all I'm
That's
saying.
right.
Here's
But
some
also,
meatballs
that's
and
an
mashed
art
potatoes
gallery. You
and
mentioned
lingon
art
silt.
gallery.
Lingon silt, lingonberries, we know that, of course. It's a great, you know, piece of acid to go with the meatballs, the brown sauce, and the mashed potatoes. So they're lovely. That's a great meal right there.
This is very giving Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Giving-
It's delicious.
It's warm. I have nothing
You
to add
can
here.
go
This
to
is just
IKEA
delicious.
and buy like the frozen stuff if you want to. So if you're really craving it, you can go to IKEA and buy it. And here's some here's some bottles for you. Sweden actually has a pretty advanced, I think most of the Scandinavian countries have pretty advanced recycling systems.
Yep.
And so, and they actually did a campaign. This is not related to Image at all, but they actually did a campaign with Esports back in the day. So the recycling company, or whatever you want to call it in Sweden, they combined with Esports for an effort for gamers to recycle their bottles and cans more frequently. So, you know, maybe, you know, there's even commercials back in the day of like Esport legends in Sweden, like on TV, trying to get gamers out there to recycle their bottles and cans. So maybe we'll get Jake involved with that for an American effort. We can
I'm with
put
it.
Jake
I'm
out there,
down.
like, please
The
recycle gamers.
important part here is that Sweden is
Especially
actually so
sourdough.
good. Sweden is so good at recycling that only 1% of their actual garbage is
This is
ending up in
me.
landfills.
I think they import trash. Is that correct?
Oh, look at him.
Why?
Yeah,
This
they
is
import
me.
trash.
This is
Oh,
young
right.
me.
Look at this.
Yeah, it's my. I guess it's my old.
Do the same face.
basketball.
Do the same face.
What do
Same
you mean,
pose,
do
same
the
face.
same
Do the
face?
same
smile.
face. It's like a.
No, the same. Do the same.
What do you mean?
More.
I'm trying. I'm
the same.
smiling. I'm actively smiling.
He's not 8 anymore. You can't do that.
It's adorable. Nothing has changed. Essentially.
Nothing?
Nothing has changed.
All right.
Bravo.
I don't
learned
know.
a lot about Sweden.
That 8 million bricks thing, that was really insightful.
No, honestly, your city hall is a fascinating place. Lots of great architecture.
Was Alfred Nobel
decided
Swedish?
to-
Yeah.
No, but yeah,
No?
the Nobel Prize is coming from Sweden.
I knew
It was
about the
founded
Nobel
in
Prize.
Stockholm. I don't
Didn't he
know.
like invent dynamite or something?
Yeah, I invented dynamite and realized
Oh, look at you go.
he wanted to make a counterbalance to this incredibly destructive invention that has also, you know, led to industrialization and radical reforms in the ability to build
we
infrastructure.
can't have nice things, so, but
Also made a lot of bombs. So he decided, let's do something for the betterment of humanity that is undeniably good. The Nobel Prize. Pretty cool.
You know what else is good? Brackets! What a transition. Let's take a look, get it back into the game as we're setting our eyes, of course, on the main prize that is a trip to Sweden. These teams are still fighting for said ticket to Sweden. SRP Czech is staying alive against one-man army. It was a 5-map banger, and they prevailed on the Reinhardt. So everyone's happy. Life is good. Twisted Minds, of course, also staying alive. And both of these teams are now awaiting their opponents, which will be determined through the upper bracket matches that we get to cover first. Ence versus Piece of Cake and Virtus.pro versus SSG. I am extremely excited for both of these matches.
Yeah, I actually am too. And I know we've had a lot of Juno and Brig recently, which is not everybody's cup of tea. And you know, we've seen it a lot recently. I am here to officially provide hope. I think going into these 2 EMEA matches, we might actually see some different support compositions. Of course, Virtus.pro, Gala has played a ton of Illari so far this year, and they might even bust out a similar Juno Illari kind of composition. And meanwhile, Piece of Cake, they've shown at times that they want to bring out a Lucio and Juno composition and play really fast, especially on brawlier maps where you can't pull out a banter or something like that. So I'm excited to see if we get some different support compositions this time around.
Well, we'll find out very soon. Let's first take a look at our first match of the day. Piece of Cake going up against Ence. Let's take a look at both of these rosters, starting with Piece of Cake. Obviously, a lot of familiar faces in that roster. A few changes they made here and there, but like the core of Exodial, Naga, and Tread has been around for a while now.
Yeah, so besides the Lucio and Juno, that is a bit niche. You might see it a couple of maps, maybe like 1 or 2. They do pretty standard Juno Brig composition, but what is crucial is the damage lineup for this team is so good. And they're able to flex to so many different compositions, right? We've seen the Pharah played with the Widowmaker if you want to play a pokier style, but also we've seen Exodial bring out the Venture if you really want to brawl, and you can't play the default Cassidy Genji if you want to. So Piece of Cake, really versatile team going into this matchup.
But they're going up against the damage duo of the ages, Kevster and Kai. It's so hard to ever bet against them, Jake.
I couldn't agree more. I think when it comes to DPS line, I'd say Ence has a clear advantage. To take nothing away from Piece of Cake, just this is about as good as it gets when it comes to EMEA, especially in a meta where Kai can be on the comfortable hit scan and really Kevster can run the table on whatever he wants to play, whether it's the Genji, which I think will probably be the flashiest, to the Mei, more stable options from there. On top of that, Chase in the lineup today, so excited to see what he brings to the roster, whether it's an Orisa and a more straightforward rushing style, or if they want to bring out some Winston. You know, there's some control maps that are pretty dive-centric, such as Ilios. So this is, I think, a super exciting team to watch, constantly on top on the EMEA.
Let's take a look at that community poll for this one. I feel like it's going to go heavily in favor of Ence.
Okay.
What are we surprised at? That it is 15% or that it's less?
I expected
What did you
more.
want?
Yeah, I think.
Why did you want more?
Well, I'm kind of hoping. I think the Piece of Cake is a likable team, not only because their name is Piece of Cake, but also because they got really good players on their hands. I know that Ence should be the favorite, like by quite a bit, by 85%. I feel like that's not giving enough credit to Piece of Cake of how good that team actually can be.
I think there's a lot of opportunities for Piece of Cake to take a map or even 2 maps off
I got
of
2.
Ence.
I had 2 in my
Yeah,
Preds.
2? Okay, well, our Preds don't matter. We're not even showing them. That's
You're
right.
welcome.
What really matters are our casters. I'm always so excited to bring them in. It's Matt and Mitch, my favorites.
Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Morello. Thank you. Yeah, I know more stuff about Sweden, I think, than Johnny. I mean,
He
that
set
was
the bar
pretty
really
All right, say something.
Set the
Say
bar
something.
really
pretty good.
low.
Say
All right,
something.
say something.
And it's not supposed to be about Old Town.
Yeah, no, Old Town.
No,
Old
no,
Town.
can't be about
There's
Old
an
Town.
ABBA museum. ABBA museum.
You said that yesterday.
Old Town.
You said,
There's some water going on.
there's some water going on. I'd like to hope so. They're a civilized city / nation.
Did they not have any like pictures of you, Johnny, as a kid, like in color? Like, how old are you?
Okay, so
Does
I
he
don't
know
think
about passport photos?
Johnny didn't know like the content. I think of most of that slideshow, right?
Yeah.
Is that fair to
He
say?
knew
I did a
nothing.
good job.
Yeah,
He
you
knew
did good.
nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would he?
You didn't know what California was.
He did know California.
He didn't even know where California was.
He did. He's like, why is California in my slideshow? That's crazy. All right, we need to move on here. This is, of course, a upper bracket matchup with quite a few teams in our lowers really looking on, expecting probably Piece of Cake to drop down here. Every team that's been spoken to, that's shared their opinion, fears Ence the most right now in EMEA, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, they've been a real powerhouse in EMEA, right? But I also think just the versatility of Ence, I think that's kind of what scares everybody, right? In terms of playing them, where they seem like regardless of meta, they're going to be an extremely strong team. They don't really have to do much to kind of slot into these different kind of metas. I think it really kind of all starts off with that DPS line that they have. It's a very talented duo.
I was interested to see what this team would do actually in like a Juno meta, because I know that Kellex and Sky Reaper were trying a couple different like permutations, like who's going to play the Brig. I think Sky, you know, you hear it actually if you listen to Commander X's interview recently. Sky tried Brig and then decided that it wasn't for him. He sort of switched off that. So this is the kind of setup that this roster is going for right now. But again, in general, right, you've got options at that tank role. Vastola, Chase come in, of course, maybe the more, you know, expected Orisa player here. And, you know, this team is also very, very frightening. We talked about it a bit in NA, like talk about the Genjis that get mixed into some of these comps, right? I feel like you've got Kevster, who's probably one of the most terrifying Genjis, also an incredible mate player if you want to work her into some comps, especially on like the Flashpoint maps. We've seen her every now and then pop up.
Well, we've seen May pop up more and more, even on like Escort as well,
if you're
right?
Space Station.
Yep. Yeah, it's also funny you mentioned. I know Sky doesn't really the Brig may not suit him. I'm sure a lot of the players would be like, oh yeah, I don't want to play Brig. I'm good. Oh yeah, do I want to play Brig or the support that can fly, do lots of damage, lots of healing, and then also probably the best ultimate right
as opposed to the support that like tries to get 3 Inspire procs and then just dies first in every fight. Because like the Brig is every old fight in this game, Brig is like the focus. It's so hard to play her. And every Brig player you ask is like, look, I just, you know, try and get some heals off, get a whip shot, and then whatever happens, you know what I mean? Like, no expectations. I'll probably just get blown up in that fight. Season 12 is live now, by the way. Also, Season 13 is almost live. What is it? It's like it's the 11th hour. You see the I mean, I know I'm plugging a season that's not this season we're talking about, but it's coming up. So,
but it's going to come though. That season that you're plugging is going to happen. So
yeah, it's going to be great. The sort of the whimsical magic-esque sort of skins as well. We also saw the gilded aspects that are coming out as well.
Those look cool. Fun, yeah, those look cool. Some gold mythics
I'll just dig
in
into
there.
my plentiful supply of mythic prisms to get what I need there. Good lord.
I'll just, you know, it was my birthday. You didn't really get me anything, so I think you can buy me, you know, a bucket of mythic prisms. I think.
Is that how we do it? We just sort of dictate it. All right. Well, my birthday's on the 14th of October, so how about you get me one as well, and then they cancel out, and then I don't have to get you anything. What do you think?
Yeah, no, that's fair. You buy mine first, and then I'll definitely buy.
I don't trust you. I don't trust you. That was the name Matt Morello. In we go here. Naga on the Pharah and Kevster on the Genji is expected. So one of the few teams that really in Europe are trying to push that Genji player. Though I would say piece of cake. Have Naga able to show what he's capable of on that hero too. Good starting for piece of cake. Kellex falling first, as we've discussed already. That brings in the Pharah composition. It is very hard to play into that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really even difficult for Kai to get a sightline. I mean, you see where he's playing from now, and early on was kind of pushed back into the joke, right? The Pharah can put a lot of pressure and damage at range. The Genji is good, like, if you can kind of get those fights close quarter, right? That's where the Genji can kind of start to dash in, take advantage of those dynamites, and really start to pop off.
Chase going down here again, so clearly Ence having some issues with this persistent poke damage that's being put down, and also with the whole getting out of spawn aspect of things. Not a great start here for arguably the top seed in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, Ence could mirror this as well, right? It's not like, Kevster can't play the Pharah at a high level. Can definitely do so, as see this spot that Naga's playing from, so difficult for Kai to even get an angle, right? A few shots in there, but can't exactly just kind of swing around the corner. No protection for the Ashe.
A little awkward for Ence here. Slow start in a game that they are heavily favored to win. Kai at least is able to force Naga just out of the open. There's a lot more traversing that needs to be done here for Ence. So look how low they are already. Kevster gonna have to find a health pack here, maybe waiting on the respawn of the Mega in that corner. He gets it, then he heads over the wall. A blade available for him very, very soon. Ence have had no ultimates used so far this game, and nor have Piece of Cake. They just haven't had to. So here comes the orbital race. Sky Reaper's gonna have to reciprocate that immediately now. The Terror Surge draws the Juno from Ence in, but he's able to zoom on out. Now, Chase pops his ultimate. Kai with the bomb thrown in, but the pressure from Naga and the barrage is just too much to bear. And Naga just goes on and toddles on and finds a pick off on Sky as well. Kevster's blade shut down, unsurprisingly, by the rally. That is horrendous to start for Ence.
Yeah, it's the rally that's really the difference, right? From Crispy and Piece of Cake, he has the rally available when the blade comes up. Kellex, because they're just like not really able to get a lot of healing on him, doesn't get the rally till later in the fight. Doesn't even not close to it at the beginning. He's like 88% at the beginning of the fight. So they're going to actually let Kepster go by, maybe try and push up, get some of these kills, and then double back. But actually, Naga takes Kepster out. I wonder if he got the touch.
That might be the first kill for Ence this round.
No.
From Kellex. That was rough for Ence. And in fairness, by the time they finally build up ultimates, they've not forced any out of Piece of Cake. So it's just a straight up ult fight for both sides. Blade gets countered by Rally pretty comfortably. Naga's able to find, 2 kills with a barrage kill and then a follow-up. So it really just doesn't break in Ence's favor at all. That is a perfect example of a round that snowballs out of your control.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an ugly round there from Ence. Nothing they can really do to kind of dislodge Naga and Piece of Cake from that far composition. And now we can potentially get into the Mei shenanigans, like you mentioned, right? Mei pretty powerful in certain points on this map, and then a lot of other maps in the pool. It'll be Piece of Cake. They'll actually play Mei with Venture, so this is a very kind of tanky comp that they're pulling out here, especially now with the closing speed here of adding even more speed in the mix with the Lucio.
Zodiel goes in first here, probably hoping to play off the wall to some degree. That court player is going to get blown up maybe a little bit quicker than usual. Kai is just flat out of position. The rest of his team makes a rotation over towards the middle of the map, and he is trying to play a bit of a loose end, which is exactly what Venture is very good at dealing with. I'm not sure what I'm watching. I am literally watching Exodial just go and 1v1 as many people as they want, and Ence is not doing anything about it.
Yeah, the Mei wall, I think, splits some players off from Ence, and maybe Kai is going to like trying to wrap all the way around, thinking that Mei wall, they're actually going to push in towards this spawn door when the Mei wall goes down. But they actually just kind of like double back to the point, and Kai is there, I believe Chase is there as well. This has been just all-out domination from Piece of Cake so far.
Exodial just pressures this choke now, really annoying to try and push in past the Venture in general. Decent amount of splash damage, of course, up close the Venture can get. Sky Reaper finally finding something here for Ence, and they are able to lean into Tread and ball over the Orisa, which means they don't have to use anything to get to the point. Therefore, defending it, they'll be able to have some ultimates to leverage.
Yeah, I mean, the kill there on Tread, that's massive. That kind of opens things up there for Ence, and really, they don't get that kill. Do you have a lot of faith in them actually being able to kind of win that fight at full strength, right? They have not looked really good thus far, but an opportunity to kind of chain these fights together, right? You're going to have a Blade coming up, double support ult here. I think the rally, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, and I believe it was on a Throne of Anubis we saw the Lucio play, but I think the rally is definitely more impactful.
Is the orbital right here? Ence get a later one, and they are able to play from within it pretty well. It's going to be Kepster, Blade immediately drawn, and Crispy will be bisected. Sile here, unaware of the Genji encroaching or just accepting of their fate. Either way, Ence get a very cheaply won fight. Just 2 ultimates burned there, getting to keep a rally into the next.
And that was a Blizzard use there towards the end of that fight by Naga when you already had basically 2-3 players dead. So yeah, I was going to say that's got to be a switch coming on through, and it is. It's going to be Genji. So even more aggression here from Piece of Cake.
Probably 2 best Genjis in EMEA now, duking it out. Naga makes a switch over. Tectonic Shock's going to force Kai off the angle entirely. He's trying to reassume it here, but has to respect what the Venture can do. Very frustrating for the Cassie now, caught inside that Terror Surge of Tread. And it really feels like Kai is not trying to shoot at Exodial. I'm not sure.
I mean, Kai is getting actually shot from Exodial from the side, and his only option is to basically just walk directly into a Terror Search. I mean, that is just a brutal type of scenario to be in. Yeah, it seems like they don't want to like focus towards Exodial. They're really focused more on the front line, and that Venture is just run crazy whenever we've seen it, right?
Getting a ton of value, man. The Tech Shock really just forced Kai off the angle, but Exodial continues to do this. You sit on these offlines. Okay, Chase decides to turn around, doesn't notice the Venture looming. And here come Ence now, so they managed to at least deal with that pesky thorn in the side until Exodial will reassume. Again, flanking angle, see them. Kai also sees them. They are still burrowed for the time, might look to emerge here, and they do under Kai. It's just a free kill for Exodial. So tough out there for the Cassidy right now. But Tread is also in a bit of danger. Orbital Ray here was developed for Ence in this fight. They really wanted to flip things back before Piece of Cake got ahead, but their opponents will be bringing a Juno ultimate into this last fight.
Well, I thought for sure that, I know, Piece of Cake at the time, right? You had just traded out, the 2 DPS. You had your orbital ray towards the end of the fight, and maybe they thought that the orbital ray wasn't going to keep Shred alive, and then to save it for one last fight. But I thought there was an opportunity there for them to kind of use that ultimate, especially because it had already come out from Ence and have a little bit of an advantage there.
Like here, Naga with the deflect towards the back line, but Kevster was going on the aggressive, while Naga simply opted to deflect. And that was with a blade in hand for the Genji. That's devastating for Naga. Exodial trying to salvage things now with their tectonic shock from the side, but you'll notice he's down to about 50 health. Burrows up from underneath Chase and is able to finish off the Orisa. There's an opening here for Piece of Cake now. Kevster, realizes, wait a minute, things aren't looking nearly as rosy on the point as I thought they were. Kai's going to have to go big here. Exodial's going to deny the sight line and force Ence to regroup.
Man, it's just so difficult to take out that Venture. Just such a tanky hero. This Piece of Cake, they push out and out. You have beat plus blade here. It's got to be Chase going over to the ball just to get a touch.
Odd way to lose a map this would be for Ence, but Piece of Cake have everything they need. The blade, the beat, the javelin to pierce the heart of Sky. And Ence really took too long to wake up on this first map, handing it over to Piece of Cake.
That was a drubbing there by Piece of Cake. I mean, I felt like they dominated that from a lot of the game. Just phenomenal play there on Lijiang Tower. I definitely think the Pharah gave obviously them a lot of trouble early on. And then in the second round, right, some nice adjustments there with Naga making the change from the Mei over the Genji.
Makes the switch midway through the round. I think after a Blizzard that is unable to get too much value. And Naga actually sort of dies with Blade in a pretty important fight, but gets to bring that one back into the last engagement. The Lucio Juno comp here, also getting quite a lot of value for Piece of Cake. But look, I'm pretty critical of Ence, I think, because they've just 3-0'd everybody on their way here, and this game was probably not supposed to be too much different, but I'm very pleased. Naga's had a fantastic map, overall. And Exodial on that venture was a serious problem for Kai, who does have these quiet games. I think this time, though, it's got not much to do with him and more to do with his opponents. Never was he allowed to really just free fire, sit in the back line. He never had space to work with.
He can barely get out of the choke, right? I mean, you can't really be like too hard on Kai, and there's no shield, there's nothing to kind of like get him out into the open where you can wide swing against that Pharah and not be in extreme danger, right? So in that type of situation, there's really not much you can do. The ideal scenario is to get aggressive, win that first fight, and then I know as the Pharah is kind of like moving into you and not just shooting into the choke, it's a bit easier.
Now, Ence are an interesting team because they don't have a coach. They haven't seen the need for one, I think, since Crimso left their ranks sort of earlier on in the year. And, one player that's been sort of quoted as the one that brings them back into the right mindset, that gets them ready to rumble after they lose maps, is Chase Torch. So hopefully he's able to have that required impact, because the rest of this team are really mild-mannered and quite quiet. Like, we know we're dealing with gamers, but there are quite a few teams with a couple of those more upbeat individuals. We are talking about a very relaxed, very low-key Ence roster in general, which is great because it kind of inoculates them from like the pressure and the nerves on stage. They usually can get through them pretty comfortably. They're very experienced, but this map, I think, was pretty lax from a team that really should be looking at that Asia region and saying, we're coming for you guys, as opposed to having to fend people off here domestically.
I mean, yeah, I would agree, right? I think that's kind of where their expectations should be, right? To beat teams like Crazy Raccoon, or look at like Toronto Defiant and be able to kind of take it to them. And I think this team is obviously capable of that. It's just this, sometimes like we get these weird metas, like maybe it's a meta that's just a little bit odd. And I also think, you remember back to like Goats or whatnot, right? Like some of those matches ended up being close with teams that, in other metas, you wouldn't think they would be that close, right? Kind of when you play these like very, rush deathball-y styles, you can definitely skew results sometimes, potentially. So we'll see where they decide to go here for the next map. Potentially like Runasapi. Runasapi seems to be Kings Row. Runasapi both seem to be like pretty much staples in a lot of these series thus far. Potentially one of those.
Yeah, and those are maps I think we're really going to be looking at how they Kings Row, for example. Let's use that one. How they would they play Ashe instead? Allow Kai. Kai by default is going to have more space on the attacking side of that map at the very least here, and we know the guy's an incredible player. It's just that his great performance are often punctuated by these really conspicuous absences in some really important maps. Now it's worked for Ence because conversely Kevster tends to be really consistent, high impact all the way through. They're immediately going for a Suravasa pick here, a Flashpoint map for map number 2. This is much earlier than we normally see these brought in.
So I think part of the logic here could also be in the fact that through a lot of EMEA that we've done so far, right? It's been Kings Row and Runasapi pretty much locked in that hybrid and push spot. So if you feel like those are going to be 2 maps that Piece of Cake wants to pick or would pick, get your choice of the Clash / Flash pool here, right? And play Suravasa, which tends to be a little bit better for some of the high ground control. So yeah, they bring in Vistola in terms of the tank, right? So potentially you see, yesterday we saw some Sigma here, we can see Diva, obviously Orisa is always an option.
You're referencing the SRP check game, which I don't know if is really setting a standard for what we should expect from compositions.
Yeah, we saw Reinhardt as well. Maybe we'll see some Reinhardt here. For
we saw the Doomfist on Kings Row attack, so anything is possible, folks. But here, of course, Vistola comes in, more likely a Diva player. When Diva was sort of the flavor of the month, we felt like it was a metagame that broke incredibly well for Ence. Chase is their option for an Orisa player, to say nothing of their ability to travel internationally. I'm not sure, what Chase's situation is there. Hopefully he can be in Stockholm.
Yeah,
because we're going to be there. That's what I'm saying. DreamHack Stockholm, of course. Those tickets are now available. DreamHack.com/Stockholm. Get your tickets. And, of course, there's even a premium package there as well. One that probably involves the chance to throw foam balls at Matt while he casts. I endorse this product.
I didn't sign up for that. But hey, look, if you pay and that's what you want to do, and maybe we sort it out. I don't know, throw stuff. I mean, don't throw like hard things at me.
I said a foam ball.
Foam ball.
It's more like the distraction than the impact necessarily. But you heard it here first, folks. It's basically a binding contract now. All right, Suravasa coming up next. Yeah, so Vistola.
Not sure that's exactly how it works, but
I don't know. Sound like you agreed to it.
Yeah, maybe they'll reserve an area of seats called the half tuck zone, and everybody will half tuck their shirts like you out in the
wouldn't
crowd.
that just be free seating?
Yeah, true. I mean, but nobody would want to be seen.
Can I have it? I would like it on record. You can't tell because she sat. Zoe is wearing a half tuck today as well. Okay. She's wearing a half tuck too,
man.
And she also was wearing a half tuck at her BlizzCon address when she was in the stadium. So I'm sorry, but there's an actual fashionable person that does this. Maybe not every time. Maybe that's my issue, but I can't believe we're talking about this. This is absurd. Let's talk about video games. Ence here actually have Vistola on the Orisa, so maybe they want to leave themselves some flexibility with the map to go a certain way because Piece of Cake are playing Ramatra.
Yeah, so nothing really different in terms of the comp here for Piece of Cake outside of the tank, right? So Ram obviously can do some nice damage at range, as you see here, and then you see once these cooldowns are gone from Vistola, right? That's when you unspot that Nemesis form, may potentially start to move on in, right? But you see they're able to deal, look at Vistola, his armor just getting chunked down right now. That'll be Piece of Cake taking the point.
I mean, Naga's an issue. We talked about Kai now being on the Ashe, but look where Naga's playing from. Hardly showing a third of his hitbox at the very best of times. Frustrating target for an Ashe to try and draw a beat on in general. Vistola's is constantly getting chunked down. You're right, that armor is basically never there. Whereas Tread can simply hit that Nemesis form and come forward.
Yeah, and it seems like Vistola, right? He has to use his cooldowns to actually get near the point. Now you actually push up pretty far here, using that speed ring. And then it was just basically just trying to run away at that moment, right? Wasn't able to actually get in. Now they actually create some space here. It's going to open up that kill for Kai to get on.
I really feel like so much of this fight does hinge on that interaction, that encounter between the Ashe and Nefara. Crispy here, straight in the middle of that orbital ray. This is a great way, by the way, to do things as Brink when you get massive amounts of healing so you don't instantly die. But Ence will have to fall back on this. Vistola close to a Terror Surge, might actually be forced into using it if he has to run. Yep, run up against Tread here. Terror Surge used, but Tread is still on the point and won't apparently be shifted away from it. Kevster with a couple of these shurikens now, and you know when you've got Ramatra throwing his dukes up, you're in pretty good shape. Ence, though, give up 99% of this first flashpoint.
Yeah, it's a great start there for Piece of Cake. They finally actually get Festola in position. They push him all the way through, you know, you obviously using the speed ring, getting him there, and that's when they can actually find some success. So Kai opening things up with that kill onto Naga. And now it's going to be Tread moving away from the Ram. Potentially thought like with Festola coming in, maybe it was going to be something than the Orisa, because like a lot of teams just play the Orisa mirror, not really necessarily try and play right for Matra into Orisa, but they'll have a rally here for both teams, right? But you know, the rally to counter that blade's gonna be huge. It'll be Deadeye here for Exodial. They try and actually
You can't see him.
So they block the spear that comes in from Pistola and can't exactly block the stun.
Well, no, I mean, Exodial dies to a blade, but there are 4 people involved in that elimination in general. Also, Kevster comes in from above, so very hard for the Cassidy to see that coming. No, that's coming his way. 3 kills for Kevster, flexing those Genji muscles. And Tread, who may have come out of Ramatra expecting a Sigma opposition, now heading over to that Orisa, but Ence just had to win 2 fights in a row to take this flashpoint.
Yeah, not going to be able to come back in and challenge it for Piece of Cake. So phenomenal start for them. Doesn't result in a first point. Ence, they battle back. They win 2 straight fights, and that'll give them that first flashpoint. See if you know, Kai can really keep finding these picks onto Naga, right? You get that far out of the equation early, it is very difficult for Piece of Cake to get anything done.
Fire barrage here basically is going to be lethal for the Fire that deploys it in almost every case. There's also no Kiri in this comp, so you can't like Suzu her. For a time we were throwing immortality fields on the Fire's nano boosts when they went for it. So you can come in from a high angle on this point. It's not completely covered over. Kai will be looking for Naga pretty constantly, but tough to get eyes on it right now. He's that orbital ray that Ence had in the previous couple of fights that brought it back already. Sky built that awful fast, and Naga, well, basically running into a bug zapper there.
Yeah, I mean, potentially going for like a barrage there, right? Getting a little bit close to that front line, but does not really get high enough or able to get in a position to use it. And I think you're getting close to a spot where Piece of Cake, you have to consider switching off the bar, I think. Now, especially pushing in towards the points, right, can be a little bit harder, especially on this point with some really good high ground for Kai. I know able to kind of control it on the outside of the point, so see how they kind of move this far around as they ping out the Ashe there on the other side, give Naga a little bit of an opportunity. See, he's really high up above the
They're
point.
thinking if this is good enough for Twisted Minds, it's good enough for us. Sticky on the Farah Cassidy setup. There's the bomb, another blade here for Kevster. This is about to be scary. Is there a rally for Crispy? No, Kevster, maybe, unbeknownst to him, had the perfect window. Somehow, Tread is able to destroy Kevster from below him with that Terror Surge as it acts in a sort of hemisphere, if I'm not mistaken. Naga does fall though to the bomb. It's been very, very difficult for the Farah to get into a good position here. And Ence have gained 85% before Piece of Cake can intervene.
Yeah, and it looked like towards the end there, you had both supports and Kai still alive on the backside of the point, maybe. No, Vistola's alive as well. You consider using the rally there, but they end up kind of giving the point over here. But Ence with a good start. No, could be pretty similar though to our first point, right? Piece of Cake with a tremendous start, and then they just kind of bounce back as they actually do get value out of that barrage.
Another Kevster here. Now has to deal with the rally from that brig, so we'll spend much of this fight poking at medium to longer ranges, I think. Couldn't quite bring the blade where it needed to be there. Maybe he just didn't have the information about where Piece of Cake was set up. Here's a rally though from Crispy. Doesn't seem to matter as the burst damage from the Terror Surge is enough to claim the brig. Piece of Cake, honestly, feel a little favored in that fight. I think Sile also had another orbital ray ready to go, but never had a chance to dispense with it. And that'll be Ence with a second flashpoint here. After a horrible start in the series and a slow start on Suravasa here, they're now in the driver's seat firmly.
Yeah, I mean, Exodial ends up trying to go for a Deadeye there, and it's the Terror Surge rally that comes on in. I mean, he just gets blown up. So you lose that Cassidy. You see Nog actually making the change to Genji, so I'd like this for Piece of Cake. I think the Genji is going to be a little bit more impactful, right, going after the Ashe. Then let's say the Pharah was. The Pharah could be quite difficult. It was great unleashing tower, not exactly awesome here thus far.
Naga here, keeping a respectful distance away from that orbital ray, but Piece of Cake have one of their own here to play within that high ground position, and Ence never really felt like they were part of that fight there, losing Vistola so early on, and also coming in the orbital ray, getting so little from that. Not a great start here if they're trying to close the map and even the series.
Yeah, and I wonder if we end up seeing a mirror here. Like, I could totally see Ence swapping Kai over to the Cassidy, because Cassidy obviously does a much better job of defending himself versus an Ashe, right? Where Ashe just has the coach gun, but can't exactly do as much with that hindrance from Cassidy in terms of defending themselves. As Kepster, though, takes out Naga here early on. That's massive.
Blade here as well to work with, no worries about Brig ultimate this time for Kev, but trying to basically find where the supports are. Found them, and Exodia was there though, hiding amongst them. Yeah, wolf in lamb's clothing apparently. Blade utterly shut down, beautifully done there by Exodial, and able to convert that now into an elimination onto Sky Reaper. That is Ence basically being gutted of their most crucial organs. Calyx also on the way out here as well. Pistolo can't even flip the point back here, so really just, wasting his own time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive fight there for Exodial. Connects to two, gets Kepster while he pulls out the blade. Kai still going to stay on the... Oh, nope, there it is. So there's the swap to the Cassidy. So, like I was mentioning, I think you were going to see this mirror come out. It makes a lot of sense. It doesn't seem like Ence will contest this point. So, it'll be Piece of Cake trying to battle their way back into the game. They'll get there first on the board.
Okay, coming up with both support ultimates here for a Piece of Cake, though. So, Ence here really have to manufacture a pick without a whole lot of their own to work with here. Even in unlikely situations, Vistola a couple fights ago was able to get rid of the Crispy during rally because of that nicely placed Terror Surge. If the shield bash is not enough to get Brig out, then she's probably going to be blown to smithereens. Here we go, rally going to be popped by Crispy. Calyx has just built his up and he's going to let it go straight away. Both Kai and Exodial down, so it's just Genjis on the map for DPS. Crispy and Trent just are in the right place. Look at how they're playing around that orbital ray, whereas Sky did not quite develop his.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't a surprising fight, though, for Piece of Cake to end up coming out on top in, right? Because they end up using both support ults. I mean, yeah, you're gonna stack Rally plus Orbital Ray on top of each other. It'd be pretty difficult to lose that fight. So they use a double support ult. They end up coming out on top. This will be quite interesting, though, for Ence, right? You'll have this Orbital Ray knowing that there's no support ultimates on the other side, but Naga does have the Blade. So Blade pretty, it can be tough to use that Blade against like a rally per se, but the orbital ray, you can still potentially get value out of it, like cut on through.
All right, here's the blade from Naga now as well. Note that Silas a little bit low above the action, and the orbital ray, was going to be a problem. Naga almost feels like he knows this. He's hoping that with a blade, he might be able to find something a little more miraculous to end up running over the top of Ence, but that's not to be. And again, orbital ray wins fights. We know that well by now.
You also maybe are trying to take a fight for Piece of Cake where you're trying to catch Ence off guard. Maybe you're able to force them to use Orbital Ray. Maybe they thought they could like even disengage potentially from it. But you end up using the blade there, trying to go full commitment. But Kai comes up with some big kills there, especially with the kill onto Naga before anything could really develop with the blade.
Yeah, as well, rolling into some more of these DPS ultimates. Zodial has one here, the Deadeye, catches Kai out. Unfortunately, the Terror Surge displacement is just far too much for Piece of Cake. It just holds them aloft while Kepster and Calyx go to work.
Yeah, everybody just gets gutted up there. It's going to be a Deadeye from both sides. It's going to be the Terror Surge from both sides. But Ence coming out on top. And look at this. They push up here. They potentially know that there's no support ult on the other side. They do have this blade here from Kepster to be able to
that's
use.
Beautiful. They look for a catch play, but Kepster actually is the one that flanks behind them. So much attention is being garnered by the front line of Ence, who hide around a corner. The Kepster gets in the back with a very high value blade before Piece of Cake can build up those support ultimates. So that will be Ence to take their third flashpoint, and thus the map. It's one apiece in this series after Suravasa.
Yeah, and I love the way they played that towards the end, right? They knew they needed one more fight, knew there was no real support ultimate on the other side. Players are just going to split. Somebody's going to try and go get a touch or whatnot, and you're just going to kind of disorient the side of Piece of Cake, and that blade comes through. You see everybody just kind of split off, and they're able to get a few kills off the back of that and close it out pretty easily. So Ence, make a sub here. Vistola just coming in for Chase. Obviously, to play the same type of heroes, potentially, some flexibility if Piece of Cake went to something different, but they still take, this flashpoint tied up.
I feel like something in Vistola made Tread actually walk out out of the Ramatra at first, even though it was Vistola playing Orisa in general. Okay, so looking back over this here, a pretty slow start, right, when Naga is getting a ton of value on that first flashpoint. But the moment Kai kills that Pharah, there's a headshot on the Pharah, it feels like all of a sudden Vistola gets to walk up without being 5% HP constantly. Both teams like built Raze very early in that fight there. And from this point onward, it feels like, just in terms of ultimate economy, cycling those key team fight winning abilities, Ence were a little more comfortable.
Yeah, it definitely seemed that way, right? You see here, once they kind of swapped off the Pharah, I think the Pharah definitely gives Ence some trouble, but I think once you get into the mirror, I think that's when Ence really starts to pick things up. Although, really nice shots here. Exodia had a pretty good map, even all things considering in a loss. And this is the blade within the orbital ray that everybody just gets cut off by that crazy Juno ultimate.
Yeah, but I mean, you see Naga goes for the same kind of trap play that Ence end up doing at the end of the round. He says,
yes,
we don't really have any ultimates. I'm going to try for like a Dragon Blade here and see if I can get something, knowing full well, of course, that he's walking into a couple of support ultimates. Ence are able to react quickly enough, of course, with that orbital ray to sort of to shut that down straight away. And then they pull off something a little bit similar themselves. It's so funny how we've gone through eras of Genji having different levels of support for his blade. It would be like Nano Blade, Zarya Bubble, all that stuff. Now it's like, go and see if you can get a kill or two. Usually just one kill. You know, staying alive right now in this current meta, just as an individual, is really important, because quite often, like, you have such a big responsibility. If you're the Juno, it's like so much healing, Brig as well. And obviously, you know, the moment you lose a DPS, I would almost say like that first death disadvantage might be almost higher than ever right now in this kind of setup. And Ence here, a very dominant map here by all accounts.
Yeah, I mean, just at one point ends up going in the way of piece of cake, but you can see by the stats, just everything else dominated there by Ence. And if you're a piece of cake, where do you try and go, right? You have Runasapi and King's Row, like we talked about. A lot of teams have decided to play. You can play, obviously, the Pharah on those. Rialto's a pretty good, like, Pharah map, right? Historically has been pretty strong, but also kind of enters into potentially some long-range hit scan potential, right? With, like, Widowmakers in the mix. So, curious where they decided to take us here
I think Runasapi's a good map for Pharah as well. Like, we noticed it yesterday with the Twisted Minds game. They very much were wanting to try and play on those corners and not the long straightaways. And it's the map where you can do that really easily, honestly. You got to get forced back to a corner, which you play your Pharah on, or you push the bot up until you get to a corner. As long as you have some kind of lead, and then you just like sit your Pharah around the top of the building. We've seen it also done on New Queen Street, but the middle part of that map is a little bit more exposed for her. And a lot really hinges on Runasapi in that like initial fight around that bottom crescent in the middle of the map that we often get a free cam view of at the start of it. So you can definitely play her there. Seen her on, King's Row here and there, especially in terms of she's great with laying down suppressive fire, so like defenders can't just peek out of any of the three sort of higher ground locations and sort of punish you. So tons of options here, of course. I think that like this piece of cake team have also, got the quality, and they remind me so much of like Twisted Minds when they're playing at their best. So there's quite a few of those maps that they can involve as well.
Yeah, I think Runasapi, if you're going to play push, right, that is probably the thing to go to. But yeah, King's Row. So could also be a little bit why we saw that Saravasa pick earlier, because like I was talking about when they did pick it, you have a good idea, the teams in EMEA, they like to play King's Row, they like to play Runasapi. You have a good idea what those two maps are going to be, right? So get a pick of either the Escort or, Flash or Clash pool that you feel is probably the best for you.
One thing that Calix was also saying for Ence as a team without a coach is that sometimes it's really hard to, like, have someone be the final word on any kind of disagreement. he says that, like, Ence, like, when they have it's not an argument, it's a disagreement. They kind of just, one side has to just agree to try the other side's solution. Like, they don't have a real tie-breaking vote there. So it's very interesting. I think only a very specific personality mix can get away with this without there being a deciding factor. But again, a lot of those sort of discussions have been what has led them here to be the quality team that they are. And I'm sure they'll be happy enough to go to King's Row. This is a map we've seen both Chase and Vistola at different times in a lot of different metas.
Yeah, and you're also looking for somebody to kind of break those ties or whatnot in terms of the team dynamic in a way that is unbiased, right? That sometimes even with coaches, right? Coaches can kind of get a bias towards who X amount of players or on a team or another half of a team, right? So it has to be even harder, right? When you don't have a coach. Also, like, how do the substitutions work when you don't have a coach? Like, who decides that? Like, does Vistola just jump up and be like, hey, you know, I want to go in here? Or like, how does that work? You know, maybe they obviously know each other's hero pools, so they have a good idea of know what each other's great at and when to go in. But definitely can be a little bit odder at times. I think, especially in Overwatch, like other games, I think you can probably get away, you know, out of coach. Overwatch, I feel like I know is one of the games that could really benefit, obviously, from another voice in the room. Is Ence, no surprise here on defense in terms of what they go with. They'll play the Asher, a little bit longer range hit scan potential. And then for Piece of Cake, we'll see if they actually kind of continue out with this Hanzo. At least Hanzo Far seem to be what's on the table.
Really unique pick here. We do not see a ton of the Hanzo on this map, but I mean, it's pretty helpful for Naga to kind of know where Kai is a lot of the time. The Sonic Arrows are able to reveal the location of Kai, and Kai does not have any healing available to him up there, so he actually just needs to wait. Yeah, he's getting thrown a heal pack by Kellex, but it's going to take a little bit more than that. He actually drops off the high ground now as Tread starts to contest, so Ence have voluntarily offered up some of the stronger spots. Obviously, Kai can just pop back up here and be ready to fight again. That's no problem, but the threat of the Hanzo definitely looms large. He still can't one-shot 250 HP heroes, though, which is what Ash is.
Yeah, but still, though, the amount of just damage output that the Hanzo can put out in general, right? I mean, you see Exodial already here with the Dragon is, I know, even just kind of pestering around Vistola.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good Dragon. Oh, my lord. Okay, Vistola has to get inside that orbital array pretty quickly. Unfortunately, Piece of Cake, yeah, running to a Juno ultimate. Tends to turn the fight around. On the Virtue of Sile, not really having one yet of their own. And Ence will be able to clean up here. Lose Kellex in the process, though.
Are you okay, though, using your Dragon here? Is Exodial's going to swap over to Ash Tamir? Dragon for the orbital array on the other side. Is Naga's going to spawn.
He's not against the Brig, man.
This is...
There's nothing. There's nothing.
Like nobody wants to play Brig.
Yes.
He's going to make it out, though.
No, it's also really hard. You just die all the time. Landon was getting like a ton of flack, I think, in like stage 3, because like he died first a lot. And the guy's like, what do you want me to do? Like, I can only heal by hitting people. I don't heal otherwise. It's like a cookie here and there. It's not enough. It's tough.
Well, this is quite huge, though, because that's going to be the orbital array from Piece of Cake, and it's Ence actually taking the fight. They just push straight on through. They know that all this far damage that is really dangerous to them is directly behind them and not able to kind of engage in the fight. So they get aggressive. They push on through. That's a huge win there for Ence. Gives them now an advantage in terms of that orbital array.
Those heals of Vistola were absolutely inspirational. Guy face tanks a full barrage there from Naga. Able to get out with the Javelin Spin when it comes online. Not a darn thing that could be done about it. Nice job, Sky Ripper. By the way, 80% from that orbital array. He built that very quickly. So we're going to have that ready in just a couple moments here, which is pretty bad for Piece of Cake. Exodial, though, is at least able to get access now to this high ground. Naga under some pressure, though. Sky chasing him down. That's what you get. That's what you get for trying to flank and harass the Brig out of spawn, bro. I don't feel bad for you.
2 ticks here, though. You get 2 ticks here for Piece of Cake. It's going to be the orbital array here for Sky, so it's going to be a fight that should almost certainly go in Ence's favor. But yeah, they use the rally. They want to end up fighting this, right? They keep everybody alive. They're going to rotate around the high ground.
Blade. Tread tried to drop. Javelin made that a little bit harder. Eventually, Bob just going to be put in a very, very conservative location, but it's been enough to snipe out Crispy. No Brig here. Kellex down, but Sky's able to find Naga a second time consecutively, by the way. Sile won't be getting away with that either. Vistola will chase them down now. Runs headlong into Tread. Vistola has the pathing here to get out. Of course, the extra durability to turn into a kill on Exodial. Arisa kind of does it all right now, folks.
I mean, Arisa is just insane right now, especially in combination with the Juno, the Brig. It'll be a fast push here for Piece of Cake, trying to get onto the point. It'll be orbital array used here, trying to get them over the hump.
Yeah, I mean, Caps holds onto that blade for quite some time in the end. Naga's still going to be traded out, though. We are getting pretty close to a checkpoint here for Piece of Cake to get it done. Kellex wasn't able to touch, and there was no backup available. It's a Piece of Cake. You get to play the game a little bit more.
Yeah, some nice shots by Exodial at the end, and then the Bob over the point to just kind of put down that damage. But man, that Kevster blade, right? It's an orbital array that comes in from Piece of Cake, but Yeah, that blade gets 1 or 2. That's looking like a full hold there for Ence. They go right back, so Naga goes right back to the far. Clearly, this is how they want to play. See if they can make it work here in the second part of the map.
Well, it is really good here, in fairness. I mean, Kai is not going to see Naga most of the time. You almost feel better playing Cassidy here at some point, but the Dynamites on these long straightaways that's too much of a proposition to turn down. He's a rally for Kelex. Pistola already pushed up here. Notice who they're focusing? Yeah, it's the Brig. They're looking for Crispy. Hard to kill them, though. Terror Surge could have been an issue for Ence, but they were happy to play amongst it with the rally of Kelex.
Man, with the rally and then also just the healing of Juno, it's crazy that Kelex is able to live through that. I mean, we're on board with him a lot of the time, and just the health bar just yo-yoing back and forth in terms of like death to fully healed is that is the power of this backline here currently at the moment. This Piece of Cake will have an opportunity now with their rally, but Kai does have this Bob to just kind of throw in the mix as Tread taking some big shots early.
But Zola's able to push up and just get Exodial for free. I suppose, yeah, that's because Sile is elsewhere. Trying to duo up with Tread there on that right-hand side, maybe find a pick of their own. And I guess Crispy just was out of Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah, Tread is also backed up at that point as well and had absolutely no armor, so potentially they're trying to keep Tread alive. They turn the corner, they get the kill on Exodial, right? You don't have the Inspire proc. There's just so many, cookies and Juno healing potentially that you have to throw out. Is Tread will actually come here from the other side. It'll actually be Kelex kind of with a shield 3 ping, so that's a great idea. He's coming.
Right, Bob here is basically to force Piece of Cake back entirely. There are a couple of individuals at Piece of Cake who are trying to work that flank on the right-hand side from the attacker's perspective, but they also will have to take their foot off the gas a little bit. How does he get away with that? How does Naga just go in and get 2? What is it that's attracting Ence's attention so much? Is it the choke? Is it something else? That, from our perspective, looked brazen from Naga.
Yes, he comes from the high ground and just hits Cube, comes up with some kills. As Vistola was pushed really deep, they're trying to get that kill on Exodial. They don't actually get the kill, but they do end up getting them to use Rally. So you're going to have an advantage here for Ence in potentially a final fight here right before that second checkpoint.
Plenty of time for Ence to get out, though. Look where the card is. Still midway through the streets phase. Still about to round that last corner. Pistola can also come forward now, knows there's an orbital ray being thrown down behind him, wants to just stagger his progress out a little bit more. That's 2 with the surge. Tread now in a little bit of trouble. Kevster's found Exodial with the blade, but Kai did fall to a Bob. A little concerning now. We have a 2 versus 2. Genji Orisa versus Orisa Juno. I know where my money is. Sile needs to back away from this. Kevster has to go after the Juno. Sile will not leave this alone fully. It's so important to keep Tread in this fight, and Vistola, as low as they are, has to back off.
Yeah, Vistola kind of backs up, potentially go get that mega health pack and keep Kevster here in this position to keep that card contested, allowing more players from Ence to come back in. We're back at full strength
from Kelex, and they need it right about now. Popped immediately by Kelex. Crispy a little bit low now. Kai under extreme pressure. Naga almost preemptively switching over to the Tracer. Kai getting absolutely belted over much of this series here. Not been his day so far. Exodial just able to burrow in time to avoid the damage that would have been lethal emerging on the cart, now to push it up just a little bit further. Sky here on the Lucio, javelined immediately, and they're able to get the cart over. Piece of Cake will play into the Foundry.
So they clutch up yet again, right? It was right at the end of point A, right at the end here of point B. Probably going to have to go back to the spawn and make some changes here. At least change over to the Ash. Potentially you keep Naga here because you're going to have a pulse bomb coming up where any kill with a pulse bomb is pretty impactful, but Ence not able to get a hold yet again. Twice. They're very close being able to do so. It's Tread just trying to split some players off here.
Kelex there being soundly ignored by Tread as they turn their eyes towards Vistola, who's definitely menacing towards the rest of that Piece of Cake team. Crispy goes low there, and it's easy for Kevster to dash on in. Sky going to be credited with the kill, but the Genji was absolutely there. Exodial and Tread have to back away. You'll notice Kai starting to get those dynamite pressures in, having just switched off the Widowmaker, already close to a bomb.
You have no Orisa here just yet for Ence as Vistola falls. You're gonna try and still hold this position here for Piece of Cake until everybody gets back off a spawn, which they're able to do so. So they get around that second corner, still putting themselves in a decent spot to complete the map.
Kai moves up, big dynamite damage, and the Terror Surge follow-up is perfect. 14 seconds remain in the round now for Piece of Cake, but first they need to get their ducks in a row. And that won't be permitted here. Vistola runs through their midst, and with 5 seconds left, Piece of Cake don't really have a way to touch at all.
Yeah, no, it would have been the tracer there from Naga that would have gotten the touch, and as soon as he falls, everything is that's where the payload's gonna finish, right? As a Piece of Cake, they clutch up on point A and point B. They get it moving after that a little bit around that second corner. So not a terrible attack for Piece of Cake, right? It was still pretty difficult for them to break the setup events. You think they come back, and have a good defense.
I mean, think back to just how close it came at both checkpoints. Piece of Cake really slowed down. They came out of the gates with like a Hanzo composition, right? Where Exodial was able to build a dragon pretty quickly. It looks like it took about a minute, which is reasonable. Was able to put decent pressure down of Vistola, but ultimately was forced to switch off of that. And there was a real concern as to whether Piece of Cake would even be able to get the payload moving at all. It's a very solid start by Ence. They'd already burned a lot of clock by the time the game reached those critical points through the second and third stages. And it wouldn't be terribly shocking to see them come out with a very standard composition. Kev's to Widow, probably not.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look great, right? In terms of their chances to be able to break it, but they end up making some changes, obviously, to be able to do so. Is Tread coming out on the D.Va here on defense? So obviously a little bit better at kind of controlling some of that high ground. Maybe you also think that Vistola still in the game here for Chase. There's a potential for D.Va to come out. So see how the D.Va kind of stands up to the Arisa on the defense.
They might also be hedging against like a Widow play. I don't think Kevs is going to walk out of spawn on this, but if you don't have a Tracer or a Genji, you can't do anything about a Widow unless you maybe have the D.Va being able to dive to some degree. I don't feel like it's quite as good as having a DPS hero dedicated to that, but that won't be the case here. At least Tread also can allow it, Naga, to swing a little wider sometimes on that Pharah with a defense matrix thrown up to protect her.
Yeah, the D.Va, I know historically, even in the previous meta, right? Really good against hit scan. So obviously the defense matrix extremely strong, and Ence does play the D.Va on offense. So Vistola try and access some of that high ground with the D.Va of his own.
Clear to see, Vistola has a
really
strong preference
dangerous
if he can play it here, but yeah, Tread's taking too much damage here. This is a DMAC.
Yeah.
I don't think the Dynamite explosion is... Tread's not really accounting for that there. And that's really tough. I mean, losing your tank so easily here. Obviously, you'll notice that DMAC D.Va was dispatched instantly. Now, Piece of Cake going to be forced off this. So nice quick take from Ence. Pretty straightforward stuff here. Just good neutral poke and, good damage coming out from Kai and Kev.
I mean, you could see that happen though when we're watching the game in the health bars, right? I mean, Tread just gets burst down so fast, and it's really, I think, the dynamite damage that he doesn't kind of take into account is it'll actually be Piece of Cake. They'll switch Tread over to the Arisa. It'll be Vistola making the change down too, but Naga gonna switch away from Pharah and go to Mei. So Mei is really strong in these chokes. We've seen that historically, right? Throughout the history of Overwatch, really good inside of these chokes. So we'll see how Naga uses the walls to control.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even have to be the choke that the wall is used in, Matt. The wall is relevant all through this phase just because of how narrow this corridor is. It's basically a chokes width the entire time. Naga, though, stunned up instantly, I think probably by a javelin there. Tread trying to get away from that orbital ray. Kept having to back away behind it too. Nice disengaging bob from Exodial. So we're going to be looking towards a second wave of ultimates, and that one features Sile's orbital ray. Kevston needs to find something with the blade in that event because Vistola's not getting out of here alive.
Yeah, it'll be the orbital ray here for Sally and Piece of Cake. The body block there from Tread is nice as they get a, much needed fight win, right? 4 minutes on the clock to move through this phase of the map. Phenomenal amount of time here for Ence, but you'd still have Rally to kind of counter this blade here. So still in a good spot for Piece of Cake. You're gonna have that Rally on the other side. You don't have like a Blizzard, right? That could kind of deter them from pushing up. That would be quite nice here. Piece of Cake had that.
Exodial there. Kevston noting the location. It might be the first stop with the blade. Especially now because there's a Mei that he has to contend with. Crispy has Rally, so this is going to be very hard for Kevston to do much here. I think the Bob maybe to give some space might help or maybe disrupt, split up this Piece of Cake team. But Kevston has to use a dash to get out of the Terror Surge. Now have to just slash at the periphery of that fight. And once again, Vistola is drawn in and doubled over.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you see when Kepster pops the blade, right? There's like a Maywall Terror Surge, the rally thrown in. There's no way he can even get close to the opponents, and it's Exodial coming up with a big kill there onto Vistola, which allows them to hold the cart where it is going to dwindle even more time off the clock. That's going to be a Terror Surge from Vistola to open things up. He takes a lot of damage.
No Blizzard!
The Blizzard doesn't go off.
Oh, man. Not that May hasn't brought value outside of that ultimate, but man, that would have stopped Ence in their tracks. They did lose Kevster here. And Vistola doesn't feel like he's confident moving up because of that Bob. Eventually that'll be gone, and then Vistola will get aggressive to try and swing this corner, especially behind Kai's Orbital Ray. Kevster getting pressured. Probably just Exodial's damage from longer range. You notice Naga has switched off the May here. Just doesn't really feel like it suits, or at least gives him enough equity against the Genji. Okay, raise for everybody. Apparently Exodial, though, gets flattened before he can benefit from the healing of his own one, and Ence push up off the cart, mind you, so they can benefit from theirs as much as possible. Not thinking so much about the objective, just those ridiculous buffs that you obtain from being inside that Ray. And now, Ence can turn around and deal with a pretty battered piece of cake roster. Tread's a little bit low, but is close to a Terror Surge, so a free Fortify there could be a difference maker. But the cart's getting away from them. They've got to come forward, and now they're being knocked back. This is not where Piece of Cake want to be. The upside is that no one's pushing the cart right now for Ence, so Piece of Cake have time to try and stop this in its tracks. That's a good surge, but Vistola's able to walk out of it. Tread not able to really get the full channel he was looking for. And I think Kev's Blade is going to lock this up.
Yeah, Piece of Cake, they decide to like rotate all the way around, and like you mentioned, sometimes we see that on push, but the cart is in complete control of Ence kind of going the other way, so they're forced to step up. They're really kind of playing around. Maybe you get that Terror Surge, you're able to get some players out in the open with like Dynamites and Genji Dash is able to finish some of them off, but it doesn't work out that way. The blade from Kepster is huge, and you see that golden box of victory. Not much further for Ence to go. They're getting a lot of progress right now.
That positioning for Kev is busted, by the way. That means Kai gets to do literally whatever he wants. If Kevster sits on that high ground and kills Exodial like he does there, it is a Dash's world, and you're just living in it at this point. Terror Surge there doesn't really seem to hit the mark. Might be, I'm not sure. Something breaks that up there. Crispy, though, he does have the rally. I think that's a big difference maker. Tread a little bit low. No armor to speak of. Crispy now finally running out of rally, running out of durability. Oh, and just an orbital ray for Ence in a winning fight. I think we take those. Naga tries to bail them out with a blade and finds one here. Both the Reeses are still standing, and the Juno for Piece of Cake is there as well. So Tread in no hurry. No reason to push up here. Let the game come to you.
Yeah, the Terror Surge used there by Vistola to try and prevent Crispy and the rest of Piece of Cake from using that rally and kind of get into the back line. So they end up popping the Terror Surge, just trying to yoink everybody back into position as Vistola takes some damage, backs up a little bit. But oh yeah, that's that should be enough right there.
I mean, you can't kill Kevster Genji. He just goes after Exodial, which again gives Kai carte blanche here, virtually. The wall breaks up the line of sight for Widow a little bit. That's maybe why we're seeing a switch back to that here, but it's not nearly enough. Naga not able to come up with the answer, not able to match the Kevster Genji blade for blade, and eventually Kai gets all the space he needs to be so oppressive and such a nuisance.
Yeah, I mean, the Widow swap at the end, right? No in combination where right there, it's what Kepster with the kill and Kai, two in the feed right off the rip of that last fight. And then it's just like a Maywall kind of thrown in last ditch effort there from Piece of Cake that just exist around the corner. But much better offense overall from Ence, right? No, being able to set a pretty good time there, you know, finished, I believe, with like 1:40 on the clock. So they get a healthy amount of time, even if they don't end up winning that fight, where every time for Piece of Cake, we see it kind of come down to the wire, final seconds, OT, lots of changes, you know, Ence make it look pretty easy there in King's
Interesting start, though, right? We get the teams, the sort of mirror divas, and then Naga is trying to play May just after that first capture point gets taken. Doesn't feel like it's quite enough. We're going to head over to the desk, though, and break down some of these small interactions and encounters over the course of King's Row in the series thus far.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, let's break this one down, starting off strong here on the side of Piece of Cake. But then map 2, Vistola is coming in, and suddenly the tides are shifting. Vistola really impressed you on the Orisa. I mean, we know that he's a fantastic diva, but the Orisa stood out to you today.
Yeah, the sub came in from map 2, and I was really impressed by Vistola. I think he managed to do a lot on a Orisa pick, which generally is about setting up your opponents, but find himself quite disruptive. great Terra Surges to really make it difficult for the opponent. We saw a couple of times on Saravalsa, for example, where Piece of Cake, they were going for kind of like a dead-eye engage around a corner, tried to force the enemy positioning, and I think Vistola did a lot with the Terra Surges. Even on King's Row, we saw a couple of times, yes, Naga's playing the Pharah, they're playing the Pokio game. We're going to hard engage with stuff like Kellex Rally, for example, and get deep into the backline. Also setting up Kevster on the Genji is crucially important. You need someone to be brawly, and that is what Orisa provides. I think Vistola came in second map and did a lot on map 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think he really, changed the tempo of the game, set a little bit more pace, and I think Kellex, I saw him getting wild with the rallies there a little bit. I mean, that's what you need, right, with the Genji. And we saw in some other matches, the Genji didn't look as good, and we were wondering, okay, maybe we will see more Pharah, more Mei. But I think at this top level, like the very best teams, there's a reason Kevster has pretty much locked the Genji in all series, because I think he just has faith that, like, if you execute this comp at the highest level, if you hit that pace, Genji just has so much potential to make individual plays, snowball with ultis. Exodio, I think, also had a big map here on King's Row. I mean, Piece of Cake is putting up a strong fight, really giving Ence a run for their money. But Ence just such a solid team, front to back. I think the veterancy of Kellex really coming into play as well. And Pharah had her moments, right? As good as the Genji is, the Pharah, the Tracer, the Mei, the flexibility from Naga, it looked like it might pay off here on King's Row and put Piece of Cake in the lead in the series. But then just a few too many fights, Kevster's Genji really started to heat up as we got deeper into the map. And yeah, Kai just getting a lot of space on the Ashe on King's Row. I think maybe a little bit harder to shut that character down. Part of why you want to run Genji is to put more pressure on the opponent hit scan. And that was kind of the final nail in the coffin in the last fight. Here we see the Mei and just barely not getting the Blizzard off, dying just before I could get that off. That's such a huge kill because Mei, I mean, a huge reason you're choosing the character is the Blizzard, right? The value you can get from catching the Orisa when she runs out of cooldowns or zoning the Brig, catching her with an Ice Wall. But of course, you're losing Blizzard. That's can happen on Mei with such a long cast time. It's sort of the risk you take, but when it happens, it's such a painful swing, such a tough moment for a team. Those are brutal stats. Oof.
Johnny and I trying to start talking at the same time. Yeah, let's talk numbers here, Johnny. What do we see? Big number good?
Yeah, big number good. I mean, in general, it's hard to decipher a lot from in stats in Overwatch, but the KD difference is real, especially was real on King's Row, and you can see it for yourself. I think it's a really interesting matchup so far, and we saw how Piece of Cake, they came out on Control Center, for example, and was playing this like very engage-heavy style that I talked about going into the match, right? But when they played against Twisted Minds in the group stage, and they took a map loss, their first pick was actually New Junk City, because that is a map you can force that really hard engage venture kind of style, right? But with Saravalsa already picked from Ence, I'm kind of curious like where we're going next. Runasapi has been the go-to if you like these Orisa matchups. We could see both Naga and Kevster on the Genjis on Runasapi, for example. But I'm curious to see where they take us next.
Generally, though, stylistically, if you're looking at the compositions that both teams have a tendency to run, they seem to be fairly even. So I don't feel like either team will be super unhappy with whatever map pack is coming their way.
Yeah, I agree with Johnny. I think getting the Saravalsa pick right out of the gate for Ence after losing map 1 was really smart because Saravalsa, great map for Kevster's Genji, a much tougher map for Flyers or Meis or that double flex style that they showed on Lijiang. So you kind of block New Junk City out of the pool, make sure there's no clash, to mess things up for an experienced squad like Ence. And now, yes, the picks, you got what, Push and Escort remain unplayed. Maybe it's an Escort map. You could always throw a wrench in the works. The problem is it's scary because with Ence, it's like you go to Gibraltar and you play like that Widow Tracer mirror. I'm getting worried for you.
On the win step?
Yeah, I mean, more than that, I'm worried about, honestly, Naga versus Kevster. Naga has improved a lot on the Tracer, I think brought a lot of heat, but Kevster, Tracer on Gibraltar, it's a terrifying map to go up against an elite Tracer like Kevster. Exodio's been really good, but, Kai, you're probably not going to get too much of an edge in that spot. So maybe we could try to block Gibraltar by picking a Junkertown or Rialto. Both
maybe
maps,
we can force the Venture. I've seen a few teams pull out the Venture on Runasapi, like first fight especially. So we could see that sub or Chase
coming in. Ooh, this says to me that maybe we are going to a map where we might see more main taking, but it's hard to know because they had Chase just play Orisa on Control. So I still don't know exactly what the philosophy is for Ence as far as what map to play. It is Gibraltar. Okay, this is the map Chase is for sure coming in, and this is confidence from Piece of Cake. I thought they might want to avoid this matchup. Instead, they take it head on. So I mean, they could live to regret this, but I guess it's a lot of confidence in the flexibility. Yeah.
Could be a good one.
It's gonna be a good one. It is match point, of course, for Ence. If they take this victory, they can continue the run through the upper bracket. Of course, for the other team, not all is lost just now, as they will just drop down into our lower bracket and have another opportunity to stay alive. So let's send it over to our casters to see how this one is playing out.
Nothing quite so healing as seeing a move over to Gibraltar with the Ana Brig composition here. However, you will notice that Ence are not trying to play Widow on this map. They're not trying to play Ashe even. Kai will be on the Cassidy here, so they're definitely trying to leverage the disruptive power of Kevster and Chase linking up on these dives.
Yeah, no, I think for a piece of cake, right? Picking this map puts a lot of faith in Exodial, right? I know being able to maybe come up with some of those Widowmaker plays and kills, like how they just mentioned there on the desk. So we'll see Winston from Ent on defense, as Tread looks like potentially picking up the Diva here on offense. Probably just a TP across and a swap here. From Exodials, he also can trace the Widow, not available for both sides, so they'll actually play the Mei here. We've actually seen Mei been playing a decent amount on Gibraltar's. You see, they want to get aggressive, just fight around with this.
The Bionade's a big problem, though. I think Piece of Cake are anticipating Widow, and because they don't want to mirror it, they know the Mei is great at blocking off a lot of those sight lines and actually getting them into position without, exposing themselves there. But there's no Widow whatsoever. And I think they're trying to play Mei now against this, like, Bionade group up brawl with Cassidy Tracer comp might be more difficult even.
Yeah, but typically, like, Diva's pretty good, right, at being able to kind of, like, eat those bios. Even kind of coming through that choke there, it seemed like Tread potentially could have actually eaten that one. So we'll see now. So it'll be high ground control, trying to take here from Piece of Cake yet again.
In that sense, you're right. Diva definitely one of the best tanks to deal with this. You could try Mirror Winston, try and dive on Kai, but that's tough for the Brigana backline. There's just no easy dives whatsoever here. And look at where Ence are playing.
Look at where they're all set
it's
up around the
Omega
corner.
Troll. And Sky as well wasn't born yesterday. Like, he's not going to bio aggressively unless he knows that defense matrix is unavailable. So just use it defensively. Make it really hard to kill Chase, who, by the way, has already built Primal. This is a proper murder hole. When it comes to that Winston ultimate, you are not getting out of here alive with any of your limbs intact. Your spirit broken, your bank account drained. Forget about it.
He's never even in a position that he's going to die, right? I mean, with the Primal, he's never even weak. Is just complete domination from Ence here up on the high ground. They have a great position here around that corner. That Kai, Kellex, and Sky playing from that high ground box.
How does this comp kill
constantly move
a bioed Winston map with, like, Ana just holding him one?
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, I don't think it's all that possible. I mean, maybe this is out, right? You just have Naga with an ice skull headshot from long range, and that's good enough to do
Look how low they are. Piece of Cake have to rally here, but they are on the low ground. They've kind of given that height up. Oh! Okay, that's on the wrong side of Crispy's shield. No worries. He's going to survive that. Now it's an orbit array. And then it's just disengaged from this, or tried to. The Mei wall makes it a little more complicated, and Sile is actually able to chase that kill down on Kai. That is so huge. It cannot be overstated. Chase is also very low, and there's no great health packs by his location right now. There's no line of sight that supports either. And I think they're going to have to give up this checkpoint.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, maybe if you had, line of sight there with the Ana, you actually could have used the Nano on the Chase as he jumped right back in. But that Mei wall there from Naga actually pushes both supports out through that doorway, so not able to get a line of sight over to Chase. So it'll be Piece of Cake taking that first point. They can get close to that high ground, start to controlling the top of the ship.
And what's especially devious is Mei on this map ice blocking in one of those small doorways. You can't get past her. So even if you bionate a team, you want to push in with your Winston, Mei just ice blocks in front of you. She cleanses off, of course, that anti-heal, and you cannot get in and capitalize on the bio whatsoever. It's really frustrating to deal with. And Naga here really rules the roost, literally and figuratively, playing from the top of that shuttle. Chase has to be satisfied with simply getting a D-mech, knowing, of course, that Tread's just going to be back in a couple moments, ready to be annoying as usual. And Chase doesn't even have the health pool to deny that high ground from Piece of Cake right now. It ties.
Yeah, I mean, it is so it's a rally, not a rally. It's a nano used there by Sky early on a Chase, but the Mei wall actually splits off two players, splits up Kai and Kellex, and they both end up falling there. So you're just you're 3v5 with a nanoed Winston. It's a losing effort right away there. A nice pulse bomb there onto the ice block. Perfect timing there from
those
Kevs.
kills not easy to come by at all, and Kevs is looking for more. Kai, I mean, you can see why a good Diva against this Ana Brig comp can be really, really powerful. Being able to turn off basically all of Ana's healing with a simple defense matrix use there, and kind of be everywhere when you need to. Oh, what was that stick? I'm not sure. Kev shook it off either way. Exodius kind of cracked. Oh dear.
Exodio still getting some healing here from Silent Range. Is okay now. Kai finishes him off. As that what a crazy scenario that
1v1
was.
Tracer to try and get a checkpoint. Sick.
Yeah, Ence has to use just about everything here. Oh man, I mean, look at the collapse there from the Winston.
Welcome to Compton, baby.
Right on top. Yeah, I mean, nothing Crispy could do there. I mean, just got deleted.
The boy pulling up with the wrong part of the Bay Area, you know what I'm saying? Absolutely rolled.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, we mentioned that earlier, right? That the link up between Kevster and Chase, we're not having a Widowmaker here, and Brig is always the focus, especially for those little dives. Blizzard and Vanaga, look at they're trying to bait something potentially. I don't think it's going to give them much. Maybe just Chase doing some door knocking. Have you heard the good word of our Lord and Savior Peanut Butter? Oh, that's dirty. Kev is so filthy. Oh my God, Exodio.
I mean,
oh, hit so hard. He basically astral projected, but not in a good way. Great bomb there from Kevster. Yeah, it's his oyster, man.
Exodio is a very good player. And Kevster just makes that stuff look easy, though. I mean,
It is extremely not easy. Ask Hexagrams.
No. Yeah, just a filthy gamer there.
Oh, buddy. All right, we shake those off. Exodio here, spotted out though. So this is gonna shave about 10 seconds off the time for Piece of Cake. And they don't have any big support ultimates to work with here. They are definitely struggling to gain access. So sometimes when in doubt, you pray to the false gods and you pull out the Reaper guy.
Yeah, so yeah, I think Reaper maybe takes advantage.
Get that shield, buddy.
Winston getting quite aggressive also allows him to cross the gap a bit easier with the TPs. We are in final fight territory. 20 seconds left on the clock. Piece of Cake. Nothing to work with. Nano boost available here for Ence.
And you can
everything's looking good.
You can
for
see
them.
why Chase fought so hard earlier in the round, Matt, to get that shuttle position back. He used Nano, Primal, everything he could use to get there. Beautiful Bionade, but Chase a little bit too late to punish Crispy for being hit by it. Sky will have another one in a couple moments now, but again, you've got a Primal Rage to deal with. It's not about getting kills here. It's about the disruption. Both supports completely tied up by Chase. And he even bubbles over the top of them, which means Tread is going to have to use a self-destruct to remake here. Kai would have loved a bit more, maybe to pick them off here. It's going to be Kellex stepping up. Tread get a remake, but he's not able to land on top of Kellex with that remake. No chase here, but Kev's is still alive, so I don't really care what the odds are. The Naga's going to be able to bring him down. Finally, Reaper, exactly where he's his most powerful. Piece of Cake, much like King's Row, able to keep playing.
Well, Chase did a really good job just isolating both supports, with Tread as well, just kind of in that side room. But the Tracer Reaper combination able to stay alive for a very long time over by the point. Deadeye comes in from Kai, doesn't really get much of anything. And then it's the rally there from Piece of Cake that ends up being really impactful, keeping everybody alive on the point. Kai now on the Widow. Nothing they really have to be able to respond to this. So not like a Winston that can close the gap on the Widow rather quickly. No hit scan of their own. It's just the Reaper guy.
Chase survived that.
Not really great against the Widow. Yeah, Chase gets extremely low.
Somehow Kevster just produces a pulse bomb whenever his team goes down by a player. Chase needs the rally from Kellex. You can see him running in slow motion like Forrest Gump to try and get to him. Fortunately, sometimes life gives you a box of chocolates are all made out of poo-poo. Mark at least is able to find a dead loss of Sky and Kevster caught up inside that.
Can't recall I ever bought a box of chocolates like that. But, maybe it's an Australian
Yeah, maybe you got to the wrong stores, honestly. Maybe them prank stores do it.
And so, with the Nano here available, coming out of spawn.
Kangaroo poo kind of looks like truffles, honestly. Maybe that is an Aussie thing. I've never tried them though, chat.
Yeah, no.
Ask Hunter. Ask Hunter.
Like
I reckon he's a purveyor.
He's a half tucker probably as well.
Sounds so derogatory when you say it. I don't think I like that very much at all. Chase going up to the high ground here. Okay, it's Fat Exodial, who would rather probably duke it out with Kevster or find Kai. Doesn't really have the bandwidth to do so. Chase's Primal here is more than enough. Presumably there's a touch, and yes, eventually it comes. Chase is there. Diva's in an awkward spot. That self-destruct, yeah, a little bit scary, but Kai shoots Tread right in the face as he's trying to climb back in the mech. Rude if you ask me. Ence are going to have this hold here. Piece of Cake denied from finishing the map.
Yeah, we're on board with him for a little bit there towards the end, but as they get closer towards the spawn, it's even harder to make a play for Kai, especially on the Widowmaker, right? Can just play so far back towards that spawn door. Nobody really can be able to close that gap. I think Exodia got a pulse bomb on him in the end, but by that time, already a few kills had come through from Kai. So really nice positioning there from the Widowmaker of Ence on defense, but piece of cake, they do get both checkpoints. They get it pretty far here, so you know, maybe get some early holds here. Definitely an opportunity to send us to a game 5.
Some good things I think we saw from piece of cake here. You can see the use case for Mei, even on a map where maybe it doesn't really seem like it makes a ton of sense, right? She's like considered a shorter range hero, despite, I mean, in the hands of the right people, like Naga, Kevster, or Backbone. She feels like Sniper. But those...
yeah, the alternate fire could you can turn into a long-range character rather quickly, especially
some would say you always
with how much like experience. Yeah, with how much experience players have on it now, I mean that they have pretty locked down.
Yeah, I would say like she was probably intended to be like a mid-range option, so she's not completely outclassed at you know within like capture points and stuff like that, but. Played.
Yeah, Brig was also to stop dive, right?
I'm a big fan of this camera angle. I must say, it's quite intimidating there. Zodial?
2, 1. Attackers in.
So it will be a Widow battle here. Piece of cake do want to try that on defense. Obviously, it really, the fight can definitely be predicated by these grapple shots or some of these early picks that Widows find. You know, you'll notice that Exodial's not really reinventing the wheel. With this positioning here, because you can't as defense. There's just a couple of locations that you can come from, and that's really it. Hard to take an attacker by surprise, so they can grapple from odd angles. Kai does not find that grapple shot. Naga, though, struggling a little bit with Kevster, I think, early here. Able to fall back, get some health. And Tread is cycling up and down.
I think the Widow, though, like the mirror might actually benefit piece of cake, right? Just slowing the game down so much, especially in where the current things are, right? You end up with a shot like that. Fantastic aim there, you know, being able to adjust by Exodial. And you know, look, you're just playing around these Widowmakers, right? So it's going to be time off the clock here. It's going to dwindle a little bit down. You know, you come back, maybe you get another pick off, right? So you can see how the slow pace with the Widowmakers in play can definitely favor piece of cake, right? I know they're able to get both checkpoints and then get pretty far there towards the spawn, so they have a lot of time to work with.
Great sleep on Trent here, but wakes up quick enough to stop that bio from coming through. How many cracked Tracer players like Exodial do we have that can also switch to Widow on a dime and do this kind of stuff? That's like a slightly more rare combination, I want to say. Oh, well, Crispy. Yeah, sorry, bro, you get the horns because you're on Brig. That's the way it works. I don't make the rules, man. This is the rules of the jungle, bro. We just obey them.
The teams just leave the Brig to die as well. I love that.
Trent's done well, though. Trent got both backliners there on their own. So definitely can do a lot with this Diva, but again, no one really has any healing. The fact that Trent has a remake off that self-destruct is kind of massive.
Yeah, and I mean, you still have the Tracer alive as well here for piece of cake, right? I know now go over by the server room, and without that Winston, that way you're going to be able to push up, so it's going to be more time off the clock. Guess what? You're going to have the infra sites as well, right? So it's going to be even more time dwindled off the clock. So I quite like this for piece of cake. I think this is played out pretty, I mean, probably as well as they could have asked for here on defense.
Minute 45 left here for Ence. Not quite the blistering pace I think they were hoping for here. Mano on the Winston though, Chase goes in. Kester is there first with a pulse bomb. That's on the wrong side of Crispy's shield, as it often is. Chase has to back up. He's a little bit low. He is not able to cycle into another primal. That would be far too quick here, but he's been able to create some space. You'll notice the fact that Sky gets to play on the cart means Winston's done their job. Kai sitting in the background though. Naga really doesn't have the bandwidth to consider where the Widow might be in that moment. But Kai goes for the shot a little too early. Exodial has infra sight, so maybe he's just being extra careful, but Sky couldn't do much about that. We're about 2 minutes off the checkpoint though. We should get there now. Exodial's going to be forced to try and touch it. It doesn't look like piece of cake really have anything left to work with.
Yeah, it'll be Naga coming in here on the Reaper just towards the end here to get a touch. So it will be Ence taking that checkpoint. And I think you probably stay with the Reaper here, right? Do you play? They're going to play Reaper Tracer here? Just ditch the Widow altogether? Looks like at least this is what it's going to be. Yeah, so they're going to be able to use this defense matrix to get everybody out of that high ground and maybe try and play for shuttle here. Nothing to able to contest this Widow at range. It's really going to fall on Exodial and the Tracer.
So can they play for top shuttle here against this Widow?
I think they just want shuttle control. I don't think they even care about like the top position of it. I think they just want to get Chase out of this position. They want to try and close the gap against this Widow as well. As you see, Chase actually ends up getting a kill there. That's huge. So some damage go down on a crispy. You lose your brig early.
Look, and while Chase does have to respect Naga, Naga can't be everywhere at once. So he just sort of jumps over that Reaper and was able to find the Juno straight away. This has been nice. Ence cycling through some of these ultimates really well. Sky's getting close to another nano here. Chase is definitely going to be an ult battery for that Ana. And Dread can't get enough healing. Not with the dome over the top of them anyway. Naga sort of out in the open here is a bit awkward. Another dropped pulse, but somehow Crispy goes down to it. Was that a drop shield? Unclear either way. It's a complete one-sided fight there for Ence, and Sile is going to wish he had that one back.
Yeah, I mean, that's an orbital raise right at the end. I mean, are you going to change? Like, are they going to play like Ana or something? But
oh man,
it's just going to be.
Think of the level of passive aggressiveness you're getting from your teammates after that one. That's tough.
Yeah, I mean, that's a brutal one, right? I mean, they have no chance of winning the fight in that situation. Like, there's not a percentage that they're able to even kind of look at to say there's a good use there to be able to use that ultimate. So that's quite unfortunate. Maybe it was just a little bit of a misclick, but probably at the worst possible time.
Calyx there was living out his dreams as a simple piece of hard cover for the Widow. Here it is, that's a nano on Chase now. He will cycle this into another ultimate if he can get any purchase. Oh, a bit concerned about the death possibly, that got interrupted anyway, so we're chilling. Calyx, what a great shield bash to interrupt the Reaper. Dread here has got to feel like they're on an island, I have to say. They're going to look for a self-destruct here. That's a little bit out in the open. That makes it hard for Chase to go after Exodia, but Kai was there waiting for the Widow to pop up here. This one, folks, the prognosis is grim for Piece of Cake now. We're just a couple formalities away from the end of the map now, as they all are going to get run down. Now Sky and Kai have all the room to work with. They can basically work at max capacity as Chase goes in with that primal. Winston's still very relevant, and no one better to put it on than Chase. This is Ence looking to try and close out the series now. Another beautiful pulse from Kevster. One of a multitude of them over the course of this series, but this map especially. Great showing from Ence, and a good bounce back from a sloppy first map in the series.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of a slow start there for Ence, but once they started to get the ultimates rolling, and like you mentioned, they were cycling them quite well between like the Winston and the Ana. Chase just looked unstoppable there on the Winston on Gibraltar, that there was nothing that a Piece of Cake could do. It's a pretty good showing by them throughout the series, right? They do end up taking a map, some opportunities as well. I know in terms of the other maps, they were very close, but and still just too versatile, too strong.
What do you think about the Reaper really quickly before we button this up? Because you can see Naga was trying to be in Chase's way, but without the mobility that Winston boasts, that seems like a fool's errand.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, right? I mean, you're playing Reaper with Widowmaker, and then they're, obviously the Reaper's in there to, go against the Winston, right? But I mean, just a lot of trouble. I mean, the Death Blossom used there, right? To just rally, and then they just stun him, just kill him instantly. I mean, it's good against the Winston, but not really good against anything else.
It doesn't seem great in many situations there. Ence close out the series again after a slightly rocky start. We've seen a decent amount from Piece of Cake, and should see more from them in the lower bracket. But for now, let's head to our experts and break down the action.
Thank you both so much. Welcome back to the desks over here, joined by Jake and Johnny. And we're about to break it all down. Ence advance, they get the dub. And especially Gibraltar was a lot of fun to watch because it felt like our old school versus new school unfolding before our very eyes. Jake, please break it down and tell us why one of the other came out on top.
I'm still a believer in the Winston on a break. I think it ends up looking a lot better on Gibraltar. Like how Matt said, the Reaper pretty good against the Winston, but struggles against the rest of the matchups. For this whole series, though, I think both teams showing a lot of innovative potential. I think Ence, though, stayed confident in the Genji, even losing map 1. They were unshaken, unfazed by that. It's a squad of veterans. And so despite these strong looks, the flexibility from Exodia to play the flex DPS, Venture, ultimately, it goes Kevster's way in the fullness of the series.
Yeah, whenever someone brings out like a brawl kind of composition like that on Gibraltar, my response is just like, sure, fair enough. Like, you probably practiced it, it works fine, but you're really at the mercy of the dive team making some kind of mistakes. like being in the wrong position and getting run over, the anti-nade not hitting, or you could soak it up with the D.Va, of course, or the Tracer and Winston not finding picks, trying to pick your composition apart, right? The problem is you're playing Ence, and they have the likes of Kevster, right? And Sky, doing a decent job with, making sure that the anti-nades hit, and then Chase, of course, being able to contest the payload, getting primals, making things hard for the enemy team. So, like, I have no doubt in my mind that if you pull out the D.Va and the Mei, it can work against some teams, especially if they don't have a good plan of pulling you apart, breaking you down, and surviving long enough for, the cooldowns, for the Mei cooldowns to be used, for D.Va's Matrix to run out, and perhaps dying to spam and stuff like that, right? The problem is you're dealing with Ence, and they know how to pick these compositions apart. Spectacular individual plays from Kevster, hitting these pulse bombs, but also, crucially, contesting the cart, because that is the main objective. If you're playing this D.Va Mei, right, you want to have a lot of cart pressure, and you want to be able to run opponents over, right? But Ence did a fantastic job on Gibraltar. It was a masterclass from them.
Absolutely. I love what we've seen from Ence generally with their sub strategies coming into each of those maps. They clearly came prepared with a very specific game plan for all the maps we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, Ence, they're so versatile, right? They can play so many things, and then you have individual players like Kevster, Jake.
Yeah, it's great to see him on the Genji at specific. I think this is like maybe the flashiest of all the flex DPS heroes, right? The one flex DPS where you are kind of the main character. Typically, flex DPS, more about making space, offering a lot of utility to the team, but Genji is that classic feast or famine hero, and Kevster was eating good today. I mean, he looked well rested, he looked well fed, and when it comes to the Tracer, I mean, come on, he's just one of the best to ever do it. He's been on top of the game for so many years at this point. I think if anything, like I'm sure in a lot of scrims, Piece of Cake plays, most of the dive teams they play against, they just look sick on this D.Va. They're running people over with the Juno Brig. And then, like you said, Johnny, right? Like just those variable plays, the Ana finding cooldown connections, Winston and Tracer with these clinical dives. And you have so much defensive utility in this comp with the D.Va, even the Reaper, right? So survivable, so difficult to kill, but perfect execution from Tracer and Ana. Kind of like you can't tank through it. There's just too much threat from too many angles on Gibraltar.
Also, massive shout out to Kevster for the Penguin and Weapon Charm. He is him. The charm and Kevster.
What weapon charm do you use?
I'm more of a little Griblib enjoyer.
Okay. How about you?
I use the dice. Never stop gambling. Lot of force in spirit still.
Thank you, Johnny. This is a good message going out to all the kids.
You
heard it here
I'm
first.
still going for the place.
Never stop gambling.
I'm charging in. I'm trying to land the shatters before the fight is over. I'm still taking the risky plays out there in your ranked games. That's maybe why I'm still masters, but
Definitely the takeaway here. Let's take a look at some players who play, way beyond our pay grade. And that's what you're seeing on your screen right now. This is our double elimination EMEA stage 4 bracket. The upper bracket is where we're fighting our way through right now. Ence advance from this series over Piece of Cake. We're not dropping down to the lower bracket. Virtus.pro and Space Station Gaming is our next match. Here, of course, the lower bracket. Now, Piece of Cake will be switching sides, and that means they will be going up against Twisted Minds. How do you feel they stack up against one another?
Well, they were in the same group, so it's a bit of a rematch from their group stage match, of course. But back then, Twisted Minds, they relied a lot more on UB playing the Mei for them in Ramatra kind of compositions. But so far this tournament, we see them subbing Labda playing the Pharah instead. So it's going to be a bit of a different matchup. But last time in group stage, Piece of Cake got the upper hand on that one, 3-1. So it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, that was the only match that Twisted Minds lost in their group stage as they came second through their group. For now, we're heading into a quick break, and then we're shifting gears and focusing on our second semifinals match in the upper bracket. So stick around, you don't want to miss it. That's a look at the most recent collaboration of Overwatch 2 and My Hero Academia. 6 skins, and we're about to be treated to some more sick matches here. Welcome back, everyone. This is OWCS Stage 4 main event, day number 2. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. We're getting things ready and set up for our second semi-final match. It's gonna be SSG going up against Virtus.pro. Quite frankly, both of these teams could also be likely finalists, as they have been shown throughout the entirety of the season that they belong at the very top. Let's talk about both of these squads, starting with Virtus.pro, the runner-up from Stage 3, if I remember correctly, question mark, no one fact check. Okay, well, everything's good, everything's good.
Yeah, they did get second place, actually. They did.
They did, so
yeah.
that is runner-up. That's
yeah,
literally
because
what I
they
just
got beat by Vistola's Diva, yeah. They tried to play double flex support, didn't work out.
So first you act like you don't remember, and then
If you ain't
It
first,
took me a while.
you're last.
I'm 29. My brain takes a couple
I'm
seconds.
36. What are you even saying?
Well, at least I had an
child?
answer. Jake is the young
You just
guy on the
stood there
desk.
like,
so-
Look, I just play games, dog. Like, I don't.
Yeah, but VP, obviously, former Ataraxia. The only really change they made from Stage 3 to Stage 4 was, of course, something in the coaching lineup. Smash has joined them, then left them, then joined them
That's
again.
low-key huge, actually.
That's actually pretty big.
Smash just kind of goes
Historic
But
coach.
this lineup we're seeing right here, this is what we saw them play in the group stage, because obviously that's the highlight on the screen. But they do sometimes sub in Gala to play the Ilari. Usually they have Canale play the Brigitte, but flexes over to the Juno to free up Gala to play the Ilari at some of these spots. But most notably as well, they like playing the Sauna Tracer as well. And that is something we saw from them in the group stage. That was a couple of weeks ago, so the meta might have shifted a little bit. But they bring a little bit of a different style from what we've seen from the other teams so far.
And speaking of different styles, Space Station Gaming made quite a big change that I don't think too many people saw coming. KSA has joined their roster, and quite frankly, he slotted in seamlessly. What we've seen from him yesterday, he's added a lot to that roster, a lot of great flexibility. We still got to see some Hardy action as well, of course, because it wouldn't be Space Station if Hardy isn't in the lineup. And he's going to be on the starting 6 as well today, or rather 5. I'm living in the past.
I mean, this is just such a solid team. I think a couple things this meta have been great for them. Number one, picking up KSA is huge. I mean, it was great to talk to him in the interview yesterday because he just seems like a humble guy, exactly as a coach, like the type of guy I would want in my team. You know, somebody who bring that stability, that good energy as a tank, and the leadership, the communication necessary to succeed. But another fact of the patch I think is great for them is this swap where Funny Astro in the past patch was playing a lot of Brig, and I just don't think Brig is like his best hero. He's fine on the Brig, he's solid, but I think Funny Astro on the Juno actually just fits so much better for his skill, his high aim skill, and his ability to utilize those highly mobile heroes to great effect. Landon has the flexibility to play Brig, has experience on the hero too, so I think their support lineup actually looks a lot more solid in this meta than it has in the past. I think it's a comfortable one for them. So I think SSG looks really good this meta, and they've made the Mei work maybe better than anyone else so far in EU.
Yeah, I mean, shocker, SSG playing Mei. What? Backbone eating out there. SSG, look, they've been the favorite in almost every single match they've played thus far the entire season. If we're looking at our predictions, even though it's VP and I put a lot of stock in that match, or rather in that team, I have to give the edge to SSG. I do think it might be a close one because SSG, I've only seen them once with KSA in the roster. I don't know. Is it always that seamless? Is it always is the synergy always there, or are there still some hiccups that need to iron out? We don't know yet. But for now, SSG is the one I picked as the winner.
I liked what we saw from SSG, frankly. I think, like, same way that adding Psycho to this team really opened up possibilities for them as far as the dive, the high mobility comps. I think KSA continues to expand what's possible for this squad, and they've already had great results with, like, the original group of players that we know and love. But I think adding these players tactically inserted into the roster by Christopher has looked really good. It's made them, I think, a much more difficult opponent to prepare for because there aren't these, like, trump card map picks. You can say, well, okay, we're going to take you here. We're going to force Hadi to play Diva. We know that's not his comfort. With KSA in the lineup, they have answers for everything now. I think they can kind of field any comp, any strategy they want to play. Right now, it's more of a classic rush they feel good about, but it's been good for Space Station. I think they're going to be a strong team this tournament.
I think it's going to be a close matchup. I predicted Virtus.pro 3-2 based purely on vibes.
I love a good vibe pick.
We didn't see their match on the broadcast yesterday, but we have an idea what they're playing from groups. I just wanted to go with VP here because I want to give them some credit here. Usually we just predict SSG on this desk. I think we probably predicted SSG more than any other team in EMEA throughout the entire year. So I wanted to shake things up. Let's go, VP. Bring out the Ilari. Have some fun.
And honestly, now that I think about it, I think it makes a lot of sense. Like VP, they play these slower, greedier comps, double flex support, some Pharah. That could play well against Space Station's passive brawl style. It can be hard to play to an overwhelming amount of poke damage.
Yeah, I feel like we
This is
might see
offensive,
the
by
May
the way.
Cassidy come out maybe from SSG.
Yeah,
Fair
but I
way.
think it could be hard against Ilari.
70% community, come on.
I mean, all right, SSG has like consistently won this matchup, and they've only looked better.
Virtus.pro they're good enough to give at least 20%.
Yeah, I would say, I don't think this is an 80-20 match. This is like a 60-40, 70-30 match for me.
I'd say 70-30, yeah. But I'll stand with the 30. Let's go VP.
Numbers, let's go VP. Obviously, Johnny, huge VP fan.
Huge vibes guy.
Mega vibes guy. What about our casters? Matt, Mitch, how do you see this one shake out? Do you think 17% is fair?
Yeah, I'm more of like a memory guy. Like,
I love memory.
Thinking back to when VP
Memory
beat
guy.
this team 3-0 in the lower bracket finals in Stage 3. Also, recency bias because they didn't have Shockwave for Face It Master Season 3. Also, they've also changed up who's playing Junior on this team, and Rajaro also has improved a lot on Arisa. I think VP are going to win this game. I don't know what happened. I don't know why we're so SSG pilled today. It's interesting.
I mean, no SSG, obviously, off of historical performances, you'd say would be the favorite.
They lost twice to VP in Stage 3.
Like that.
They lost twice. They lost in the upper bracket and the lower bracket. They lost twice.
Right, but we have a long season, a long history, right? I know not just Stage 3. But I mean, VP, I do think gets a little bit undercredited, right? I know VP, I think, is clearly the third best team in EMEA, right?
Yeah, clearly top
clearly
three.
in the top 3.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, in the top 3, right? I think depending on the meta, could push 2, right? Depending on how things go. So I think probably from a fan perspective, I mean, look, the fans, they're gonna vote. They love Space Station gaming, right? They love all the players in this team, so that's not surprising.
I love them too. I do. They're obviously fantastic. Virtus.pro, I think like so much conversation is always around like their backline, because Gala and Canale both really talented, but kind of have just very specific hero pools as support players. So there was like, some decision making between like which one of them was playing Juno, like I mentioned earlier. This is what they've settled on. So Canale on the Brick, Gala on the Juno. Shockwave though.
Oh, well, this is...
He's back. We have a Malga come from space.
Malga. A Malga sighting here.
Okay, so this was one of their best comps, right? During that Malga era, they really tried to run this back into a lot of setups here. They felt like it was powerful, but they do have to play this against a Pharah.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to lose Sparker right away. The cardiac overdrive doesn't really help much of anybody there as they end up losing this first fight. So we'll see if they decide to roll out on the Malga yet again. But an interesting look thus far.
17% of you voted for VP. That's kind of wild. Yeah, look, Malga has some pretty pronounced weaknesses, I think. Backbone is also choosing to play Sim here. So there's no static shield in the front line necessarily for Backbone, which means that playing against the Pharah is quite challenging, right? You can't really mitigate a lot of that damage coming your way outside of TPing and staying out of those lines of sight. That's why they're going White Room here. But also, you have Shockwave who can throw dynamites down this straight away, and also Sauna who can bombard it. So it's tough. Rajaro, though, taking a bunch of damage on the approach, though. And here's that orbital ray now for Funny Astro. He's built that very, very quickly on account of the fact that his front line's beginning folded in half. But it's going to be Canale to fall first. Spark is able to find purchase finally with the Peacekeeper. Sauna here is actually looking to chase Sparker down, and was a barrage fired off after the fact. So 1-for-1. Cassidy no longer a factor here, and Backbone needs to TP to actually be relevant in this fight. He's stuck in the dojo. TP thrown to point, but Sauna is ready for it. Blows it up instantly.
Yeah, now the Bob on the point here for Shockwave, just kind of keeping it contested as it'll be a terror surge from Rajara. Does not catch anybody in it as the point does flip to SSG.
Yeah, ratting for Canale. What a great timing for that to come up here. Cage fight is fine. But again, Space Station don't have the mechanism to follow up with it. Maybe, I guess you could play a Genji Venture here as well, to try and maybe work with this all-in sort of capacity of Hardy. I'm personally looking at this at the outset, wondering what Malga is really trying to do here, because he can't stomp on the Orisa. She is fortified.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And also, I mean, the dynamite plus the Pharah, right? Cardiac overdrive very good, but still, it's a lot to try and kind of heal up and power through as they get an early pickoff yet again. So early in these fights, they've had some success with this comp. It just seems like the longer the fight goes, they just kind of fall
Is the
off.
idea here trying to get a nice like team cardiac overdrive effect, so that everyone like gets even more healing on top of what Funny Astro can do. Obviously this team wants to play together inside Orbital Ray here as well, so there's a lot of like AoE healing just kind of at face available to you.
You're never going to be that disappointed getting an even bigger cardiac overdrive, right? It's just going to be very difficult and costly in terms of HP to close the gap. This will be Orbital Strike here from both teams, or Ray from both teams, as it'll be VP making their way, taking the point. They have this barrage. Got to be careful here for the entry for Space Station.
Sorno is going to get hindered immediately. Spark is able to find that Farah. It's not exactly subtle, I think, from Virtus.pro there. Maybe a little bit of a stumble in this fight. They orbit array in the direction of the point, but because Backbone is either playing on the point or in the dojo and never out in the open, it's kind of hard to know where Space Station looking to fight you.
Yeah, no, I mean, we haven't seen this type of comp in a while here, right? I know with Maga in the mix, but hey, Juno's extremely strong, right, in terms of the support she can provide, and Maga, I mean, I feel like for most of the year has been meta with how things have gone, right? They try to adjust them over time. I mean, you also think like Oral Rain plus the cage fight could be crazy.
All right, here's that sim wall. It's Hardy push up past it. Virtus.pro have to wait this out, but they're running out of time. Space Station have now gotten into the lead, and a cage fight's going to keep them here by the bridge. Not much Rajaro can do. Does go for their Terra Surge at the least. Pushes up now. Bob's going to get onto the point. Kero Shockwave. Landon actually uses his stun off the shield bash to knock it down. And Canale has fallen here. Virtus.pro are in complete disarray. And it makes me wonder how much of this Malga comp they've seen, Matt, because they seem a little unsure about how to play around it.
Oh, no, absolutely. I definitely think it's kind of thrown them for a little bit of a loop here as Rajaro coming back off a spawn on the Doom, not able to make it through the window, so it'll be SSG coming back in round number 1. We'll see how much longer they decide to run this as well. I know if this is just maybe it's a Lijiang Tower type of setup, then they kind of move things around, or if it's something they want to run pretty consistent throughout the whole series.
It's so interesting. I mean, it's not unlike Space Station to play sim comps, but Backbone had to play in such a different way as you normally would if you had like a Reinhardt or something like that. I dig it. It works for me, and it's not as if like the Malga was lacking mobility anyway. Like he can just dash and stomp in, but Space Station are now going to switch back to something a little more standard here. How much of the Backbone fire do you think we've seen? Yeah, not a lot.
Yeah, no, I was going to say not a lot. Is see SSG. Okay, so they'll play May, so they're gonna probably, you would have said like if you keep the kind of sim in, TP the point, play from there, but looks like it'll take some opportunity to poke down with this Ashe at range. See, Sparker can maybe find an angle here on Sonic.
I mean, the Backbone May is amazing. It kills Faras, it kills Traces, it kills Ashes, whatever you need it to. I'm in this guy's hands. I really don't care where he plays May, frankly. This is also a team that plays May on Gibraltar, as we've seen in the past. And Backbone, pretty incredible at knowing how to get value out of it. But, a quick little caster curse sees Virtus.pro get ahead. May does still struggle, of course, against the longer range of Ashe.
Yeah, they had lost Landon earlier in the fight, I believe, to a rocket from Sauna, and then it looked like Backbone potentially just pushing up there, trying to see if he can make anything happen. Is that Backbone will go over to the bench? Okay. So another different setup here from SSG. They're trying a lot today.
Backbone wants to play, in this side room here and then burrow to cross the expanse, which is fine. I mean, Sauna doesn't really have many opportunities to interact or encounter that venture anyway. Backbone, pain in the bum. Pretty annoying stuff there. Those shots coming in onto Rajaro. Testing the healing sorely. Sauna tries to double jump away from it. Backbone actually gets out of safety. Spots Sauna. Again, not a great matchup for the venture out in the open.
No.
It's seen better.
Terrible matchup.
Shockwave, though, goes down. Eventually, Backbone finds one. It's going to be the Ashe. That's great pickup. And then looks to join the rest of their team. You can see him burrowing across the map now. Little Rek'Sai in Overwatch form, but Landon falls again. Sometimes a Brig's randomly going to die. That's just part of these all-in team fights. They often are the target. And he who spears last laughs loudest, apparently. Hardy falling to Rajaro, even though Canale did perish within the Terra Surge off Space Station.
Yeah, but can SSG even get close to the point? Okay, so Backbone will be able to make it here, though.
I'm going to assume correct. That was intentional, and we're going to move on like nothing happened.
Yeah, no, it very well could be. Sauna's maybe intentional as well.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. I can accept it for the venture, but don't know about this one. Okay, well, your Farah, who has wings, has crashed. Not great. Rajaro as well gets run down there by Sparker. Not much Shockwave can do about Javelin Spin. That will also force him over the edge. Okay. All right, we're base jumping today.
I mean, he coach gunned up, and then I think he actually probably could have made it back, but realized that this was a losing fight. So it's Space Station able to get aggressive. They go in, flip the point, and realize that far damage actually isn't there. Sauna now switches over to Genji here, so gonna ditch the far completely. You do have the Bob. That's the one thing that I thought maybe you could have saw from VP, right? Use the Bob early on in that previous fight to contest. Would have got you to 99, right? Maybe you end up lasting a little bit longer in that fight with SSG.
Losing Hardy there meant Space Station actually had to pull off the point and play out in the open at the start. Doesn't really have a material impact on the way the game goes, just interesting. Backbone dashed back to the point. Tectonic Shock here, really just a warning signal to Virtus.pro not to come in, but they have an orbital ray. They're going to do as they please. Funny Astro is getting close to his, and Sauna, yet predictably, wants to try and tangle with the brick here, but hard to juicy a target. Backbone is low, trying to limp away from the point, and eventually falls. Clobbered, absolutely clobbered does Sauna. Get his land and hits him with that shield bash stun. One of the best, I think, in this region of getting big value stuns off the brick, even if it's against a Bob like we saw on Garden. Terror Surge there for Hardy. Able to clear a bit of space around him now, but Rajaro is healed up somewhat and ready to return to the fray. Sparker, though, now in a later fight could be quite dangerous. Keep an eye on that opening that Rajaro is looking towards. That's where much of the damage coming from Space Station will originate from. But Hardy's got no healing, isolated, and Bob comes in too late to save him.
Yeah, but it's still SSG being able to get control of the point. Backbone now on May, right? So a few different heroes. That's a huge kill, though. They get Canals, not going to have some of that big healing of the brig inside this point.
I don't think Space Station can do much about this, though. They're going to be forced away. Sauna's Blade, actually, that's a Rhine. That's a wild Rhine in the wilderness. Yeah, Sauna's Blade doesn't do much there. It comes out at the end of the fight, and Space Station can't really touch with this Rhine.
Yeah, no, not able to get back and get a touch is a lot of just changes there from SSG. No, I think the Rhine at the end is probably just maybe a little bit of mobility getting back towards the point. Would you be surprised if they ran it here, though? Not at all. Not really. I mean, this is a really good Reinhardt point.
This is the kind of map where like the sim looks pretty good as well. Paired up with the Rhine, great places to set up big car washes. Also, Orisa very reasonable. I guess if we must, we can go back to that setup. Yeah, the May here for Backbone. Feel pretty good about that. Shockwave on the Cassidy now. Sauna likely will be switching. Probably Farah as well. Still have to respect that Ashe play, though. Can play the Ganjo. That's fine, too.
the Ganjo. That's a new one.
That's an old meme. It's like Derpy Genji. Yeah, Ganjo.
Nice dynamite connection there, off the rip there from Sparker, putting some damage down on Rajaro as the VP's gotten control over this side of the map. So see how SSG pushes up into them. Oh, Maywall doesn't actually catch the Orisa.
The Backbone here, yeah, caught a little bit out in the open as Hardy sort of fell back behind him. Has to ice block there, but that's back in 6 seconds, no dramas. Rajaro can't get away! Perched up on top of the wall. Has to try and use that Fortify to back up, but yes, that's the May really showing her power here.
Yeah, it doesn't actually kind of completely ice wall off Rajaro. There's still like a little bit of a sliver of space inside that wall, but not enough for him to get away, and that's enough. I mean, that's like the power of the mate, right? Just separating one player, everybody focus firing that player regardless of who it is, resulting in a early and easy advantage for your team.
Speed here through the hyper ring now, of course, that orbital ray gets them there. Shockwave, okay, misses a couple of those shots, but the grenade on the Backbone gets the job done, and Funny Astro lets the ray himself go, but you can see that Virtus.pro, as the ones that are pushing up, make it happen. In fights when you both get orbital ray, you want to be the team with priority. You want to be the team pushing in, not trying to disengage or getting run over.
Yeah, no, just really nice shots from Shockwave as now it'll be VP getting in control again, pushing up a little bit closer here towards the SSG spawn door. Is Blizzard available? Deadeye here, just kind of probably used to zone, scare people off, so this will be the Deadeye here. Just trying to keep Rajaro alive, potentially.
Yeah, they got him out. Rajaro having to use all his cooldowns, though, doesn't have them up right now. And you'll see that's a problem here. Okay, well, free Fortify. Anybody? Backbone has a Blizzard here now. Knows that there's probably not a lot of Fortify left for Rajaro after this. So it might be an opening to make use of that ultimate now. Canale, though, has a rally. Yep, there's that Blizzard. Canale frozen stiff. Popped up there like a nice sculpture and will be brought down.
And because you end up getting them to use that rally with the Blizzard, Landon never actually feels like, and everybody gets low for VP, Landon actually never feels like he needs to actually use the rally here for SSG, so you're able to hold on to it for this blade that'll come through from Sauna, which is quite massive.
That is huge. Especially against this blade from Sauna. I don't know what you're supposed to do with this. Can you catch Funny Astro floating in the air? The healing per second is just too good from that orbital ray. Okay, yep, there's the bash. Man, Landon's so good at Brig. My God. Okay, Sparker, though, still under a decent amount of pressure. Eventually, Virtus.pro could push in onto him, but they don't flip the point here. And they're unlikely to win the fight, despite getting Funny Astro there. They're very out of position.
Yes, now just probably one more good fight here, maybe two here for VP. But man, they have nothing to work with here. I know both teams. I think this really kind of comes down to SSG getting one of these Maywalls, right? They've been so good impacting these fights. You get a nice Maywall here right off the rip. Looks like they just caught Son out.
I mean, it just disrupts Virtus.pro. Now Rajaro is quite a long way ahead of his back line. That's remediated, though, with Space Station sort of give the point up. So can Virtus.pro have a cheap team fight win here? Losing Shockwave, I don't think that's possible. We've got to go for it now. Terra Surge in, so the dash from Sauna as well, trying to follow up, but no blade to work with. Still two supports to cut through. This is ugly. Now Virtus.pro, they realize they've overextended. Now they're looking sheepish. They don't have the cooldowns to stay in this fight. Sparker has zero pressure on him. Terra Surge now will be impossible to escape for Canale, who actually gets popped up into the roof. And that will be Space Station, able to snatch away Lijiang Tower, showing us the Malgacop to start with, which was interesting and even won them the round, which to me is what is more surprising, bouncing back after a rough second.
Yeah, really interesting Maga compositions, like something we used to see, a few months ago in the mix there in round number 1. And then towards the end, they started to incorporate the Backbone May. We were talking about in the last map, joking about how those, right clicks, the alternate fires of the May, they're so good with it now. Backbone, one of the best, but making great use of those May walls, giving them a huge advantage.
May, and also obviously a Blizzard there at the start of Control Center, or, into the round that catches out the Brig. Multiple times, Rajaro is also getting picked off by those walls that you mentioned here. So there's that Malgacom. I'm still figuring out why it's supposed to be good. I think Space Station are good, and that's kind of all that matters here. You can see that VP definitely were benefited a bit more by sort of the Ana Brig Diva base meta, or they played Ana Kiriko more than anything. Here, they're still making headway into really grasping this Orisa-based setup here. And obviously with the Juno Brig looks in general. Yeah, nice bounce back. We saw that second round here. I think see Sauna have a pretty strong round. Shockwave obviously in the lineup now for this stage 4 once more is able to have a lot of impact as well. I'm telling you, man, like every time Lennon has rally, there's like a priority target that gets shield bashed. Whether it's like Sauna with the blade or someone else, he's always able to find a huge catch and pick off the back of it.
Yeah, it feels like every single time able to get immense value from not just the rally, but the stuns off of the rally, as we see here. Landon just going to get him back to the rest of the team, landing a big stun. And also with those Maywalls, right, it makes it way easier to land those dynamites. So we take a look at some of the stats here. From the first map, pretty sizable advantage in terms of the damage here for SSG, right? 4K. Only a 2K healing advantage for VP. So, SSG looked pretty calm and in control there in map number 1.
It's not the most statistically significant difference. It's basically 2 fights that determine the outcome of that map at the end of it. So pretty competitive rounds, pretty close ones. Tough one though for VP, not the star they were looking for. Of course, we've got our next map around the corner. We're going to go to a break. When we return, it'll be map 2 with SSG and VP fighting for that upper final spot. Both of these teams almost certainly have their eyes set on Ence in that upper finals game. But to get there, they're going to go through one another once more. And these two teams always seem to be on a collision course with each other. Virtus.pro and Space Station Gaming promise us, I think at least, a pretty competitive series here, if not one that is primed to go all the distance after a competitive Lee Zhang Tower, Matt.
I thought you were going to say both these teams have their eyes set on going to Stockholm, right? I know EMEA has none of the spots locked in.
I mean, that's
I think both these teams...
Probably true, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams obviously want to be there in the end as VP, they get the map selection here as it will be Suravasa. So we'll see if there's any subs for SSG. We saw a lot of KSA the other day in the matchup. It looked quite good. So I have not seen him so far today, though.
Yeah, I mean, he was worked in, I think, to play a little bit of the diva. I don't know if I saw the Arisa from KSA as well. Obviously, a big boon to this team. Also, I think, just quietly, got a few circuit points under his belt when he came into the roster, but that's neither here nor there, I'd suggest. Suravasa in the second map. We saw a competitive Lee Zhang Tower where Backbone's Mei was more than just a little bit of a nuisance. And here it's very valid. There are plenty of these points where Mei is very powerful, and it's that little element of Space Station's composition that always seems to be difficult to overcome, especially for Arisa, who does not have vertical mobility whatsoever.
I mean, the Mei is a hero that historically, right, Space Station, if they're able to fit it in, has been able to work it in and do it to a high level, you know, if not the highest level, right? So to see this roster incorporate the Mei and then try and capitalize on it, not all too surprising, as it will be Hottie staying in the game, playing the Arisa here, as it'll be a fight over the point to start things off. Yeah, Maywall comes on in, splits up players from Majaro. They just bully him out.
That line of sight maybe being broken from your backline is what hurts, but Shockwave's still able to pick Landon out of the bunch there. Just with a random grenade of all things. Hardy helping it off in fairness, and Funny Astro is still definitely primed to keep the Arisa in the fight. But it looks as if, yeah, Space Station just give up the point to start with now, and Sparker's high ground spot will of course be tested.
Man, that main wall, getting it split Rajaro off from some of the supports there, I thought for sure SSG was going to come up with a kill onto the tank of VP, but to the support, Scala and Canale doing a great job, you know, moving around that corner, keeping Rajaro alive. Certainly would have given the point to SSG if he would have fallen.
Look at how far behind Landon is in ult charge, man, on virtue of just not being a factor in that first engagement. That really hurt
right away.
All right, took a javelin to the knee, but still off to the races we go for SSG. Funny Astro eyes on Hardy now. That ice wall really just buys them the disengage and allows them to get to point, and Sauna gets caught out. That's two fights which the Mei wall I felt has been pretty significant indeed. And despite not having a rally to work with, Landon and Co able to rip the point back.
Yeah, he wouldn't necessarily even say he gets caught out, right? He just tries to step up onto the point to keep it contested, so when that Mei wall comes down, the rest of VP can kind of fly around that corner and actually get on and fight for it, but gets taken out because everybody on SSG able to turn and put focus onto the Genji at that moment, knowing that that Mei wall is still active on the other side.
Deadeye here, blocked by the wall. Mostly, they break their way through it. Landon shield those, able to take that out quite happily. Hardy, of course, has the defensive cooldowns as well. Shockwave's on a wraparound now. Sauna also behind. Both DPS for Virtus.pro have split from the main peloton of their team. And somehow Sauna's caught by that. I'm not sure where he was. He surely going to be head in hand. That was a double support ultimate advantage coming into this fight for Virtus.pro, and they've let it slip. They've got to be kicking themselves losing this flashpoint.
Yeah, I mean, one of the rare times we actually see that, right? As Hottie, Funny Astro land and just move on forward. For a second, I actually thought that Backbone kind of beeped it a little bit there because he actually uses a Mei wall to try and lock Canale in, but it actually pushes Canale up out of the terror search of Hottie, but Hottie able to connect with Sauna, who I think is on like the, maybe on the opposite side of the window, like kind of just gets yoinked up on into it. So yeah, on the ledge.
It's just little things here. Sauna, no prior opportunity to make use of the Dragon Blade, and now Canale and Gala are bereft of ultimates too. Awful fight for VP, all things considered. Well, they definitely seem to be struggling here at some crucial moments. The series will get away from them quickly if they don't shape up. Okay, Funny Astro with the orbital ray, in we go. Rajaro has to fortify to try and back away, but he will be pursued as Canale tries to flank him. Get out of there. is the plan, and they cannot. Once again, the wall shuts them down. I don't know, man. It's hard to see Mei being even optional in some of these comps. She is just so good.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the Genji we've seen actually just result in some like massive plays and wins, but the Mei just feels really safe, right? Especially for a team that knows how to play around the Mei and has a player like a Backbone, right? Who can play Mei at such an extremely high level as it'll be VP with another chance here. This is probably their best chance, right? Orbital Ray plus Blade. You also have Terror Surge, Deadeye, so just about everything for VP to work with. They'll back them up to the corner, then use that Orbital Ray.
Blizzarding the Orbital Ray location essentially nullifies that ultimate, man. Gala goes down early. Double Terror Surge here as the Blade from Sauna is once again drawn. They found Landon, and Backbone doesn't have an ice block to stave that off. Oh man, fortunate for VP. That's another element of the Mei that we sort of don't talk about, right? Shutting down the ability to move up inside that Ray.
Yeah, so I guess what if you're SSG, you look at it as we do have a pause here. You're trading basically your Terror Surge and Blizzard for Orbital Ray, Terror Surge, and Blade. So not the worst situation there for SSG, as SSG will have actually both support ults for that next fight. So I believe just one of the support ults, maybe it's the rally available there for VP coming on through. So big advantage for SSG coming back into that next fight with about 65%.
And this is honestly like a result of the snowball that we saw at the end of that first point, where there are two support ultimates there for VP. I think they end up using one of them. I don't think Gala even had the chance to Orbital Ray in that kind of case here. But yeah, we're going to see them walk back in with Bob and both support ultimates. SSG are already 63% to 29, so well and truly ahead. A one fight, it's a one fight, right? Flashpoint, yeah. And we might be 2-0 in flashpoints and you know 2-0 in the series pretty quickly here if again we don't see this VP squad shape up. The Mei's been very, very good. We talked about it. We harped on it a little bit. But those walls, even if you know they're coming, sometimes are really hard to navigate. Because Orisa will use her defensive cooldowns to get into position sometimes, which is not what you want to do, but you have to on the more open flashpoints. And once the wall comes up and you have to disengage, you're extremely susceptible.
And even maps that you wouldn't have considered the Mei would be good in the past. We've seen the Mei being used, right? We've seen it used on Gibraltar even, which is a map that you wouldn't necessarily say Mei is awesome on, right? So a lot of different maps that Mei is being used on and different types of comps really around the, you know, Orisa and potentially like Cassidy Ash, right? But a lot of the maps seem to suit pretty well
so far, right, at least the way that they've been drawn up. And this is a Virtus.pro pick here, so there's nothing that stops, you know, SSG from turning around and then finding a way to make Mei work on a map of their choosing. But even on maps that you don't think Mei looks good on, right? Like Gibraltar, we've still seen SSG bring that in, say, okay, we're going to make this happen here, really shut down Widowmaker in general and be nuisances overall. So, yeah, they're very, very well-rounded. They do have a player that's sort of, quite singularly talented at that particular hero. And remember, this is not an elimination game necessarily, but it would be VP dropping down to that lower bracket. And who have we got waiting there? We've got Piece of Cake is sitting in there, SRP check as well. So those are those two lower bracket, teams that are looking on.
There's some scary opponents down there, right? And especially with nothing locked up for sure in EMEA. I don't think anybody wants to see it in a scenario, especially these teams that expect to be there, where they end up in the loser bracket and have to make a loser bracket run to be able to secure their spot.
Back we come now. SSG at 63%, like we mentioned, having a pretty robust ultimate advantage when it comes to the supports. There's a wall that Rajaro can rotate cooldowns in and still be more aggressive, but it might be a bluff here. The Deadeye from behind, not bad. That was a shield bash from Landon. They are always so good. Shockwave needs to fall away from this. The Bob is a big problem. Rajaro again meets yet another wall that traps him in place. And this is over.
Yeah. So it's a Mei wall that comes in from Backbone, but it's also the remnants. It's like the last few moments of Landon's rally. So Rajaro gets walled off, then stunned, and then just killed instantly. I mean, there's nothing he can do in that type of situation to stay alive.
There might be a contest here in the late moments of this. Shockwave is still in spawn, so that's probably not great. Deciding whether to play Widowmaker or not. So Rajaro steps up. There should be enough time for Shockwave to get here. Spawn's not too far off. There they are in the distance at the top of the screen. Bagala gets picked up first. Sparker, look at how much space he has. Sorta on the Genji, only just now got into the back line. And they've got no supports left at all for Virtus.pro. We're looking at a 2-0 flashpoint lead for SSG.
Yeah, but even when Sonic gets on the opposite side of the May wall, it's like a stun, some damage coming down, right? You can't exactly stay there or even fight or consider fighting like the Brig. And look at this, the next flashpoint.
That's right there.
Directly behind where this one was. So SSG winning that previous fight, going to get set up perfectly here on this next flashpoint.
Okay, so you notice that SSG want to play off the point here and poke a little bit. They want to get Funny Astro farmed up. So then there won't even be a support all advantage for VP despite what we just saw from SSG. That is so devastating. They've got to go quick. That window's about to shut on them. And yeah, Garland already has ult. He doesn't need this healing. Good dynamites coming in from... Or good pressure rather coming in. Sparker obviously throwing that dynamite to get the burn on about 3 players. 75% of the way towards Bob. Another dynamite hit there. Hardy more than happy to duel. And Shockwave has got a nice little spot here to play from. Very good against the Mei. And the Ice Block will just give Shockwave a different window to play in. It's going to be Backbone eventually falling to the Javelin. Blizzard here that Hardy dances among. No one from VP inside of it now. Orbital Ray did come out. And SSG say, fine. We have 4 ultimates.
Yes, Backbone actually going to go over... Okay, for a second I thought I was going to play Tracer, but just to get a little bit of a faster look out of the spawn and then switch to the Mei where, you know, you trade Blizzard for Orbital Ray. And it would just kind of Blizzard maybe just keeping you alive, you know, preventing those players from pushing on in. So that's actually an aggressive play past the Mei wall here by the entirety of VP.
They think they had a pick on Backbone, and they might have been right. The Orbital Ray gets used by Funny Astro to keep the Mei standing. So instead it's going to be Sparker that is lost ultimately. Canale's rally though has now expired. Sorna wants to push up, and no one's really paying the Genji any attention. Literally none. Can do whatever he wants as his teammates go to work on SSG.
I mean, I like the decision to get aggressive, go fast straight away. That's actually Space Station Gaming using both support ultimates on top of each other there, right? So they layer their support ultimates.
And they still lose Sparker.
Not gonna have anything here for this fight. I think you almost have to give it up. I just don't even think you're going to get back and get near a touch. It'll be Deadeye here. So yeah, that finds land, and this flash point's going to be over.
Hoping to get an Orbital Ray there for free. I mean, Garland doesn't even build it up anyway, and the point is lost in the meantime. So 2-1 now. And we're off to our next flashpoint. But SSG is still fighting. Okay, Hyper Ring used and a Mei wall to get the pick on Canale. There might be more where that came from. Sorna will be topped up as that dynamite could have been lethal to him. Away we go to the top of the map here. It looks like Shockwave will be there first.
Yeah, they dip back into the spawn just to get that speed boost, right? So I know, you know, speed boost coming off the spawn here in Flashpoint, and yeah, like you mentioned, dude's gonna have the Blizzard available here to kind of potentially counter this Orbital Ray, right? It seems that Space Station wants to use that Mei ultimate, but then now the Bob, right? Can you find an angle for the Bob over the point? That is Landon just getting deleted. That's like you know, some damage there from the Orbital Ray that comes on down. Just, you know, the Cassidy turns the corner and few shots and you're gone. That's a fast fight win there. I mean,
and SSG were looking for a fast reset after that fight. Landon getting picked off very quickly, and they noticed, of course, that there was an Orbital Ray made use of there by Gala, so you definitely don't feel favored, especially because Backbone did not quite have Blizzard developed to counter it. And also the window was very small in which Landon was eliminated in, as often happens in these very volatile situations in that damage boost of Orbital Ray. But we're back. We're ready for more. Now there's a Blizzard that is conveniently sized when it comes to the area of this flashpoint. So Backbone here can make it basically impossible to contest with a wall one side and a Blizzard also used after that. So VP go in, they dive deep. It's going to be Sparky dealing with Sorna now as the Orbital Ray bathes SSG. That should be more than enough to be winning the fight with.
Yes, Sorna tries to go make a play with the blade after the Mei wall ice block is down, and the Orbital Ray gets dropped there by Space Station, and Sparker, it's just going to be a headshot. I mean, there's so much healing and damage provided by that Orbital Ray. It's really, as soon as Sona's like fully committed, like, and he's in, he's also committing to death, it feels like.
Still that Blizzard up. Hardy with a Terror Surge can start a fight. Very disruptive. Shockwave going to have to take a wider angle here, something that he doesn't really feel comfortable doing given Cassidy's sort of vulnerability when he's on his own. Tough to hit that Juno in the air. Strafing desperately from Funny Astro means that Shockwave cannot draw a bead on him yet. Here's that Terror Surge now. Landon holds the rally. Now pops it. Just wants to stun the Orisa apparently, but needs to whip around. About face stop that Deadeye. Shockwave will be stunned out of it though. Looks like Hardy found him with a Javelin, and here's that Orbital Ray now coming in. Backbone goes for the Blizzard. Decent timing on that, but can't survive after it. Looks like it was Ice Block first, popped out, then ulted, and he was quite vulnerable.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the Blizzard is really deterred VP all that much here with the Orbital Rate, right? They've been able to just kind of push on through and still get value out of that ultimate. As Backbone over Tracer tells you they may want to try and contest this. Nope, not able to get there and get a touch. So it'll be SSG MVP going to Flashpoint Point here in map number 2. I feel like this is such a must-win scenario for VP. Find yourself down 2-0 to SSG and have to reverse sweep. Just puts you in such a world of trouble.
VP though feel like they've solidified here, Matt. After a shaky start to Suravasa, and obviously the way that their first map went, I was a little concerned about them. Orbital Ray for Funny Astro here. Gala blown up. Rajaro did go for an Orbital Ray. A Terror Surge. Everyone has Orbital Rays. Everybody is using them.
Yeah. That'll be good, right? No, as I love how reinforced Jake the other day talking about how Orbital Ray. It's kind of like remember Reese's Ultimate Bongo, but just way better. That ultimate proved to be extremely impactful. No high win rate fights. This one even stronger. This one even stronger than that.
Let's be honest though, the real culprit was Holt. That thing was messed up. Very powerful displacement ability of the Orisa of old. Sauna with the blade, skirting by the wall, got into the back line, but whip shot away instantly. And now floats on that curved surface, so can't really get back in. And Bob is there with open arms, waiting. Already 52% on this flashpoint for SSG. VP have done so well, demonstrated great tenacity in this map to stay in it. They have at least managed to flip the point. Landon has to be careful. It felt overexposed there. But they should be able to come back in behind this Brig ultimate now, and all of VP have been funneled into the tunnel. Yeah, Wall is going to isolate Rajaro. Gala tries to get in and help him with those pulsar torpedoes. The point will be flipped behind this fight though, and now they'll be staggered out. So this is free percentage for SSG.
Bro, that May wall is so sick because it doesn't just split off Rajaro and Gala. It also kind of denies them anything they would have gotten from the Brig, as the Brig is rallying there. So Canela using rally, not able to give them anything. Is Sauna still alive here in a 2v1 scenario? Yeah, gonna have some players coming back off of spawn, so maybe you're able to fight this a little bit more competitively. Is switching to every hero to gain a little bit of extra mobility out of the spawn, as he's still coming back on that reason.
1v3 and still killed Hardy. That is impressive. Although eventually he had to give up the point. He got like 49% for Virtus.pro. Respect the Deadeye. Terror Surge almost made that very hard for Space Station to do, but an Orbital Ray right on top of Rajaro means there's not much getting out of this. The Blizzard also will confirm the kill on that Orisa, and now at 99% Space Station. Dance among the frosty fields. Suravasa is definitely going to be claimed here in this moment. Virtus.pro out of options, out of time, out of players. Nothing to work with, and they'll concede a second map to SSG.
Yeah, and in a battle that's really kind of Genji versus Mei, I think just a little bit more consistent results getting it with the Mei, where Sauna doing a really nice job on the Genji, being able, like you mentioned, being able to kind of contest there at the end, getting decent value out of the blade at time, but it's just fight and fight out. It feels like you're getting value out of these Mei walls and capitalizing on them for SSG. Like I mentioned that last one at the end, right? Splitting off the Juno and the Orisa from the Brig while the rally's going on. You're able to get all the Orisa cooldowns out, you get a kill on the Juno. I mean, just with one ability, right? Being able to split those players off, and Backbone also helps for SSG that they got one of the best Meis.
It's so hard to quantify, I think, the impact of those Mei walls up against so many of these other abilities. But I mean, we can use the eye test pretty comfortably to see just how good it is here. You create a lot of space. These flashpoints obviously aren't that large. You really don't have many options to get away from Blizzard when it comes down. And we did see a couple times, right? There was a Blizzard to answer an Orbital Ray, but it was kind of ignored. Again, most of the time, it looked like VP just pushed ahead of the Blizzard or were able to play around it. Still get some, healing off that ultimate. Maybe make use of the damage boost to kind of, roll over the top of that Mei very quickly. But Backbone, yeah, real pain. I mean, that wall on this point really felt like it sealed the deal time and time again. we saw Virtus.pro attempt to find a way around it, circumvent the wall. But again, they're not playing a diva composition. They're not playing like a Tracer, Genji, this kind of setup that can kind of ignore them. They really do need to respect it. And again, in this game, player advantage is massive. If you get the first kill, it's massive. If you can create a local player advantage by just splitting someone off, also makes a big difference. Sauna was great on the Genji. I just think like that stall, obviously, not only does he go 1v3, he goes 1v3 while Virtus.pro have control of the point, so gets almost to 50% and gets a kill on the Orisa, buys a lot of time for the reinforcements to come. I felt like there might have been something there, but geez, for a relatively close map, the stats just don't speak favorably to VP at all.
No, I mean, the stats are so heavily in favor of SSG. It's a bit surprising, especially with a game that almost goes to what, the last flash. I mean, that is the last flashpoint, right? I mean, the game that goes that long.
And it was like 150.
Feels crazy that it is that lopsided. I mean, especially looking at just how many deaths, right? I know that's just essentially fight losses for VP. I mean, that's crazy.
So now, of course, we look ahead to the rest of the pool, right? You know, push is available. That's obviously one game mode, of course. We've already had our Flashpoint games done. We've had our control games done. So both payload game modes are also available here.
So, I mean, if you wanted to just kind of say, like, I mean, you could play Gibraltar, right? Just throw the Orisas out of the mix, play some long-range hit scan, right? They probably still do play May, though. I mean, with how we've seen May being played by SSG and some other teams, potentially still see them play May there. It really kind of depends. What are you worried about here if you're VP? Like, is a Blizzard World potentially, you know, in the cards? I mean, that's one that could definitely be a little bit odd.
A really good push team in the Ramatra meta as well. Like, you could go. I feel like we're not seeing much now that Runasapi's in the pool. Esperanza is just not really the go-to for so many of these teams.
Runasapi seems to be like the overwhelming favorite, right? In terms of push maps, which makes a lot of sense because it is the newest map, right? They've obviously had time now developing push maps, an extended period of time, right? So, you know, obviously learning from some of the earlier maps that they had made. So probably everybody feels like this is the best designed map, the most even one. So not a surprise to see
it also probably plays a little bit more favorably in a metagame that doesn't feature a ton of vertical mobility from your tanks. You know, I think in the past we saw like you know, a lot of Winston play on Colosseo and even Esperanza to a degree because of those causeways that, you know, again, did also put you in positions where you, you know, would push up and play on the enemy team's high ground and basically refuse to give that up for an extended period of time. Whereas Runasapi does have some of those like high ground spots, but they're not really, they're not great. They're not large. You can't fit a whole team up there. You also don't get amazing sightlines from them. We have more of these like little alcoves and side alleys that, you know, work around this open ground that sometimes you can.
That's also scary, though, if you're going against the May, right? You know, SSG, they use the speed, they come right on top of you, they catch you with a wall in an alley, and then you're in trouble. The high ground you're talking about is great for like an Ashe or a Cassidy from that vantage point. The bad part is if you're using that high ground, they are about to get checkpoint. So that is not the spot that you exactly want to be.
Yeah, that might be by design, Matt, if I'm honest with you. Runasapi here, of course, on your screens, and much of that sort of fighting happens opposite of this water wheel. At the start of the game. I think May here is still very, very good. Obviously, she doesn't like playing against Farah Ashe compositions, but there are a lot of places, a lot of opportunities to set up those picks, to catch a tank out. And it's the same thing that VP have been, you know, running into, I think, over the entirety of Suravasa as well.
Yeah, if I'm SSG, there's no way I swap off of this May. Until they prove they can, you know, beat it in an entirety of a map, I just stay with it. And look, even if you lose this map, right, you pick something on King's Row and you just do it there, right?
Quite easily. Here we go. May out for SSG. Virtus.pro with that Genji and Cassidy setup. I don't know what you're supposed to do about this, man. I don't know if there's a hard counter to it necessarily. She's just very good. Very robust. Great defensive cooldowns. Utility that other heroes can't even come close to sort of emulating.
I think playing Farah you definitely could give it a little bit of a harder time, right? Because the, you know, it puts a little bit more pressure on your hit scan, and also the Pharah can just put out so much just overall poke damage. I'm not sure the Genji really threatens the Mei.
Stave off the Genji pretty easily, I think. Sauna, though, just probably fancies the mobility, being able to put pressure on a Brig if she doesn't have those cooldowns. Up there goes Shockwave, though. Spark is able to find a pick. Nice. So huge for the Maycom. Now things get ugly. As Rajari doesn't have anywhere to run here, and he knows it.
Yeah, kept alive for a little bit. You saw some of those missiles from the Juno flying over the top of the Mei wall, but it is just hold M1 there for Backbone on the Mei. Get a lot of damage, slow some players down, a little bit of progress there for VP, but it's going to be a lead taken by SSG right away.
Singing a song of ice and fire, but not the good kind. Frozen and burning at the same time from Ashen Mei.
It's season 8.
Exactly. Oh, that is brutal. So again, great progress already sort of made here, but things get very important now when we start to play off of this corner. Notice Spark is positioning, does not want to play the straightaway, sticking to the high ground. There's no, I mean, I guess Sauna can try and flank or maybe go over the top and dive on that, but look at that ice block immediately from Backbone. He was low. Canal's going to pop the rally. It's going to be an orbital ray in play immediately. Now we have both support ultimates out from VP. Landon studiously holding onto the rally here, looking for the right time to send it, and it might be now. Yep, Hardy was low and is going to get him back into the fight, who now will build a Terror Surge for that extra bit of fortify. The blade, though, from Sauna allows them to bring Landon down here, and in the absence of any picks from SSG, they're going to have to give this up after only 30 or so meters. But Bob's pretty good, I will admit.
Maybe not yet. It's gonna be a Bob here as they end up losing Hardy. Backbone still alive as well, so SSG doesn't exactly want to give up mid-map just yet.
Okay, Gala Canal low, Sauna even lower here, but yeah. Spark was hoping for a 1-for-1. He knew Rajaro was eventually going to run him down. Backbone and Landon are both here, so the bot might not be allowed to move too much further into SSG territory.
Yeah, I think Sauna actually gets good value out of the blade there, because if you notice, Landon actually never goes for a dash. I believe he actually probably used it to get in position to save Hardy a little bit earlier.
Sauna really wants this. He gets in, chomping at the bit to be part of the fight. Landon needs the Terror Surge. Most of that damage, he just doesn't have the mobility to get out in the absence of the shield bash. And this is where Sauna thrives. Dash through all these clumped up bodies in that side room, and now VP have the lead.
Yeah, when the Terror Surge can put down some serious AoE damage, right, then you start to get the Genji, dashing on through opponents. That's when you can start to see some really large kill contribution there from the Genji, as Sauna getting close to another blade. So building up that blade extremely fast is Sauna now.
55 plays 34 and a checkpoint to their name. SSG have a tendency of getting blown out on this map sometimes. Happened in Face It Master. It was a full cap to no progress. But that's the nature of the map for you. It happens to the best teams in any region. Okay, so we're going to try and deny the orbital ray here with a Blizzard. It works mostly. You can see Sauna can't really commit into it, but eventually that Blizzard expires. Sauna has to back up, though, and I like that. I think that's a great case study on why the Mei is effective against Juno.
Yeah, it was a nice spear as well, connecting with the Deadeye, but the fact that you can use Blizzard to kind of counter their orbital ray and now hold on to yours, right? That's kind of the massive thing. You're not just answering orbital ray versus orbital ray. Now you can actually come back. This is a huge advantage for Space Station, is they can get closer towards even this one up.
Yeah, and in reality, you looking at the ultimate setup here, as long as nothing goes wrong with a, Sauna's blade or a Terror Surge, they should be able to have a checkpoint of their own. They're going to have to fight twice for it. Here we go, pushing up. Terror Surge now going to be used. This time, Lennon has the shield bash to get him out. And also, a repair pack to keep his backline alive under scrutiny by Sauna. Rajaro did fall. Sparker traded out. I think you take those, especially with Landon's rally in play now. Backbone stunned up briefly there by Canale. He wants to come forward, and he's forced the ice block out, but Shockwave is in trouble. Barely extricates himself from that sticky situation, but Hardy comes back for a second pass and eventually brings the Cassidy down.
Yeah, and for SSG, you're going to get Sparker coming off the spawn, ends up using the Bob in the previous fight, then ends up dying, so you're going to get back your ash as you make your way around this corner, but support ultimates galore that previous fight. Nice dynamite on top of that Terror Surge.
Checkpoint getting ever closer now. Rajaro Briefly interrupted there by a Javelin. They've got to come forward and contest. They can't sit back on this high ground. They've got a Blizzard now to answer this yet again. Backbone has to ice block it pretty quickly. But who can stand within an orbital ray? Hardly anyone. Canale eventually gets there, and Backbone doesn't have the block right now. Hardy does his darndest to keep him alive with a Javelin spin. But Space Station will be stopped here.
Yeah, I mean, still, even with that Blizzard thrown in, Orbital Ray just too strong. It deters them for a brief moment, but after that, it's just the all-out push there from Virtus.pro. So, gonna get below about 4 minutes on the clock here when this next fight kicks off. There'll be SSG with an opportunity to use their Orbital Ray to come on in, but maybe you can get a pick early here. Maybe you can get Sparker to manufacture one from the high ground.
Playing this corner now. Rajaro doesn't want to overexpose himself, not with a main wall behind him especially, and SSG can't quite dig him out. He comes forward now. Orbital Raid though for Space Station against the rally of Canale. Nice dynamite. Rajaro's just, unfortunately, it's just too much damage for him to deal with. This will be a Space Station run over here with a rally for the next fight. Handy, given that Sauna's just developed a blade.
Well, the issue with SSG hasn't been winning these like early fights, right? It's like winning 2 in a row, right? That's been their kind of main issue. Very close to taking the lead. Probably just need another fight to do it. It's just been winning those back-to-back fights that they've really struggled to do.
I want to see where Sparker ends up playing here. He cannot afford to go out to that left side. Bot now wants to get moving. Can see it. Sparker has got to respect this. Is there going to be a stun? No. Sauna knows there's a rally in place, so it just goes over the top of it instead. Orbital Ray so far back for VP, but yeah, around that, they're just able to coalesce. And Sparker fell to Rajaro in the front line. And they're ready for Landon. It's really hard to see where that is a difference maker.
Yeah, it's really interesting having to take that route there with the blade there for Sauna, right? Goes up, gets coach gunned, sees the rally down below the Bob. He actually kind of like doubles back to the rest of his team into that Orbital Ray. Just takes out deals with the Bob there. Then dashes back in, see if he can get another kill when the Terror Surge from Rajaro comes out. But really interesting sequence, and that's why I talked about Space Station. You win one fight, you lose one fight. Now they come back with an advantage.
Oh, again, I've seen this before.
Probably end up winning this one. Yeah.
They can't really run Rajaro over this time. And Deadeye is going to dissuade them from coming forward at all, I'd say. So gets in the position now, lets them fan out here to this wider area. Wall means Canale can't play up alongside Rajaro right now, and Hardy looks like he wanted to come forward and catch some people in that Terror Surge. Little dangerous, but Shockwave playing close enough away from the edge that he isn't knocked over it. Backbone though, can't say the same for him. He got absolutely gooned.
Yeah, I mean, the support's doing a tremendous job there for VP, being able to keep Shockwave alive, right? Canale and Gala both playing on that outskirts area, and this is going to be even more progress for Virtus.pro. So, falling just short on Flashpoint in the final moments, looking really good here on Runasabi.
Triple digits now, rearing its head. Space Station have not been able to win more than one fight consecutively. And in fairness, Virtus.pro only had to do that once. That's where this lead has come from. Since then, it's just been pushing back to neutral. Try and take a win. Oh, nice shot from Sparker. Okay, not bad. Gala had already dispensed with that Orbital Ray, but it doesn't look like it's made much of a difference. Maybe the Blizzard again, being a good counter. 1 minute here.
Well, it's Astro having to use his Orbital Ray as well, right? So it's not exactly like Space Station gives himself an advantage here, down 40 plus meters. Especially Sauna will end up kind of getting this blade here. You see you have Terror Surge plus blade in rally. Fantastic combination for VP to work with really just one more fight for them to close this map out.
95 and counting on that Sparker Bob. Oh, gotta be careful. Luckily, he was knocked inside that room by the Javelin. Otherwise, he probably would have died there. Shield batch across for Landon. Bear in mind, he does not have that available now in case there's that Terror Surge from Rajaro. The Brig will be locked in. Look how they slowly push up behind this Deadeye. The Bob that makes it a little more complex. And here's the Terror Surge now. Landon able to stay clear of it because he knows he's close to a rally. It's all about staying alive for the Brig players right now. And a blade for Sauna. Landon has to ult now. He does get the stun, but Sauna still has some blade time to work with. And Landon ends up getting brought down. There's just not enough time for Space Station to make their way across the map. Virtus.pro able to win consecutive fights on 2 separate occasions. Space Station never able to match that feat. And that's why Runasapi ends up getting taken away from them. A bit of a bogey map, I think, for SSG. They're going to give that one up and give VP a foothold in this series.
Yeah, but I mean, look, Flashpoint, I mean, all three maps have been really close, right? It's just that SSG is clutched up in the end of our first two, so VP bounces back in a big way here on Runasapi. I think the Genji started to look much better. I think the only thing you worry about now is you're giving map picks here to SSG where they can take you exactly where they want and, you know, obviously try and keep using this comp they seem to be
Yeah, is it really
today.
a question of like where the May is best? Do you think that's going to sort of inform their decision making?
I mean, I would be surprised if it doesn't, right? I know with how much they've committed to it this far, if they're not going to commit to the May and run it here at the end, it would seem a bit odd
this
to
has
me.
to say. We're going to head over to them now as we are 2-1 in the series with SSG leading, but having just dropped that Runasapi map to let VP back into the series.
That's right. Thank you so much. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're going to guide you through what we just saw on map 3. VP keeping themselves alive in this series and is best of, or first to 3 rather. Of course, the loser is not out. They will be dropping into the lower brackets to face off against SR Peak Check. That's where they can really show that they truly know how to handle EU Overwatch. But for now, we're still in the upper bracket. Let's talk about this. We've seen a clear identity so far in this main event from SSG, and that's revolving around that May. If they slot in KSA like yesterday or today, showing more Hardy-centric compositions, the May is there, and she seems to stay.
Yeah, it's really been the go-to for SSG playing this May. I think in a lot of different regions, particularly in Korea, we've seen them flex over to Genji more. Specifically Runasapi, you know, it's a great map for the Genji to brawl in the Ray, for example, here. But when it comes to SSG, it is interesting to see them stick with the backbone May as much as they really do, considering also they have, you know, Psycho waiting in the wings if they want to bring him out. But this seems to be the strat going into the main event, and it worked flawlessly, honestly, up until here on Runasapi, which, you know, it is a really good map for Genji here, Jake. So I'm curious what you kind of think there, like, where do you kind of go here now to, like, throw maybe VP off their game? You got 2 map picks if you're SSG to really close out the series. So I'm kind of curious, like, where they go from here to maybe, like, put Sana in an uncomfortable position and maybe make more use of the main.
Yeah, I think they have a couple good options, but honestly, I mean, even they played May on Gibraltar, right? It is like wild strat playing it on Gibraltar against Twisted Minds, still feeling confident in it there. So I think there's an option for them to just, I don't know how much it matters. Like, I'm thinking about conventionally good May maps, but I'm wondering how much does SSG care about that? Yeah. I think they're wanting these sort of awkward matchups. They feel good about them and maybe puts the opponent on the back foot. I do agree, though, Runasapi is just a great Genji map, not a very good May map. I think that might be the kind of bit of daylight between these two teams. But in the end, I think this is going to be way more about execution than map pick. It's going to be all about who can force their will on the match and who can execute better in the rush. And I think SSG just are really comfortable playing around the May. Like whether it's the wall utility or stalling out long fights, you know, playing around May ults, grinding out some of these close range engagements. I think that's their style. And it's, for me, it's more about that than it's about map pick necessarily, because they kind of play the May even where it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
I mean, I was about to say, historically, SSG has been the team to just shoehorn their will onto whatever the meta might be, onto whatever the map might be. It doesn't really matter to them. They just want to play their own style, and they've done so to great success. VP, though, they're clawing themselves back into this series. What do you want to see them doing in order to deal with the May? Do you think it's the May that actually is posing the problem?
Well, it's quite clear they're not bringing out the Ilari. So, you know, my hopes are dashed. KSA is going to come in, though, for that Diva. So that is going to be interesting. See how they utilize KSA in that role. I've just found out the map pick. So I guess we can go ahead and unveil it if we would like. And try to break it down. But you're right, Jake. It's Gibraltar, indeed.
I mean, it's a weird map pick. Honestly, I don't think their strat of like holding the bunker room is good at all. I feel like it should be so punishable, but it worked. They did beat Twisted Minds with it. Is this hubris, though? If anything, to me, if they keep playing this May bunkering strat, I just don't believe in it. I think like the top teams in the world will punish you. Kind of what we saw from Ence in that last series on Gibraltar. Like,
if they make it work, though, are you going to be a convert?
I'll be a believer when they beat Ence on Gibraltar playing May. That's what it'll seem to be.
That's the line. Okay, fair. Any last thoughts for this match?
Sauna.
Maybe
time
that's
to
a good
pop off
thought.
on the
Yeah.
chaser.
All right. there you have it. Sana, pop off on the Tracer, easy as that. As he logs Genji. So yeah, that's going to be more difficult to do. Either way, Virtus.pro, of course, they have to bring this back and tie up the series. Otherwise, they will be falling down to the lower bracket. Can Space Station close it out right here on Gibraltar? Their map pick, we'll find out in just a second. Mitch, Matt, take it away.
You feel like you can kind of understand Jake's skepticism about Space Station's approach here on Gibraltar, Matt. We have to see if it's going to work on teams like Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a little bit about it even before break, right? You know, they do play the May on maps that you wouldn't historically say are great May maps, and this is definitely one of them, right? Gibraltar, they will be on attack to kick things off. VP on defense. They'll actually take a really close setup. So this is something we haven't seen teams do in a while here.
Sparker very quickly going to be moving off that Hanzo instead on the Cassidy. So Cassidy may. KSA does not want to fully commit, of course, to the setup, but God, Canale is so low. KSA almost feels like that one just offered itself up to him. And now he can get healed from a very safe location. Suffice to say, this close-up spawn hold for Virtus.pro has been mostly broken. Now with Pajaro falling, it's definitely capitulated.
Yeah, as, now you're actually getting car progress here, and you're going to get some staggers here as well. So Sparker would clean up the rest of the VP. So VP, they try that close hold. KSA just blows up Canale, right? Canale playing up there on the high ground with Shockwave, but Gala not in line of sight to give him any type of healing. And the D.Va just so good in those 1v1 brawl type of scenarios.
And of course, this is now where SSG can fall back into the server room here, try and play around some of that May utility. Sparker, though, was out in front a little bit, looking for early poke damage. It looks like he does get accosted very quickly. KSA, no chance to get back into the mech, and even use the self-destruct for the refresh, so that will hurt SSG, and that is a bit of a momentum killer.
Yeah, as Backbone has already used Ice Block, so he will fall here shortly, and yeah, that stops any of the type of progress, right, that SSG was going to make. And that's how, look, if you're the Cassidy and you don't actually hit that hinder on the Genji, and the dash comes on through, obviously with some extra team fire as well, you're going to fall rather quickly. So Sparker ends up dying at the hands of Sauna there, as high ground control wants to be fought over here by VP.
Yeah, Jake wants to see this map work against Ence. I'd settle for seeing it work against VP at this stage. But so far, it's KSA just trying to draw some players back over towards the card, and Sauna will happily oblige. Now this puts the D.Va in a bit of an odd spot, and I don't see KSA getting out of this unscathed. It's going to be a little dicey.
Yeah, well, I think what Jake is talking about as well, is we'll see it on defense, is they like to kind of hold with that May down here in the tunnel. They like to do it in the server room as well. Here on offense, you see it's just proven to be a little bit difficult getting control of some of that high ground, right? If you don't exactly have to fight over the point, you're in a good spot. Is that'll be the Terror Surge there, just yoinks everybody into this play.
Sometimes 4 ultimates is called for. Fair enough. The orbital rate for Space Station got used there. Okay. Backbone.
I mean, it's got to be a switch. I mean, there's no way you're just gonna chuck that in there, so it's got to be a switch here potentially here for Space Station is Backbone. Looks like Sim will be the answer here. So okay, so they're gonna go back to the Maga with the Sims. This is Lijiang Tower, right?
Yeah, same comp we saw there. One that should get good cardiac overdrive value and also come from odd angles, but still pretty bad against high ground control. Somehow they're spared the scrutiny, I think, from Shockwave for now, but eventually, yeah, they're going to get it. Can they hold up against this? Healing is good until that overdrive expires. Into the teleporter they try and go. KSA, he TP's back, charges in, TP's back again. I like that. Now they force Virtus.pro to fight them here on this stairwell, which might be where they're more comfortable. KSA is nigh unkillable there with that overdrive ticking. And Rajaro can't really do much to garner the attention of the Malga. Space Station now with that numbers advantage. Backbone starting to laser Rajaro down, but doesn't have much protection there. But he's getting the Juno healing from on high, and that seems to be enough. Checkpoint conceded now as the Malga cop will roll on.
I was going to say the health bars, though, for SSG were quite low for a while there. It's just VP was not able to capitalize on it. And some nifty work there with the TP from Backbone. We see when Rajaro is inside that second, he's spear spinning, displacement everywhere. It just doesn't really matter when the Mog is in there using that cardiac overdrive.
If there's any hero that benefits from gaining healing as a proportion of their damage dealt, it's probably Symmetra. When she is charged up, despite obviously being pretty vulnerable and not having, like, you know, defensive cooldowns or shields that she can throw herself, when she's at full charge, she'd be healing a huge amount, even if it's only like a percentage of the damage that she outputs. So there might be like part of the idea here is that the amount of lifesteal that she gets is just makes her really, really hard to fight against. I'm not sure, but she doesn't seem quite as vulnerable in these setups now. And this is a switch up for SSG that sees them go away from that May comp. And this sim is working just fine.
I mean, it's really been the two comps they've run the entire day, right? It's been this Maga with the sim on Lijiang Tower, and now here on Gibraltar, then also like May variations of the Orisa-based setup. So seems to be what SSG is favoring, whether they have Hottie or KSA in the game, right? It doesn't really seem to matter. At this point, I think KSA in here to play the Diva on Gibraltar, but clearly they feel confident falling back onto that Maga with him as well.
You know, KSA clearly has, you know, been practicing with them on this kind of setup here. It just obviously to us it seems odd because Malga is a comp that wants to close the gap here, and Gibraltar makes it hard for attackers to force those front and center fights against defenders until you add Symmetra into the mix, and all of a sudden you don't have a choice. You need to stand your ground against this Malga. Look, Juno's been left behind here, and Sauna knows full well where to find them.
Yeah, he's just dicing up on the high ground here, regardless of what SSG is doing up on the opposite side, right? So everybody gets split off there, not able to get with the rest of the team. Is KSA gonna actually make it out with his life here? So gonna provide some decent healing to whether it be it looks like Bunny Asher just taking it just to obviously keep him alive, but ideally would give it the land and the build up towards that rally. But a lot of ultimates here for SSG available to use, right? The sim wall probably not as powerful here. You know, it is still really impactful all the time, but we'll see. This is just going to kind of get them around that corner.
Okay, this makes it very awkward to play the high ground for VP.
Yeah.
Very nicely placed.
I mean, you actually get a lot of value out of it, just getting card progress,
Yeah,
right?
getting forward, I think of this, you still eventually have to stand and fight, but Funny Astro will allow that with the orbital ray. Rajaro drops in, tries to go for a flourish, a javelin spin, but Sparker has a beautiful off angle now, as long as he can see his target. Hitting them seems to be like less of a concern. Sauna though, yeah, he's able to avoid a couple of those shots. A headshot on the Genji there might have changed the game, but Sauna runs into Funny Astro.
Yeah. So they outlast it, but when they have orbital ray going and cardiac overdrive, everybody's at 100% HP the entire time. I mean, there's no way you can actually, like, it looks almost impossible to kill SSG. It's just, I know having that extra rally in the mix for VP on top of their own orbital ray just gives them the sustain to live on through it, but that is a nasty combination.
We knew that the real thing to enable this Space Goats composition was just the Malga to make them absolutely unkillable. Still though, it looks like it's got some very obvious weaknesses that Virtus.pro have been able to exploit. The fact that that cooldown for cardiac overdrive is only, or rather the ability only lasts for so long. where do they go, says Sauna. Quick TP down to the low ground now. There's still the issue of the card. That needs to be moved up, and that's probably why this comp is not favored here, because they can't always decide where they fight. Sauna though, having trouble finding the kill here on Backbone. Eventually Shockwave fell, so Spark is able to even up the numbers here, but is very isolated and is likely to be dragged down too.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a defensive hold here from VP, as I know some interesting comms come out from SSG, right? Early on, it was like Diva-based stuff with the May in the mix. I think the real big telling thing will be how do they go about, now they being VP, breaking the kind of bunker style that SSG is probably going to play on defense here with that May.
Yeah, I'm putting SSG on Sassy Watch after that round. The May, we sort of...
Oh, okay, you never want to be on Sussy Watch, I assume, right?
Look it up, it's a custom game mode in-game, I guarantee you.
Why do they, why does that happen?
So because, first of all, we were already quizzical about the May comps. We saw them earlier. It did work out, but against, like, arguably weaker competition, and you could see how Virtus.pro are able to sort of pick apart that setup by, I don't know, standing on a position that is higher above sea level than their opponents and exploiting that fact. And then we see the switch over to the Malga comp, which looked fairly good against even Virtus.pro on Lijiang Tower, but you don't have to play on Lijiang from these oppressive like angles trying to push the cart through the shuttle phase. So neither of those comps looked really compelling against a very standard look from VP.
Right. Yeah, so look at this. So Space Station actually, they're not going to play the May here on defense. It looks like they're actually just going to start things off with a Reaper-based setup. So,
yeah, okay.
But we haven't seen though. Like, what are your thoughts on Reaper versus Diva?
I mean, I suppose it's fine. I don't really. I feel like Backbone is hugely advantaged in that sort of matchup. Like Diva can avoid and just space out from the Reaper. Maybe SSG are just hoping that VP try and push into them. Like if the Reaper plays forward on the bridge here, or just on the other side of the doorway, like where he is right now, you can just take him by surprise and like blow up an individual hero. But when you TP across like this, you see the Reaper a mile off.
Now we'll see if they decide to play low ground here, SSG. I mean, Reaper's another tough character to kind of push on into, right? Where Backbone gets right up in Rajaro's face, puts down some damage.
Well, I think that's half the issue now. VP with an Orisa comp have to take this room. They have to push in here. So eventually they get a Wraith walk out of Backbone at least. That allows Rajaro to move up. No May, so Rajaro doesn't need to worry about getting picked on their own. So it's very slow, ponderous progress here for Virtus.pro, but they do have this room controlled. It's really pushing out into the high ground that they need to do, and hey, Orisa's cooldowns are very good for that.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing that now, right? They get the speed ring out, and then they just kind of all flood around that corner as trying to connect with a hindrance there onto Backbone. Does not connect as he's going to make his way back into the server.
Sort of, they're just not able to get to safety with the rest of Virtus.pro here. So far, not so bad for this space station setup. Again, Backbone really just sort of getting in, getting out, maybe forcing a defensive cooldown or two. Being a little bit of a nuisance. That card, though, getting it out of the underpass seems pretty scary against the Reaper, who can effortlessly drop in behind you. And Virtus.pro don't have a Tracer to, like, safely contest this. They need to have, like, some commitment to the low ground in order to make progress.
Oh, they're not actually able to keep Backbone alive. That's an orbital ray there used by both teams. But I think they're using trying to keep Backbone up. This is an opportunity here for VP. Is everybody going to be falling here for SSG?
Well, it wouldn't be an SSG VP game in the upper bracket if it didn't go to a decided map. So I'm here for that. But this Reaper setup for a space station doesn't quite get them there now. However, it's still valid on the shuttle phase too. You could drop in from so many of these different avenues. If you can force like a Fortify out of an Orisa earlier than she otherwise would like to use it, I think that's like a ton of value to be gained there. But Deadeye will clear Virtus space station away, which means they can't play up close to the Reaper or the Diva.
Yeah, Rajaro gonna have to use that's actually KSA using a self-destruct there, gets DMAC'd, but Spark able to take out two. So KSA will get back in the mech, so SSG push out into the spawn area, right? I know the ship has not made it on through, so the door's not closed just yet. As looks like it's going to be VP trying to take high ground here. Sauna just on the cart, trying to get it through this doorway. Will be able to do so.
DM there from KSA, just making sure Backbone can TP safely away. Wanted to contest the car, but it's not a safe spot to be for anyone. Landon Backstar has to rally there, maybe feels pressured too heavily by Virtus.pro. They're not disengaging away from this though, but look how split SSG are. They can't all benefit from the rally presently. KSA now can contest that card though, especially with Rajaro chucked on the high ground.
Yeah, it only felt like even Sparker benefited from the rally as you see where the team of SSG is playing, right? KSA able to go on both sides here. Hindrance as soon as Backbone gets on in. Orbital Ray as well. He's deleted.
I'm just not sold on the Reaper guy. I don't know if you can ever get me on board with that there.
Well, so we saw Reaper earlier, right? And it was pretty good when there was a Winston on the other side. I'm not exactly sold on it here.
That TP across is highly telegraphed from the Reaper. Space Station, one more chance here. Still almost 3 minutes on the clock for Virtus.pro, and Shockwave again just sets up a defensive zone here. Wants to push up now. Good damage. Backbone again can drop in from here. That's not the issue. Coming in from the top rope is definitely always Reaper's forte. Death Blossom. It's about time for that. Blade as well for Sauna coming on in. Maybe he can shut this down. Yeah, a couple deflects there. Mitigate some of that damage. But yeah, the DM. Crucial. And Sauna picked off by KSA. Just an incredible Diva player. Will force Virtus.pro to figure this out once more.
Yeah, really nice use of the defense matrix there from KSA, but to keep Backbone alive through all that, because he is obviously the focal point when he jumps down and starts to use that Death Blossom. So that defense matrix use definitely keeps Backbone alive, keeps Space Station in it now as So we're getting below 2 minutes to go. This is a bit of a junk fight, right? VP doesn't have anything to work with here.
Can I say that DM's been exhausted? Self-destruct here? Actually not bad. Oh, you get shockwave for your trouble. That's big. Now 2 minutes left in the round. Space Station able to fold back to the shuttle and keep inserting Backbone here from the side. He'll eventually pull out, but it buys more time even further. This is doable. Despite the cart being very close, this is absolutely on the table for SSG.
And even more importantly, they, KSA is able to get back in a mech, right? Uses the self-destruct in there and able to re-mech. So that is huge. Typically, we see the follow-up come through and not able to get a mech back, but KSA able to stay with the mech as see TP in there for Backbone. Wraith forms right away. Doesn't want to get hit with that hinder.
Either could be very scary. VP don't have great ways to block line of sight with shield. That's why also they're so susceptible to self-destruct. Backbone, they're going to dance amongst the Terror Surge. Brujara's going to be forced back here. Virtus.pro still want to come forward now with the orbital ray in play for Funny Astro. Gallus has expired now. It looks like Virtus.pro are running out of legs. They're trying to disengage quickly, but they won't be allowed to. Fortify already used for Rajaro, which means they can chase this to a degree. But good discipline. SSG, don't overextend.
Yeah, the advantage here, though, will be for VP with that rally, right? So Space Station, because the orbital array is putting down so much damage, they don't have like that blizzard anymore. To keep them safe, they end up popping the rally there and then following up with their orbital array to win that fight. But still, they give themselves a chance here. 30 seconds on the clock to hold VP.
In hand for Baki B. Can obviously still drop down, but doesn't want to be stunned up by Canale's rally. That would be the issue. Down to the high ground, VP trying to bully their way up here. Canale, rally, they're going to go forward now. They might have caught Land and he's very, very low, trying to get away desperately, but the Death Blossom from Backbone might have bailed them out here. Rajara's too far away from the card. It's Sauna's Blade, can it bail them out? Good 2 slashes on Funny Astro, but it's going to take more, and that's 2 kills for Backbone in this fight. The Reaper guy, once again showing us why he's one of the best characters in the game. And Sauna just has to avoid him. The Hellfire shotguns have been thrust into the spokes of the VP bicycle. And now Rajaro was going to fall here almost certainly. Funny Astro with that orbital ray. And overtime is ticking down. Space Station hold the card right here for about 3 minutes to take the series.
Yeah, we were skeptical on the Reaper, right? It didn't look that great in point number 1, but they started to get rolling control of the high ground there on the second point of Gibraltar. As it is, look, they're playing some comps that we don't see from a lot of other people. We're seeing some Mauga play here from SSG, a lot of May, Reaper setup. So it's very difficult, seems like, for other teams to play against him. But I mean, dude, when you have a player like Backbone who could play all these different characters that are such a nuisance at like a high level, you equip him to kind of play at his best in the moments like this, right? I know a fantastic series from Backbone all throughout.
Right? Venture, May, Reaper. A character that is, often like pretty cannibal, pretty susceptible to, like disengage, or you can see him coming. It's very clear when he's teleporting in your direction. He saves the day with a huge Death Blossom that cannot be saved by the rally on the side of VP. Great game, great ending, SSG. I don't know if they're off the hook though for that Gibraltar Cup. I want to hear what Jake and the crew have to say. We're going to head over to the desk and hear from them now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Jake is still not a believer, I presume.
All right, I will say I'm a believer in SSG. I think they're a very strong team.
That was
I'm
not
not
my question.
shocked that they got the win, but yeah, this strat, I'm still a little skeptical, right? Getting full held at the second point in the middle there, and that's a pretty rough spot to be in. For them to clutch up on defense is huge, but it took some clutch moments, right? If you don't find that Juno pick on the rally turn, I think you probably do lose there and we go game 5. So
that's what you gotta trust in Backbone to find the flanking Reaper picks.
Yeah, or you don't have to pick Gibraltar. Like you could do it on King's Row or something. I'd feel a lot better about it. But
I enjoyed it. They pull out the Mauga on Gibraltar attack. I'm here for it.
Don't get me wrong.
I mean,
like
they rocked up like that already. Map 1. They set the energy high, right? Mauga straight out of the gate. It's like, oh, okay, SSG, I see you.
Yeah, and it's something we actually saw Crazy Raccoon pull out in OWCS Korea.
Yeah.
Over in Asia. OWCS Asia is the Asia main event. But it was largely over in that region also as well. An Orisa kind of mirror. But then on the first point of New Junk City, Crazy Raccoon, they came out with this Symmetra and Mauga composition. And it provides you a really strong 3-second power spike, like Mitch referenced, where you get a fully charged Symmetra beaming an Orisa. You got the Mauga cardiac overdrive to provide that lifesteal as well. It's a really powerful window and can be quite powerful against this Orisa composition. It's just a bit harder to pull off on Gibraltar second compared to New Junk City first. So they are cooking with that one. But it's an interesting composition that I actually do think we'll see more of as the weekend progresses, probably just from SSG, but nevertheless, it is a look. And then the Reaper as well. I mean, they were cooking. Virtus.pro, they have to expend abilities to put some point pressure or to advance on the second point of Gibraltar. And then when, Orisa's committed a spear spin, committed a fortify, that's when you can kind of sync up with the Diva and dive. So it was decently executed, must say. They got the map win, so credit to them.
He was doing good on the Reaper, doing some work, but also had some tough fights as well. I mean, VP didn't make this easy for them. They fought back well. I think it was just a couple mistakes here and there. Punished well by SSG. But KSA comes in potentially in a tough scenario, but hey, he still looked really solid. This Reaper, this pickoff, right? I feel like genuinely, if it's anyone but the Juno, you're in big trouble this fight. Even a pick on a DPS maybe wouldn't have been enough. But Backbone finds exactly what he needs in that spot.
Yeah.
He threaded the needle, Backbone. He's through between all the
There was such a precise Reaper ult. It was just perfectly placed. The execution on him pressing the Reaper special skill was very impressive. But the Mei, to be honest, I think Backbone is one of the best Meis in the region. I think that's easy to say. And his experience on this hero, I'd say so, yeah.
I
mean, to be honest, EU probably plays more Mei than anyone else. I think if you're the best, one of the best Meis in EU, you are also one of the best in the world, to be honest.
Yeah.
But so Backbone's experience there. I mean, I don't think most teams would be forcing Mei. Most teams are not playing Mei. SSG's winning all their games with this strat. I think a lot of that comes from the confidence in the player-hero combo. There's a lot of options on Flex DPS. Genji, Pharah, Echo. We've seen Venture. You have a lot of choices as a coach, but the confidence to keep playing this Mei, even in maps that it's not super popular, is confidence in Backbone. You don't do that if you don't have a player you think can really handle potentially a tougher scenario.
And they still have Psycho on the bench as well, right? So they do have the abilities to switch it up and show more versatility. But for now, why change a working system? Now, for looking at VP's side, they're dropping down to the lower bracket. And I feel a little sorry for them because you go up against SSG, not the most conventional team, and then the next opponent you're facing is SR Peak Czech, where you know exactly, okay, this is also not going to be a meta kind of matchup that you have to face off against. So VP, they have to do a lot of prepping, a lot of extra scrimming, I guess, to get ready for their next one. For now, though, we're heading into a winner's interview, and of course, we have the man of the hour joining us for this one. It's Backbone. How are you doing, Backbone? Congratulations on the dub.
I'm doing good, thank you.
Let's obviously start off with the most obvious question here. You guys are relying heavily on the Mei. How do you feel Mei is fitting into the current meta, and why do you think we see so little of her from basically any other team?
I think the Mei is really, really good. I think also I'm not one of the best Meis, Jake, for the record. I am the best Mei.
All right.
There we go.
All right. That's what I like to hear.
That's right.
Chills.
Respect.
Chills
Aura.
right there.
Aura.
I mean, I don't know what else I can do to prove it at this point.
It's you and Kester for me.
The Mei...
Okay. He's our guest on the show.
That's why you gotta beat Ence. You gotta take Kester down. Then I'll accept it.
I think the Mei lets you lean into a different style of play than the Genji does, which I think we prefer to go for as well. I'm honestly surprised more teams aren't trying it, because I think it's pretty good. We have a really good success rate with it, I mean, as you can see.
All right, moving on to the next hero then, Gibraltar. It was really fun to see the Mauga Symmetra come out, so credit to that. But I think the big pick was the Reaper that also came out. And you obviously made it work. Sick Death Blossom to catch the Juno in there. But I guess just explain a little bit, like, what's the game plan? When you pull out the Reaper, what are you looking to achieve in the fights as Reaper? Like, who is your target? When are you looking to engage, perhaps recognizing that the Virtus.pro are playing this Orisa, Genji kind of composition? What are you looking to do in those fights? And how do you, what's your game plan like going into those individual fights on Gibraltar as Reaper?
I think Reaper is the most overtuned DPS in the game right now. I think he's ridiculously strong and would get played every map if it wasn't for, certain other heroes also being strong right now. I think he's just way too good. You can actually do anything you want on him. So some maps and matchups you can just shoot tank and be completely fine. Some others, like you just saw, I can just play to kill backline when it's on, and it's really fine. Like the hero is just so strong right now.
I'm just curious, you know, you guys, I don't know if you've mathematically secured anything yet, but I think it's fair to say that pretty much everyone thinks that you'll be one of the teams going to Stockholm, competing in front of the I guess, hometown crowd for EU at least. How are you feeling about the potential to go and play in front of fans again, to play on a LAN stage with SSG?
I'm really excited for it. The LAN's always great. Me and the fans are always great. Like, playing with a crowd is so much more enjoyable. Like when you hear the crowd react to things you're doing and stuff, it's like really, it's just fun. I think we are technically, like, mathematically in now. I think it's literally impossible we're not. But I mean, we're always going to make it anyway. We're just going to win and get in no matter what.
Yeah, either way, SSG will be there, right?
Yeah.
That's right. That's the spirit. Well, then I think that's it for us. From us, no more questions for now. I do, just for the record, I do think that you're the best May in the world.
I'm just thinking of. I remember there was a clip of you putting in work on Kevster in the May mirror, the left-right 2 taps, and I'm going to withdraw that. I'm going to withdraw it.
Let's Zoe speak. Let's Zoe talk, Jake.
We'll put him in his place. Don't worry about it, Backbone. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Backbone.
Always great to hear it from definitely the best May in the world. I don't know where this is coming from, Jake.
Dude, flashbacks to say Beolby, like I'm the best tracer in the world. I'm like,
that
whoa.
was so good.
Oh,
the quotables. Let's take a look at that bracket to see where SSG are currently at with that victory over VP. They have secured their spot in our finals in the upper bracket, but that of course also means that Virtus.pro are now dropping down into the lower bracket, where they have the utmost pleasure of facing off against another wonky team, and that is of course SRP Czech. So these are our lower bracket matchups. These are going to be fun. I'm actually really excited for both of these.
I want to see Cloudy Ryan. Like, let him cook.
Oh, he will.
Let him cook. He's in the kitchen.
It's not much cooking. It's a one ingredient kind of recipe. He's throwing that rind in there.
It's not stirring it up. Complicated.
He's stirring the pot. It might just be boiling water in there, but it's hot.
Yeah, he lets the ingredients
It's like a yummy warm miso soup, you know? Like, it doesn't have to be overcomplicated. Just
miso's actually very complex, so you clearly don't know what you're talking about.
well,
shockingly.
Okay.
Actually, really complicated.
Okay.
Okay.
Or like a good steak then? Like, I don't know.
That's right. Okay, it's like a good steak. You don't even have to marinate it. It's good meat, and that's on the other end of this break. I'm not sure if that was the perfect transition, but we're running with it anyway. Next match coming up after this. What?
Or no gold.
Don't worry about the point. Don't worry about the point. I am point I.
Genji one.
Kill Genji. Jason, I'm switching.
I have beam in 5. They have beam coming back. Beam coming back. I can beam point. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Beam. Push.
Do one.
Genji.
Top left.
Nice,
How broken is Reaper? How broken is Reaper?
Oh, insane, guys.
Welcome back, one and all, to day 2 of our OWCS Stage 4 main event. Zoe, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're about to dive into the action here in our lower bracket. It's going to be an elimination match between no other than Piece of Cake and Twisted Minds. So everything on the line for both of these teams. We've seen them both in action already here on our imaginary stage. Well, it's a real stage, but the players aren't there, so it's kind of imaginary, you know. Anyway, let's dive in. Virtual stage for them, very real for us. Perception is key. Let's talk about Piece of Cake. I mean, this is obviously one of the two rosters who has been, busting out those flyers, Naga on that Pharah, but unlike TM, they've not been as heavily relying on that Pharah. What do you think we're going to see from Piece of Cake today to deal with Lapdog's Pharah, Johnny?
I think that's the big question, right? Because yesterday we saw SSG deal with Twisted Minds in a pretty orderly fashion, pulling out KSA on the D.Va and then Backbone, having the objective pressure with the Mei, kind of holding down the front line, right? But when it comes to Piece of Cake, we've seen so many different looks from them. Tread has mainly been relying on the Orisa, apart from that D.Va we saw in Gibraltar earlier today, right? So it's a big question of are you trying to kind of counter this Pharah by playing a D.Va and then maybe Naga? We know he can play a great Mei, or are you trying to mirror the Pharah potentially? Because Naga is that player, as you can see right here, capable of playing the Pharah themselves. So a lot of options here for Piece of Cake, and I'm not quite sure which one we'll see them lean into.
Yeah, and looking at Twisted Minds, I think key fact when going up against them has to somehow, some way keep Quartz and Labda in check. If they go uncontested, Jake, it's pretty much GG for the opposition.
I think SSG showed the formula for dealing with Labda, playing the D.Va. D.Va, maybe not the most meta this patch, right, with Orisa taking the cake, but I don't think the matchup is unplayable for D.Va. And it's still a strong hero, I think, in this meta. Maybe just Orisa a little bit better, but against Pharah, the D.Va is, I think, clearly the answer to shut it down. The bigger problem, I think, is going to be Quartz, because there isn't a formula to shut down something like a hit scan. It's not so straightforward as, okay, we play D.Va, we eat the Rocket Barrage, and we kind of can accept that risk. With Quartz, the Widow, the Ashe, there's always going to be that variable potential. And so, if anything, it's going to be putting a lot of pressure on Exodial to take those duels. He did come out of the gate strong today, despite losing to Ence. I felt Piece of Cake, the individual players looked strong. They were making plays, looking aggressive. So, I like Piece of Cake in this match, but I do think if Twisted Minds do take the win, it's going to be off the back of a huge performance by Quartz.
Yeah, it's been Quartz and Lapdog who took turns, really, of dragging that team over the finish line more than once. If we're looking at predictions, I gotta be real with you here. I voted with my heart. I want Piece of Cake to come out on top of this one. I do think, however, if Quartz just gets an inch, he will take it. So this is going to be a difficult one. I think Piece of Cake will be truly tested here. Twisted Minds have all the pieces to push them to the limit, but I hope it's going to be Piece of Cake coming out on top.
Yeah, they're a fun team to root for. I think guys like Exodial, it's hard to not believe in him when he can still put up big performances against some of the best teams in the region. And so maybe Quartz will have his hands full, just taking that hit scan mirror throughout the series. I went with Piece of Cake as well, I'm pretty sure. Sorry, but I think it'll be very close.
I spoil my pick?
What do you mean?
No, sorry.
I'm just pretty sure I picked Piece of Cake. I knew.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be a very close series. I lean towards Piece of Cake because I just like some of the look from them, but I think this is anybody's game to win. This is going to be just a lot of individual mechanical performance here. And whether Piece of Cake choose to play D.Va, I think if they don't play D.Va, they could be in trouble from the far.
Yeah, I went with Piece of Cake too. As much as I respect Labdog's Pharah, it is a bit of a limiting factor when you have to play so many different modes, right? And I think Piece of Cake generally has the answer. I'm Swedish, leave me alone.
I tried to say you, but I was like, no, this was way too good. I don't even want to glance over this one. It's just too good. Let's take a look at where the community is going with this one.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm mean, yeah, as you said, this could be anyone's game. This is going to come down to just individual pop-up moments, and we know both of these teams are very capable of just that. It's going to be a close match, or so we hope, and for all the action, we bring in our very favorite Mitch and Matt once again. Yes?
I'm not bailing you out, Johnny. Sorry, man. I thought about saying something to like take the attention off, but I'm actually just gonna
bring it back. Yeah. That's nice.
German speakers.
Johnny's just defenses. He's Swedish. That's all. Every time. Oh, I'm Swedish.
The stakes are so high this match too for Piece of Cake, and
can they rise up and become the top Keck? That's what I want to know. There's a heck of a lot on the line here, though. In fairness, an elimination match here in our Stage 4 main event. Twisted Minds have obviously they've made some gambits, right? The DreamHack has come in to coach this team, and MCD has moved in to replace Vigilante at support. Someone who, Quartz has, said, in interviews that he's, feel like has fit into the team really well, but he feels like he used the terms "we're a new team," right? Because they're still, he still felt like they were integrating TVNT, and then obviously the change up in the support line maybe made Twisted Minds feel like they had to take a step back a bit. But I'm not seeing that ridiculous streakiness from them that we did in the past, which is a good sign. I think that they are very obvious in what they like to play here. But hey, we know what Twisted Minds will give you, Farah. They'll give you some hit scan, and they'll give you the business.
Yeah, I mean, we know what Twisted Mind's going to do in terms of, like, Labda obviously going to play the Far, very good at that hero. This feels like, I mean, Twisted Mind's losing here, right? This is a team that at the very beginning of the year, we were like, hey, this is a team that can beat like the SSGs and the Ences, and it can be like the top team in EMEA, and then it's just the wheels have fallen off. I mean, the wildest fact is, like, it's still, the spots for Stockholm are still open, right? Like, it's not like them fumbling it this bad has ruined their chances, right? They still obviously have a chance. This match is enormous.
Yeah, to be clear, I mean, let's not forget how this year started for Twisted Minds, right?
Yeah,
they were the team in EMEA. They generally were a force to be reckoned with, and they have had a really hard year. It's been a difficult one, and while we haven't got our top 3 solidified here, the sheer amount that Twisted Minds would have to pull off in order to make their way back into qualification status for Stockholm will be immense. I mean, we can start at winning the whole thing, and that has to happen from the lower bracket.
Yeah.
They're already finding themselves facing down a potential elimination scenario with a team that they've admitted they're still kind of getting acclimated with.
Yeah, not the time to be getting acclimated, right? Stage 4 lower bracket, like round number 2. You'd like to have everything kind of ironed out by now, but yeah, it's a team that obviously started off extremely high, and then it seems like obviously turmoil, right? Kind of set in throughout the entirety of the season. Where Piece of Cake, I really liked how they played earlier, right? So this is not a layup here for Twisted Minds at all.
No stretch, and they struggled with this team in groups, Matt. I think that's the most important part. They were able to get out, of course, Twisted Minds, but barely. They were 5 and 7 in map differential at second place. So that tells you just how hard they had to bust it to make it out. So we have Naga on that Farah. Exodial, though, crucially on the Tracer, so a little bit of a mix-up here. Again, against this Ana Brick backline that Twisted Minds obviously have shown a preference for. MCD, known for having these really nasty bio-nades and often trying to play off these really sharp angles in order to achieve them. Already Naga's within striking distance of Bliss, who needs to get a wiggle on.
Well, we also saw the other day that Quartz really wants to play the Ashe, right? Play the Cassidy some, but for Exodial, a little bit of an easier target going after the Ashe, but it's going to be Quartz opening things up with the kill onto Naga to direct from Labda, and then the follow-up from the Ashe here as he just makes his way on through. Dynamite there on a crispy, finishes him off.
If he needs to take this game over and get it done himself, he probably will do that. Quartz will also pick up Widowmaker on quite a few of these maps, right? When there's those like even longer sight lines, he's not afraid to take that pick. So far, Twisted Minds without a Juno in their composition, having no issues here. Great picks by Quartz, who's headlined this game already.
Yeah, you're like, well, how much can they just rely on courts, right? Just come up with these, picks and constantly like win them fights. I mean, it works a lot of the time. I mean, so good on the hit scan. It's now, if he has the space and Exodial doesn't put pressure on him, you're going to see that pretty often. These fights end with 2-3 picks from courts.
Lab to try to play safely here, and oh yeah, that's a sleep on. Oh, okay, great arrival there from Tread to keep Exodial alive. So I'm kind of been a little bit quicker on the follow-up to bring that Tracer down. Quartz actually ends up going down for this. Surely you have the Juno kill. TVNT, though, doesn't really want to take to the skies, even with that nano on them right now, so Bliss's rally is going to have to be enough for the backline as Twisted Minds fold back into it. Yep, there's the pick on the Brig. Not much Bliss can really do about that. Nice direct hit by Naga, but Labda did get the drop on him. It will be piece of cake. Getting some capture point control, finally.
Yeah, and all they end up having to use is the orbital right there, right? They use it inside when Twisted Minds decides to use the nano onto DVNT. They lose Exodial towards the end of this, but he'll be able to get back in the fight rather quickly on Tracer. Not all too much of a worry, but see if the players from Piece of Cake, yeah, it looks like they can all make it out here. We'll see if they can win yet another fight.
Already contesting here. Halfway there. Good buy nade there. Made a little bit hard for Piece of Cake to play in the neutral as they were attempting to. Here's the Bob to play in that corner. Very annoying spot to be in. Self-destruct here, and that's a nice stick. Yep, not much Quartz can do about that. Exodial got the better of him there, well and truly. Labda, though, late in the fight, able to start to pressure that more enclosed space in that room here. But Twisted Minds are yet to flip the point back despite having a player advantage. So this is Piece of Cake clambering back into the round, bit by bit.
Yeah, it was a rally there used by Crispy. Nice movement there. Style is able to get one kill there. It's going to be just Exodial here. Now you're going to have Naga off the spawn. Wait, they're going to flip this. So Tread comes off the spawn. Same with Naga. And Exodial still there to be able to hold it. And the last time we were on board with Naga, he just kind of like ran towards the ground with his head down. And he was going to go for a barrage there. Decided to hold it. But Exodial Tread coming back off a spawn. Massive there as Crispy just keeps it in Piece of Cake's favor long enough for them to come back in and flip it.
That's a tilter for Twisted Minds. Now they've let Piece of Cake spend 2 full fights worth and some on this point. Looks to back away now. It's Tread. Yeah, I get this. Want to go aggressive? Why not? You already have the lead, and Quartz just gets disintegrated. I think Twisted Minds are going to be frustrated about this round, Matt. They had it firmly in hand, and then a misstep allows Piece of Cake to reinforce, to take away well.
For a team that can't really afford many tilters, there's one right away from Twisted Minds. Yeah, I mean, that's a scenario where they have basically four dead. Players coming back from spawn for Piece of Cake, but that is a scenario where they should have definitely flipped that. Definitely fumbled it there.
Naga coming off the spawn with 2 quick kills, I think, is a huge turning point in that round. Twisted Minds, I mean, yeah, Quartz was able to do so much early, but notice how Tread got so aggressive in that last fight of the round, even though Piece of Cake had the point and they were ahead, because he does not want to let Ash back into the game. Doesn't want to let her take a safe angle, an off angle, any angle, acute, obtuse, none of them.
We'll see now if Twisted Minds tries to change anything up. We'd say no, that they're not, as this has kind of been what they're going to go with, as Naga actually will go to the Echo here instead of playing the Far, so a little bit more of maneuverability up in the sky, right? Duplicate we've actually seen be really strong, as an ultimate, especially with a lot of good targets, and then Echo can definitely put a lot of pressure on the Diva, right? Once Diva's armor wears off and starts to get into that range of the focusing beam, nothing that the Diva can do in that scenario. And that's a bio grenade that's landed there right at the start by MCD on a Crispy, and you finish him off, but you're going to lose both your backline.
Completely rolled over there by Piece of Cake pushing on in. The Echo here as well allows you like a rare opportunity in this meta to dupe Ana and to get a biotic grenade of your own. Sure, I can tell you she does not like taking a place full of her own medicine. So, point taken by Twisted Minds there. Naga not quite able to contest it. They were short-handed in that fight, and yeah, being on the point as Echo not really conducive to your game plan. So, it'll be Piece of Cake fighting a player down here as Twisted Minds already were able to cap.
Yeah, I think Naga thought he probably was pretty good to fight that because he was getting pocketed pretty hard there by the Juno, but then you know, obviously had other ideas and not able to be there to pocket that Echo and keep Naga alive. Because there was a few times there where it looked like Naga was going to die, but some fantastic healing by Sile.
See, Tread trying to keep Quartz honest here at the very least, but all in all, pretty nice spot to play from and a beautiful dynamite. Look at Crispy burn down. Once again, TVNT starts things off by getting in the face of that Brig, and Quartz is there with this consistent damage that Piece of Cake haven't really found a way to mitigate like they did on Well.
No, and I mean, these are fantastic spots to fight from, right? If you are Twisted Minds, right? Quartz holding down that high ground. You're going to get a D-Mech here on the Tread, and this is brutal. Obviously not going to get a mech back and have to go back to spawn. As Crispy now on the Lucio, right? So trying to provide even, obviously, a little bit of extra speed, but those boops trying to knock some of these players down from the high ground. As this has just been all-out domination from Twisted Minds on this point.
Quartz hasn't really moved from this spot. This is obviously the angle that you can get the dynamites onto the defender side of that bridge. So you want to start getting dynamite damage in as early as you possibly can. And Exodial can't do anything about it. That's probably the biggest issue. Exodial has to like TP across, like from the high ground, like blink across. That takes too long. And then if that happens, Quartz just goes to the other side with a coach gun. Just gets out of there.
Yeah.
MCD falling. So once more, Piece of Cake able to find at least some ingress towards the back line. A pulse bomb that claims the Arctic here, but they're not much closer to really capping here. Naga with a dupe of the Diva eventually will be caught.
This is an ugly round from
Very
Piece of
average.
Cake. They get a flip here.
TVNT will remech and get back to the rest of their team despite the tri-shots at long range from Naga, trying to prevent that. Here's Bob. So Quartz has been chilling on this for much of the round now. Crispy also down first. They've gone over to a Lucio Juno setup here. But that bomb is going to be extremely hard to shift. And orbital ray is not exactly where it needs to be for Piece of Cake. And the open is Exodial here. TVNT ignores them, sees that Naga is a pretty tempting morsel. And this Diva play has been very, very good. Just doing what has to be done, but mostly pressuring Brig and that Echo, those more vulnerable targets down.
Yeah, as you still have a few players left here for Piece of Cake, but seems like they'll get cleaned up as you do get Tread here demeched. Looks like Exodial coming off a spawn here as well, but not going to be able to get a touch as that is as good of a round as you can get there for Twisted Minds. Felt like everybody was set up in such a great position to succeed, right? Especially starting with like TVNT and Quartz up on the high ground.
Now, Twisted Minds, obviously, despite having a really rocky group stage, I think Quartz said to Commander X that he thinks they have an 80% chance of making it to Stockholm. That is a lot of confidence to have after like the way that this year has gone. Oh, Zodial, that is in the final second. Follows it up with a pulse. So obviously, he definitely felt like they had made great strides in between those group stages and now. And they tend to come alive in these really important games as well. They tend to, when they had to fight to get out of the group, they, slapped NMA 3-0 after really struggling against them in the past. So, like, I will put some stock in that. We're going to have a Widow battle here. Exodial wants to take Quartz on in the head-to-head.
Oh, puts a shot in the lab there. Almost kills him. Down the just a sliver of HP right off the rip, but this should be a fantastic Widow duel between these two as Zodial takes a shot there from Quartz right off the rip.
Quartz there as well is happy to play towards that lower ground, dealt with Sile. Isn't really sure where Exodial is right now because they were hiding away. Oh, he would have just gotten a glimpse. Does hear the shot go over his right ear. Exodial has not been able to do too much here. Now these Widows in these comps, they ask her a lot because outside of the Widowmaker for Piece of Cake here, you only had a Mei. Naga now switching, I think, realizing that maybe a bit of extra pressure on Quartz could go a long way.
Yeah, not even just pressure on Quartz, right? Even just getting some pressure on the lab to make sure he can't get like an aggressive position and make a play for your Widow.
Bad for Widow, Matt. TVNT playing up here. Exodial has virtually no sightline to play from now. He can't play on top of the little temple here because he can get javelined pretty close up by TVNT. Now, finally, that area's been vacated by the Orisa. Exodial can resume the search for Quartz, who's been MIA for the last 30 seconds or so. 40% and counting for Twisted Minds. Piece of Cake need to put it together. I didn't love what I saw from them on Lighthouse in that second part of the round. They looked basically in disarray for the entirety of it.
Yeah, he knows where Quartz is now. Was a jump shot there. Exodial Lucky for him, it was just a shot to the body as Quartz wants to hold this position because he can just look over the point. As it's going to be Tread getting up here to the high ground, trying to put pressure on that Widow to be in for sight, and Tread is dangerously low.
You need to be able to get the Widow here. I'm sorry. That is brutal. Great response here for Twisted Minds. Tread essentially on a solo mission by necessity because Naga is probably trying to contest the point or deal with the pressure that's going Exodial's way. So Quartz really the most privileged player on the map.
Tread's going to go to the reset. I mean, the fact that you actually didn't get the Widow there is crazy to me. But Tread going over to the Orisa, just trying to break out of the choke. It's going to be in for sight here.
Oh, I mean,
from Exodial. I mean, this is
a tough job.
What are the odds of winning that fight?
Too many Widow headshot lobbies. That's what players will do, like vertically sort of grapple and try and get the kill on you. But it's such a low percentage option for you. And yeah, Twisted Minds flip the point back now. Piece of Cake going to come back in with the Diva here. They have an orbital array. That's something. I don't know if the Tracer or the Widow going to... Well, okay, it just looks nice, really. It's on the point. It's, you know, a good ambience here. I like that. Naga hit, good stick, though. Yeah, somehow MCD's able to get away from that and actually turn that around into a kill. That 1-for-1 is big. The implications of that one are going to ripple through the rest of this fight now. As Exodial, while they have a decent sideline, don't have many targets to shoot at.
No, as you'll actually have Twisted Minds just back up off of that kill trade, right? So it's gonna buy piece of cake, a little bit of peace of mind here, but just a little bit as Exodial turns corner. Nice shot there. So things with these Widows can definitely turn rather quickly as Piece of Cake is going to get up above about 50%.
Shades of that first round of Ilios where Twisted Mind get up to a nice early lead and then let it fall apart. 99 couldn't be closer to a map win here, but Piece of Cake have been allowed to climb back into the driver's seat.
I see a sniper.
Labda here has to be careful now that Exodial was able to move up. There are way many angles that Widow can kill you from. And they're moving between them.
So we'll see now. Exodial can get another pick off, Mitch. This starts to get scary.
That's not supposed to happen.
Naga dying at the hands of Quartz. That is brutal.
Not supposed to happen at all, man. I'm not sure how you catch a Tracer there. Now Quartz can emerge a little more. Infrasight here is helpful, but Exodial has one. The mirror, it doesn't matter because Labs is already all over them like moss on a rock. And Sile is picked off now by the Widow. Piece of Cake looking fine until they overextend. They flew too close to the red dot laser of the Widowmaker. And that was Naga going down that precipitated this entire catastrophic collapse. Tread was able to find TVNT with a self-destruct there, which is a nice little value add. I'm not going to lie to you. Labdalo is still that large, and now Piece of Cake have to fight on the point, which means they're in the sightlines of the Widow. Exodial coming back now, but the rally here means that Tread will be staved off with limited effort. Exodial tries a nice little grapple shot up, but Bliss gets there. Quartz already had that finishing body shot. Orbital Raid that again, really just for cosmetic value. Piece of Cake concede this first map.
Yeah, and look, we do go to the final point, and it's really the last two that are, pretty heavily favored, I would say, in terms of Twisted Minds. The first point as well, there was also that fight that, like, Twisted Minds ended up blowing, what, like 5v2, right? That they end up just kind of, like, letting them come back. So, you kind of look at it in totality, and it's actually a really good start for Twisted Minds, although we do go to a third round there on Ilios. So pretty good start for TM, even with Piece of Cake knowing exactly what they want to run. Still,
Trade is put in a position where he has to play Diva to try and mitigate the impact of the Pharah, but he's also trying to dive on a Widowmaker. Any helpers?
Yeah.
None. I guess they're relying on Exodial to win the Widow duel, but there needs to be a plan B if that doesn't happen, or if Quartz is playing out of the sidelines of his opposite number. Do you have another dive DPS? Tracer cannot access the Widow on so much of Ilios Ruins. She just cannot get there. She has to try and find a way to climb up the masonry to TP across from another platform. Maybe you feel like you're better off playing Genji there, but Naga, great Genji player, for whatever reason, did not feel like that was the option there.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Rocket Barrage, a later part of the fight that I was talking about where, huge advantage for Twisted Minds, but not able to flip it back in their favor. And I know this is probably the best that Piece of Cake looked in that round one.
Yeah, look when they were starting the fights, where Tread was pushing into the sidelines of Quartz, who on that Ashe, whenever he was given that kind of freedom, I don't know who said it coming in. Might have been Zoe saying if you do give Quartz an inch, he'll take a mile. And creating that space of him is so much a part of the manifesto for TVNT that Tread has to be, constantly aware of that. But then you have to deal with the Pharah. Lab just such a pain. If you're busy worrying about an Ashe or a Widow, you're going to be taking rockets. The rest of your team's going to be taking huge amounts of damage from that one here. So a stat line that pretty effectively encompasses this game, especially with a 10k damage difference. That is statistically significant.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, right? And I mean, a lot of that is that Pharah damage, right? I know the healing done, we talk about a lot, how much healing that Juno can provide, right? Whether it be with Orbital Ray or just in general. So you're going to probably, be on the lighter end in terms of healing there for Twisted Minds. But as long as Lab keeps connecting with those rockets, you're okay with that.
Great start here for Twisted Minds. Definitely feeling good starting the series from the driver's seat now. Of course, looking further ahead in this lower bracket, seeing teams like also Virtus.pro primed to try and make their way through. They probably feel like they're very pleased to get this matchup in this lower bracket elimination game. But again, they've got to ask themselves who they will be sort of facing down in the next series. They probably have an inkling. Here we go. We've got control out of the way now, so Hybrid, Flash, and Push and Escort are available here.
Yeah, and with Piece of Cake obviously having the selection here, how do you want to play this? I don't think there's like a map set. You're like, oh yeah, don't play Widow there. Don't play Pharah there. If anything, probably like a Junkertown, right? But a lot of the other maps pretty decent for Pharah right now.
Junkertown against Courts, I'd be surprised. Can you?
You would think so. Not. But... Okay, so this one I would say is also like not really awesome.
It's the Exodial
right?
Venture.
So maybe this.
I'm feeling it.
Yeah, potentially, right? I'm just more interested in what we see from Twisted Minds. They're like all in on this type of playstyle.
Great question. Is this enough to encourage Lab to move to a different hero? I'm going to say.
Yeah. What will be enough?
I don't know. Magnitude 10 earthquake? I'm not sure. We'll see. Pharah locked in here. Exodia looked incredible, I think, for Piece of Cake in their previous game. Just a real nuisance on the Venture, especially, on that Lijiang Tower map when they were constantly sort of wrapping behind, putting pressure on Kai, for example. That looks quite good for them. What do they go for here? Surely not the Rhine. Okay. Labda, don't be fooled. If they wanted to play a Symmetra, probably Yubi in the server here. So quick TP out for everyone, and then a Pharah to join them. And I guess it's fine. I mean, on most of the flashpoints here, Pharah seems quite acceptable.
There is there is like a ton of space in terms of vertical space, right? It's not like a lot of them. I mean, there are some that are like in close quarters, right?
But can you play Brigana here? You can't, right?
Yeah, I don't. But I mean, I guess you just play with a Juno.
Lucio switched to Brig. Okay, play Juno. Yep.
Juno Brig. Yeah,
that's fine. I mean, it does mean that the healing onto Pharah is less consistent than if you had, of course, the Ana, but repair packs on Pharah it's just kind of like the main target for most of those anyway. Piece of Cake again, showing us this Lucio and Juno setup and getting absolutely flattened in the neutral. My word.
Yeah, I mean, Juno healing's pretty good though for the Pharah.
It's just the pull-off distance is the only issue.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I don't know. What do you think about the Lucio here with the Juno, right? So Naga comes out on May, I believe, out the start. Now switching over to Genji. So even more of an all-out approach. I think this is probably better than having the May in the mix, especially if this is kind of what you're going to go for. I'm not sold on the Lucio.
I mean, I know that Brig is awful here. You know that Labda's never going to switch off the Pharah. So it doesn't feel great, but you need those repair packs for your two flanking DPS, man. And the rally is just busted for interrupting a lot of these, key team fight moments with a stun. Well, Zodiel tries to go over the top there. Quartz, though, looks like an orca flying through the air. He just nails him. And yeah, Crispy's trying to contest here. This might be a bit of a comp mismatch here for Piece of Cake.
Yeah, I mean, it seems so, but if you're Piece of Cake, what do you even go to, right? We just saw you lose map number 1, trying to play something that kind of counters this. You're trying to pick this map because you think it's a completely different playstyle. It's going to be a complete swap. And Twisted Minds just doesn't care, right? They just continue to play the Pharah.
Who attacks the Pharah on Piece of Cake's roster, really?
Nobody. But they have twice the speed to be able to close the gap.
This isn't Lightning McQueen at the Piston Cup. I mean, this is Overwatch.
So if I go faster, right?
I am speed.
Cars, so
okay. I'm great that they have a lot of speed. I think that's very important. It means that you hit the
well, now they have less speed because Crispy's decided to change.
Thank you, Crispy, for your service. Okay, so yeah, those repair packs for Naga I think are going to go a long way. Should help Naga do a little bit more of what he's directed to do, which is get into that backline, disrupt, pull people out of position. But again, the poke damage for Twisted Minds is so good, and that is exactly what their comp is designed for. Ash Farah, very, very hard without a shield tank or approach without taking a bunch of damage.
Bro. And you're making so many changes here for Piece of Cake. I mean, you really haven't been able. I mean, look at you're going to have this rally here for Bliss. You have everything here available just about for Twisted Minds, and Piece of Cake. I mean, you've been just making so many changes in a lot of different roles. You haven't really been able to build up to anything.
They are so far behind in those metrics. Look at the rally difference for Bliss. Of course, Crispy switched late, so that's a big reason for that. Terra Surge for Tread. Everybody disperses away from that one, but it's Naga's Blade that finds first purchase. So I'll trade it out, though. So it's just Brig for Piece of Cake. Lambda eventually falls. That's Exodial, of course, by necessity switching over to a hit scan element in order to be able to interact with Farah whatsoever. Nice Genji moments here from Naga, one of the best in the region.
Yeah, no, the biggest kill there is the first one, actually. It's getting rid of Bliss when the rally is about to go on. So they don't have the rally throughout that fight. Would have had that big advantage we were talking about. That's a huge fight win because that takes both support ultimates off the table for Twisted Minds. Now puts them in play here for Piece of Cake. Easily could find themselves taking the lead.
TVNT wants to push in here. He's been allowed to. All of Twisted Minds now look to set up, which means that Lambda can start to circle around or just take a safer backseat to sit. Never mind. You got hit by a javelin. It's not going anywhere.
Yes. 6 setup. And then,
a little safe little backseat. Yeah, I didn't have an airbag. Sorry, bro. Brutal.
Something tells me Bliss is going to die here potentially.
Right. Big heals, big
healing. Heal him up. Okay, so.
See those heals? That's what I'm talking about. Lucio could never. Crispy, you're on notice.
Especially at that range, Lucio no way.
All right, this flashpoint's been tied up here, folks. Piece of Cake going to be taking this one away.
Yeah,
2 consecutive fights will get you there. Bomb Flance now will even the game up. We're off to the next one with Twisted Minds. Nothing but a barrage to their name. I have to respect this Deadeye rally offering from Piece of Cake.
So will be Twisted Minds. So this is one of the points I was actually kind of like worried about how you play the Farah. It doesn't seem like I'll have them go too worried. It seems like just whenever they come through these chokes, he's going to start just spamming it down. It's going to be a Deadeye opening up here for Exodial. He gets conked, but not speared. Oh, as I say that, there's the spear.
Immediately. I mean, the Deadeye I don't think would have found anything. Twisted Minds had a full disengage away from that. So now Exodial just reassumes that high ground position, but in the meantime, Naga has already been shot to pieces by Quartz, who has a Deadeye of his own. Let's see how this plays out. Oh, Spear? That's crazy. Never would have seen that coming. Interrupted once more. It's going to be Tread falling, though, bowled over by the sheer weight of rockets. And so it'll be Twisted Minds who start with priority here.
Yeah, and I think Quartz switching over to Cassidy, right? It was clear that Piece of Cake wanted to be really aggressive in terms of how they were playing against this. Now with the Cassidy in the mix, it's definitely it gives a little bit more pause to like Naga and Tread just kind of coming on in, right? Because Cassidy in that medium range, obviously really sturdy and able to make those flankers live, especially the Genji.
It's quite an NA comp actually for these kind of maps with their setup, like the Cassidy Genji. Not seeing everyone go for that. But when you got Naga that can do this kind of stuff, you probably want to bring him in. Ideally, you want him to find more than one kill in the fight, but that's the Quartz effect. Twisted Minds here again with a stagger like this. This might just decide the flashpoint now. Hang on, we're Crispy. Oh, you still have the Arista kill though.
Yeah, I mean, but can you get back with the rest of the team, right? So you do have Sile here. Looks like you're going to get a little bit of speed here around that corner. You might be able to flip off this.
TVNT probably won't give it up because the Juno's here. Anyone else that maybe... Okay, so he does in fact do that. They still want to play that high ground if they can. Yeah. I guess be sat there contesting when the enemy team does have Cassidy. Agate your far is a bit uncomfortable. Ding.
Now you'll be able to, we're going to have the double Deadeye set up yet again. So there's the spear already gone. So maybe you can actually get something out of this Deadeye from Quartz.
Yeah, I think they saw that one coming. Light flash before their eyes type beat. was a, of course, Sile with an orbital ray. Bliss's rally was enough to get Twisted Minds the result they wanted. So, okay, this should be converted into a flashpoint pretty easily. This Exodio can go a sicko mode from this high ground. It's asking way too much in the game of Overwatch.
Yeah.
Think.
Yep, just a few headshots there from Quartz, puts a few people away, and that'll be the flashpoint there for Twisted Minds. So just one away from going up 2-0 in the series rather quickly. So let's see, for Piece of Cake, you're gonna have this rally. I mean, Crispy's going crazy the last few fights. This point actually should be pretty good for the FAR, right? You talk about pretty wide open. This one of the most here on
It's
this
also
map.
like the walls and barriers around the point are actually kind of high, right? The stacks of refuse. So
yeah,
like having open spaces is not so much of an issue if FAR does have like a way to get close enough to be effective with rockets, while also just like, you know, ducking in and out from behind some of these walls. So you also like her here as well because of that splash damage. Naga has angered the locals. Very quickly, Bliss is just trying to get out of my face, get out of here, trying to swat him. Good little angle there, nice little shuriken connection, but against MCD's orbital ray here, Crispy's shield crumbles to dust, eventually brought down. Naga gets there though, barrage for Lambda, finding two. And even with a top-tier Genji player, it's going to be very, very hard to really test what Twisted Minds have on display here.
Yeah, because every time the Naga gets close to Quartz, it feels like the hindrance always coming on in, and Quartz rarely misses in these types of scenarios. Even if he does, a lot of the time they have a rally when that blade kind of comes on through. So, man, you're going to get up to like 60% here for Twisted Minds. This might be Piece of Cake's best attempt.
Their last best chance without support ultimates even. Bliss, can they build a rally? I think it's actually very hard to build a rally without being able to slap someone around the face with a mace, but Nago actually obliges. How kind! Quartz down to Exodial though during Deadeye. The damage reduction, that's no mean feat. Naga's blade, yep, is exactly what it needs to be in this moment. Piece of Cake get back in, but yeah, Twisted Minds get to 85-6. Brutal.
Yeah, no, because they end up losing Quartz, they end up holding on to the rally, right? They don't decide to end up investing in the rally there in that fight. This Twisted Minds, so you still have this rally for if they have Ray coming off this next fight as Lambda just flying high. You're just trying to find where some of these players are. Seems like they're, I think they're worried that maybe kind of going on a little bit of a flank, but everybody's sitting back on the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, Naga obviously will operate from the middle of the map and try and poke that far down. You kind of have to, even if you don't feel like any of your shurikens are ever going to hit. You need to mark that player. So, yeah, look, we have Exodial able to play from the high ground with a Deadeye. Both support ultimates coming out for Twisted Minds now, though. They just can't lose anyone to this. That would actually be the flashpoint if anyone dies to Deadeye right now. Okay, so they get past that first hurdle.
What Twisted Minds is also deciding to do here is actually trying to, they were building up towards this Ray the entire time. So they have Ray plus rally here.
They did a really complicated thing where they hover their finger over the Q key and then just punch it downward. Whether it's the use of gravity or your own like muscles actuating, either way, they've just pressed it so well. They've just nailed that. They're able to flip the point back in their favor. We love good Overwatch. Press Q to win. As Piece of Cake, we're getting pretty close there, but now you aren't going to have a chance to touch. It will be New Junk City going over to Twisted Minds.
Yes, another map win there for TM sends them to match point, where even trying to pick a map that, I mean, look, we know what Twisted Mind's going to do at this point. Piece of Cake knows what they're going to do. They take them to a map that maybe they feel like they can take advantage of it, and it does not work. Twisted Mind's really in control for a lot of it. I would say that Piece of Cake is in a lot of trouble.
I mean, these teams play like pretty slowly. We know Twisted Minds like to do that because they have a poke comp that wants to drag the fight out until they find a pick or anything to go in with, or they have like a distinct ult advantage. You rarely see them going like over aggressive sort of early in the round. We kind of saw that from Piece of Cake on Ilios. They tried to get into Quartz's face on the Ash, but that's by the by. So, you know, it takes a little while for these things to develop. It also means once Twisted Minds have control of the point, it often turns not from 50% on Flashpoint, but into like an 80% affair, because they get so much poke damage early that sometimes there has to be a premature disengagement from their opponents, or it just takes them ages to get to the point with full health, ready to fight.
Yeah, it feels like as soon as TM gets control, right? It's like, you know, 50-60% instantly in terms of how they're trying to play, where For Piece of Cake, I think they've definitely had a lot of trouble putting pressure onto this Pharah, and there's nothing else you could really do, right? Whether it's because the Pharah's putting down damage, you focus on the Pharah. I mean, look at this, TVT gonna get up in your face. Quartz, we know how good he is, right? So it's not like you can just focus the entire team on it. But it is just not looking good thus far.
No, I mean, and this is not the piece of cake that we saw in the groups, or more importantly, not the Twisted Minds I think that we saw throughout that group stage. And they've been pretty, they've been pretty honest and talked at length about saying, yeah, we were still developing as a team. We were still getting MCD acclimated. We were still getting TVNT, up to speed, especially on, moving now over to the Orisa play as someone we knew that was more of a, diva aficionado in the past. Here again, I mean, I really think this speaks for itself. Great showing from Twisted Minds here, and another dominant victory. Heading into our third map here, this really starts to stretch things thin for Piece of Cake. Where now can they take the game to gain an edge against this Twisted Minds team? Don't go to Gibraltar. Don't be tempted.
No,
don't be tempted.
With things leading us would say like Kings Row or Runasapi, right? I know the EMEA staples. That would speak of one of those. I don't know what you could do in Escort. I mean,
Gibraltar.
Rialto, Junkertown, Gibraltar, all pretty good.
Don't go there. I think that would be pretty difficult. Here's your map pool available here. So in hybrid, of course, we still have.
Where would you go? I know you always ask me where I would go.
If I was Piece of Cake? Well, okay,
Yeah.
so think of a map where the poke composition's a little bit weaker. I think you don't want to let Lab to play corners, so you don't go to Runasapi. You definitely forget about Esperanza and New Queen Street. I think we've seen any NQS games so far.
I think Midtown would be pretty bad as well.
Yes, that would be a problem. You could play Kings Row, but I think Far is still a real nuisance there. I don't think teams with these Orisa comps feel comfortable playing Blizzard World because it normally requires you to play a Tracer in that setup because you need good flank pressure through that second phase of the map. It's just a terrible map for Orisa comps if you are going to dare to play them. I mean, honestly, I'm saying don't go to Gibraltar, but that might actually be the best opportunity because it's one of the harder maps to play the Far on. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Or it might have been that you saw it on the screen in the studio.
I was saying don't go there.
That might be.
Yeah, think about it. All right, so what does Farah do here defensively at Gibraltar? Right? It is like a pretty rough map for her. All the other ones, like you can let Lab to play those corners and just sort of really be a nuisance here. So they have that screen turned off, by the way, man.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what everybody would say when everybody else doesn't have access to looking at that.
I mean, you could have come down to the studio anytime, Matt. Could have done it at any point this year,
you fly me out, I'll be there.
Anyway, you're the one who moved to New York, bro. I want to hear from you.
Yeah, I got a home studio. I'm nice and cozy over here.
You pieced out, man. I don't know what to tell you. So it is going to be Gibraltar in the end. Can we do this? Can we do the Lab to Farah thing? Probably still, right?
They're gonna. I mean, you may not be able to, right? Because you're gonna play some long range hit scan. You'd imagine. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't bothered him all series, right? I think he just could probably play in a different type of position. I mean, I don't think they're gonna switch off of it. I mean, unless they're absolutely getting bullied on it, then I think they will. But I don't imagine them to kind of concede on this. I mean, they've been so good on it.
What are we playing? Genji Widow? Genji Ash for Piece of Cake? Get, Naga on like a flanking...
I thought it would be like, Genji Widow, right? That's what I think. Put Exodio on the Widow. Ooh, Hemta coming out here on the Tracer here, so...
Yeah, they can't... I think Farah is very difficult to play properly here. What is happening? Okay, are we all Maypeel on this map now? Surely not. Okay,
here we go.
I want to.
This is what we thought. They did a little spawn trolling here on the defensive side of things. They say, screw it. We're just gonna go for it.
So in theory, right, your Farah can play close on this corner. Doesn't have to swing wide at all. Can still get decent damage. You don't have anything that pressures the enemy hit scan directly outside of your own Widow. So that can be a little bit difficult here. It is Tracer May for Piece of Cake, and they might have had a catch here. TVNT under some pressure, but the Bionade wasn't even enough to bail them out. Bliss is taken down.
Yeah, it's Bliss ends up getting caught there by that Maywall, completely caught off guard. The speed there from Piece of Cake, really nice getting around that corner. So now even some nice long-range shots here from Naga.
All right, we're doing it the SSG way, apparently, mostly at least. Quartz, yeah, takes another icicle from the May, has to back out because obviously Ana doesn't have the mobility to come to you. You need to go to her. This is dangerous though. A lot of D.Va DMs in the way, making it difficult for Quartz to do his job. Oh, would have loved a bit earlier to be ready for that shot on Sale. And there goes the Farah. So now Twisted Mind's only working with that Widowmaker. And Dread wants to push up here. Big ice wall as well to keep Twisted Minds out of the fight properly.
I mean, there's a lot of access to high ground, right? Being able to put pressure on that far. You see Exodial getting in there with Tread. Tread makes it up to the high ground, takes out Quartz here.
Is that worth it?
So, TVNT does not have a mech. They're going to get a nano here onto the far here, trying to go for
as well.
it.
That's frustrating. Looking at the Juno only right now, Sila's able to strafe a lot of those shots here. Lapta has to go into that Blizzard just as it expires, so he won't be affected by it. TVNT still in spawn right now, but Lapta keeps it going for the time being. Bliss is down to a pulse bomb. Lapta has to respect this to some degree. Quickly gets out of LOS and back onto the card here. 3v2 favors Twisted Minds.
Yes, Naga's going to switch over to the Genji here to come back, and Quartz already over to Tracer. So a lot of swaps here early on here as Quartz knows the Genji lurking in the server room here.
Genji Tracer.
A cart so close to going in as well.
Yeah, it's less than a meter away, I think. 0.9. Labdo might be in trouble there. I think we saw a lot of DM used by TVNT to keep him up. Bliss with the rally as they're being harassed from behind right now. Okay, rally doesn't affect them when Naga just chops through them. Fair enough. Quartz able to find two though. Pulse on Sile. Both backliners down here. God, TVNT so badly had to get in mech there. Then they could have had a chance, but now getting picked up by the Bunny Blaster of Tread. Piece of Cake get through that first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you get back in the mech, you got a shot there. As Quartz will go over to Cassidy now with a double flankers coming in here from Piece of Cake. So he will still play the Farah here, getting on top of the ship. Should be a better position to play from if you're Lambda and Twisted Minds, as they are all in on this comp. I mean, they do not even want to try and play anything else.
So odd. I mean, Cassidy is fine if you have that shuttle control, for as long as you have said shuttle control. Beautiful. Yeah, Naga caught with his back turned, and in the last stages of deflect, this should be a double for Quartz. That damage on Sile probably enough for now. TVNT hoping to find them here. Instead, it was Exodial forced to try and blink away. Quartz was able to follow up. And with this comp, Twisted Minds now can start to really stake their claim to this shuttle.
Yeah, I know, you know, even now, right, being able to get control of this is going to make it a little bit easier, right, for Labda to play this type of style, as Trey will have to go back to the spawn, switch heroes, get a new mech back. So because you have control over this high ground now, right, you're not playing out in the open. It's not like Piece of Cake playing on the shuttle, just moving the cart. This allows Labda to just spam these chokes, right, force them to use that defense matrix, kind of get in from this one singular choke.
TVNT gets through. Tread actually has to turn tail and deal with that, but that might have all been a ruse. Yep, it was enough to pull Piece of Cake out of that sort of poised position they were in to try and get off the starter's block. That's Tread's dilemma. Has to worry a lot about it going forward and starting things up and also responding to what TVNT does. Tracy gets through. Exodial now has a chance to flank in a few moments. We see the rest of Piece of Cake set up here.
The Tracer's just trying to move the cart forward a little bit, right? And trying to get it like deeper under the bridge, forcing Twisted Minds to make a move here.
This is taking some time now. We've already lost 2 minutes on Piece of Cake's time bank. Maybe building a blade.
I mean, walking out of this room for Piece of Cake sucks. I mean, you just body block. This is the D.Va. You have the barrage that can come from above. I mean, this is quite brutal. It'll be an orbital ray here, just trying to get them out. Everybody runs away here for
such an awful comp to make use of that orbital ray, Matt. It is horrendous for that. They're so split. Double flanking DPS and D.Va. Exodial's pulse bomb foray is unsuccessful too, and TVNT adds injury to insult. Good deflect to sleep. That's all he's going to get though.
Yeah, I mean, it's what the nano used there. So you had the nano, the far. So I guess you get the nano out, but you're still going to have to go up against this rally, right?
Yeah, that's really it though. Twisted Minds were holding on 5 ultimates at the start of that fight. Piece of cake, the longer they took, and this is what this poke comp does. I mean, it wasn't even poke really, it was like TVNT running at Tread, who then turned around and said, okay, we're not engaging, we're going to pay this D.Va our attention, and then TVNT just leaves.
What do you think about the next move, going over to a Mei here? So they're going to get a wall here to split some players off, but that's a nice conk. It actually knocks players
That's a reset, and now TVNT's like, oh, what a tasty morsel. I think I'll have that. Yeah, I mean, the Mei wall is literally to try and stop this poke, to break up this like early damage that comes in. I don't think...
But the bar just goes over the side of it and just knocks
I don't think Piece of Cake really know how to break this.
Yeah, that would be what it seems thus far, right? Because high ground control, yet again, going to go to Twisted Minds. TVNT set up here and constantly, right? You know, Piece of Cake, they push on forward. Maybe it's a conk that knocks a player down, or it's some big damage that comes down from Lambda. Then you're in a lot of trouble. So Zodial now over to the Widow. So Widow, Mei here, try and close this thing off.
TVNT's like, I'm not moving from this place. You are going to have to try and come in from the low ground or another doorway. He's checking, so they know approximately where the Widow is, just based on process of elimination right now. Bliss and MCD, a really hard backline to kill. You definitely can't do it solo. Oh my goodness. Bliss just goes absolutely tropical on the D.Va. Shield us? Any shield us? Okay, goes down to the self-destruct. Tread able to get a mech and some extra value. That is a big misstep. We'll see if it ends up coming back to haunt Twisted Minds, because they have dealt with Exodial now. The D.Va should be dealt with. A beautiful defensive Bionade over to Quartz by MCD makes it very difficult to get rid of the Cassidy now. Barrage, Naga charges into it to his own demise. But we've got a mini D.Va on the card here. Electric Cowboy is the one to bring the curtain down, apparently, on Piece of Cake for this attack side. Orbit Array, I respect it, Sile, I do, but it's not enough.
Yeah, for a second there, it looked like maybe that Piece of Cake was going to be able to make something out of it, right? When Tread gets Bliss, gets back in the mech, as they really wanted that kill there onto the D.Va. Did not want to let him remech. So Bliss went for it. Didn't exactly work out, but still, you know, Barrage there in the end picks up 2 kills. You're able to get a self-destruct from TVNT, just clear out the point for a little bit. And then the Nano onto Quartz to seal the deal. So now, no, it's not a ton of progress there for Piece of Cake. Twisted Minds, I mean, this series is all theirs, right? You know, if they want to throw it in the bin, they can, but they're in a fantastic spot to win this one.
At this point, you know, we saw a Piece of Cake. I mean, they had contorted themselves into a Genji Tracer D.Va composition with the Juno. So they were definitely exhausting every avenue available to them to try and figure out how to get into that phase of the map. But honestly, like we saw, Twisted Minds be able to sort of turn back what Piece of Cake did to them, right? There was like a lot of great D.Va work from Tread that shut down, you know, Quartz's ability to play those Widow sightlines. There was constant flank pressure on him as well. That's why Twisted Minds ultimately lose that first point. But as soon as Quartz switches off, finds the Cassidy, they go back to the Cassidy Farah. You've got to come in through one of 4 doors into the shuttle phase.
Right.
And it's really easy to have your team basically cover all of them.
Yeah, and that Farah is tremendous at just like poking through those chokes, right? All 4 of them. And then if you try and take high ground, she just gets a conk and knocks people to the low ground. And you don't obviously want to just start the engage from the low ground. I mean, who wants that when they're on top of the shuttle? I mean, that's brutal. So really forces you into some difficult stuff that, you know, Twisted Minds just uses to perfection there. And Piece of Cake, they tried so many different comps. I mean, what was it? It was like they started off with like Mei Tracer, then we saw Tracer Genji, then we saw like a Widow with a Mei, and then I mean just every different kind of variation of it, and just not able to get it to get going.
The support line as well, and that's something they really wanted to stick to, that Brig and that the Juno, excuse me, as much as possible.
Yeah.
We're going to a break here. Quick delay in game. We have a pause before the second half of Gibraltar, so don't go too far. We'll be back with this last match of EMEA for the day, an elimination match between Twisted Minds, who are up 2-0 against Piece of Cake. folks, we're a couple moments away from getting into the game. Or so I'm told. It's Labda's mouse that, I mean, died. I can't believe that. I mean, they have to like organize like funeral costs. They've got to basically like get all of that organized, get the affairs in order before they can keep playing the game.
Or once it starts blinking red, you just plug it in. You know, I don't think this match came out of nowhere, right? Maybe you got some time before then.
Just
plug
like
it in.
that. Just bringing it back. Bringing it back.
My mouse is plugged in right now. I was like, I don't need my mouse right now. I'm casting, but later I'll need my mouse, so then I can unplug it.
If you get used to using a wireless mouse, plugging it in, that level of resistance that it gives does. I mean, if you're particular about it,
does suck.
That level of resistance feels pretty brutal. But I don't think that Labda's going to be allowed to fully charge his mouse before we get into the game. So presumably there is.
We gotta get like a battery bar on the broadcast so we can see how much.
We all need to get on these little bikes, right, to help charge it up. You know, just pedal as fast as we can. Well, you know, for times like this, we can throw content in your face and dangle these, you know, in-game viewership incentives to distract you from the fact that a player has left the server now.
Well, this is just more time. You know,
that's right.
Labda,
I can't believe it.
A man of the people trying to get you guys more drops.
I mean, I've never seen it. I'm in the chat. People, like, the most commonly asked question is, when does the stream end? We don't know. The other one is, can you please keep the stream going longer so I can get my drops? So obviously, this is day 2 of the main event. So we are on those first load of drops there. Of course, that is the OWCS Away Soldier 76 skin. If you like waffles, you get them for 8 hours, of course, of joining us. And then, starting tomorrow through the 13th, we've got the home Soldier 76 skin, little 4 player cards. So make sure your Blizzard account is linked here on twitch.tv to become eligible for those. We are still waiting for Labda.
I mean, if you're an Overwatch fan, you're linked up at this point, right? I mean, you've just been consuming drops for years now. Yes, they have. So there's no reason to not
commonly
be
asked
linked.
question, by the way. There are no Overwatch League tokens available through drops. You are going to have to get them the old-fashioned way through the client. We do not give those out anymore. I don't even know what it is. It's been wiped from my memory. Couple of seconds.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna have to run a graphic for that. I don't know what those are. But.
Need a graphic for that one. Yeah, get it queued up. Also, I think we had the Lace Seraphim skins run back in game. That was fun.
Yeah, and then there was the sale on the owl skins. Those look good. So a lot of cool stuff. A new season coming. I mean, Overwatch.
Kind of yeah. Halloween. Halloween was a good time in Overwatch. Junkenstein's lab returning to the game. If you're into that. Quartz here and Exodial exchange pleasantries at long range, just body shots. The next ones, though, they're for real. Live rounds now loaded. That is
Silas being pretty confident he's not going to die. I mean, that's like the second time he's done that.
What could I achieve without a self-preservation mechanism? I wonder watching Silas.
It's like, yeah, the first time I was like, I don't think I'm going to call that out. But the second time, I'm like, man, he's got to feel pretty good about that.
Well, Labda gets the kill on the Pharah in the end, and Naga is dealt with from on high. Quartz deigns to look down from his lofty perch and send a body shot into the Tracer, ending them. Wow, they've really iced the kicker here, Matt, haven't they? Twisted Minds, such nefarious strategies.
Yeah, but and ice the kicker in Overwatch, right? Yeah, my mouse died. Let's just,
let's just show them stew in this.
Let them just wait.
I want you to marinate in your 77-meter total for.
Dude, when I was a coach, we used to do that. Teams that we hated, and there were a lot of teams that hated us as well. But like, if we would, beat them pretty bad, I'd be like, oh, let's all go to the bathroom. And we would just stand there and laugh while they just had to sit on stage and just stew about it.
That's so dirty. Yeah, I can understand maybe we went the most loved Call of Duty team of all time, that's for sure. Zodial under pressure here again. Labda comes calling. Naga faces a headshot down from Quartz at virtually point-blank range. I struggle to see how PCK is supposed to extricate themselves from this one. I'd say even if it were a wet paper bag, they might struggle at this point. They are tilted.
So yeah, it's not gone well for Piece of Cake. They've known what Twisted Minds is going to do. They've had all the map selections, and it has not worked out.
Your level of understatement
They
is
have tried
very
everything.
soothing.
They've tried Widowmaker May. They have tried, double, flanking DPS. Tried some Cassidy. We're like 0 for 12 at this point.
Style going down here. It's okay. Crispy dies in rally, dude.
This is a nano far as well.
After doing whatever he pleases at this point. Halfway, of course, through this phase to that checkpoint now, and Piece of Cake have shown no signs of resistance. We're starting to question the sentience of them at this point. And we'll have.
Man, so you're gonna have orbital right here though towards the end, right? You're gonna be able to come out with the orbital right. Quartz coming off a spawn here. They're gonna know exactly this barrage was trying to be set up there around the corner.
We might have to call an audible on that one and reset it. But Crispy goes to, okay, Crispy dies in rally and then dies to a self-destruct. Not a great day at the office for that Brick player. Sleep Dart on tread now, so they can't do anything to help their back line, and as a result, Sile is eviscerated. Labda here. Well, doesn't need a forklift license to dish it out to Piece of Cake, who are devoured. It's Twisted Minds advancing here in this lower bracket with their hopes of Stockholm still alive.
Yeah, they saw those desk predictions and they were just like, oh yeah, check this out. And then just
we have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever by not winning a single map.
Through Piece of Cake. Quick, let's get one of them in for an interview here. Tell them the predictions of the desk. No, I mean that was about as big of a blowout you can get. I feel like there from Twisted Minds. I mean, just complete domination from start to finish. Played exactly what they wanted to play when they wanted to play it. And Piece of Cake. I mean, they put up little to no resistance.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we saw them look very different throughout the groups. I think that's definitely going to be something that gets touched on. But the pressure of games like this now with your elimination on the line, going up against an opponent that you've handled before but you know are very, very much hungry to come back and take their revenge. Twisted Minds, again, I think they're probably happier to get the Cake opponent than what could have been with VP on the other side of the bracket. So that's it for our EMEA games right now, but there's a lot to talk about in terms of implications. We've still got 2 more days of bracket play here in the main event. Let's head to our desk to look back and to look ahead.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, and that wraps up our EMEA region. So let's break it down. Twisted Minds are advancing out of that one. All of us have picked Piece of Cake. And I mean, rightfully so. This could have gone either way. However, we have to give so much credit to Twisted Minds. While they didn't really change up their compositions, they looked so much more polished in today's showing.
If anything, I think this shows how impressive it is that SSG were able to beat this comp, and with KSA's Diva, with how good they must have been. Because with Quartz popping off like this, I mean, continuing to find so many kills, the flyer style, I mean, Twisted Minds, it's like they didn't hide any of this. This is what they've been playing, but they're so good at it. They execute it so well. It's not easy to shut it down. I thought, oh, maybe just Diva is the answer, but it's so much more than that. You need to have really, really clean play because big threats from the far off, from the hit scan of Quartz. It's a lot of pressure to deal with.
Quartz is looking like the best hit scan in the tournament right now.
Yeah, with a monster performance this game.
Yeah, monster performance, which is a huge boon, of course. But also, I think that they did a good job of holding off the aggression we saw coming in from Tread and Naga on the Genji, particularly here on New Junk City. There were a couple of times like this re-engage, for example. You can see there's a great Orisa ultimate that comes through to kind of like block the ray coming in from the side of Piece of Cake. And there were several times I thought on New Junk City where I thought like Skyle, he was trying to make a play. He was also caught on a flank as well. They couldn't really get the ultimate value going from Orbital Ray, which is such a huge component, right, in these ultimate fights. So a great job from, I'd say, the core of TVNT and Quartz and Bliss to like really help fortify that front line. And they were able to hold off these dives coming in from Piece of Cake and bought enough time for Quartz and Labda to really hit their shots.
I actually want to touch more on the backline here, Jake. We got to see a lot of MCD on that Ana, arguably one of his best heroes, and that really came through today.
Yeah, I think on Gibraltar, this was like MCD on his most comfortable hero, able to have so much impact individually on the game. Whereas conventionally on the Juno, it's more about being stable, doing your job, not making too many mistakes. But I think the Ana was a big factor in solidifying the win. That being said, player of the match has to be Quartz. I mean, a masterclass on Widow to close out the series on Gibraltar. And beyond that, throughout the series, everything he plays, even the Tracer, was rock solid. I mean, that's a key, not sort of hero we see so much out of Quartz, but the fact that he can bring it and still deliver, still have these clutch moments, really makes you feel a lot better about Twisted Minds going up against some of the tougher teams in the tournament, potentially being one of the teams to qualify to Stockholm. I think this Twisted Minds squad, they've tasted greatness before. I think that's very much front of mind for them here today as they fight for their their spot in Stockholm.
Really do feel like Piece of Cake is like the team that is knocking going into 2025 as a team that could, take on the likes of Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds to become a top 3 team in the region. Ence and Space Station, they're very stacked and they all have been the 2 best teams in the region so far. Oh my God, what a win-making shot that is. But I'm really looking out for the players of Piece of Cake. I think they've improved massively throughout the year as well. They have improved, like a player like Naga, for example, who we already know what's good, former Overwatch League player, of course, as well. But I really feel like with the coaching of Smash, they've elevated and improved. Can't get it done in this meta against the Twisted Minds. But I'm looking out for those players. Have a strong 2025 after this.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're just on that cutoff. They are knocking at that door, as you said. If we're looking at our lower bracket, now, of course, that is goodbye for Piece of Cake for the entire season, unfortunately. Twisted Minds are keeping themselves alive with a very dominant 3-0, showing they have to make it to that lower final in order to still make it through. It comes down to the points. So the points is what they're playing for right now in order to make it to Sweden. If we look into the upper bracket, these are the teams that are battling it out. And
shocking. Who is it in the upper bracket final? What an upset.
In the EMEA region, it's Ence and Space Station. I mean, you think at this point it gets boring to see them clash, but it really does.
No.
Really does.
I mean, as usual, they aren't mirror matching, right?
No.
Like they've shown 2 very different styles, and they're both committed. I think they're kind of on a collision course, destined to clash here with the Mei versus the Genji. I mean, that is, I think, a tale as old as time for these teams in terms of very different styles, and yet similar results, very good results across the board this whole season.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm very excited for this one. I'm sure I'm speaking for everyone when I say that. Also, of course, we're not quite done yet with the EMEA region as a whole. We still want to take a look at some highlight-worthy moments of today. So let's roll the clips and see what production dug up for us.
May on Gibraltar?
Yeah.
Getting
Kevster. I got baited. I thought so. It's Kevster Tracer, all right.
Getting overwatched by the high noon and then Tracer perfect pulse bombs you, that happens.
Really, truly a great masterclass.
Kevster the pot. Ha 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 ha. I love it actually.
Oh, stir the pot.
Yeah, the lower third.
All right, this looks so bad for them, right? At the start of the clip, they're like in orbital ray, finishing the cap, and Kevster says, hold on. Pass me the ball, coach. We gonna win.
Imagine having Kevster.
What else I can do to prove it at this point?
It's you and Kevster for me.
Oh, nice. I see what you've done there.
I love that.
He's our guest on the show.
That's right. You gotta beat it. You gotta take Kevster down.
Generally shocked. The audacity.
I like that.
Audacity.
I respect that. Even as I'm like,
leaning back,
he's
to like
blown
take
away.
it in.
He's like, how dare you not recognize my greatness? I respect this. I want to shout out Backbone for believing in himself. No matter what.
I believe in him too.
I believe in it. I mean, honestly, I kind of regret calling him out. But maybe that put the fire in his belly. Good for him. You're welcome, Space Station fans.
Man, Laptas Farah has been so difficult to deal with. Like, as you said, right? Like, in theory, you know exactly what to do against it, but it just doesn't work.
Especially a Nano Barrage.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. That's
big numbers, big
Diva
numbers.
pops fast, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was also a clip, if you wanted more Backbone highlights, there was one on when he played Venture on Lijiang Tower and then proceeded to drill off the map, but we don't talk about that.
Well, we just did, though. We just did. Maybe there will be more of that on the horizon. Here's our schedule for tomorrow. VP SRP check will go at it first things in the morning, and then afterwards we're getting treated to that upper bracket match between Ence and SSG. 2 banger matches. Again, I feel for VP. They once again have to go up against something more unconventional. But then again, it's Europe, so is it really unconventional?
It is pretty kind of unconventional, but they should be able to beat it. And once again, just to reiterate the stakes here, if they are able to beat SR Peak Check and match up against Twisted Minds, that matchup will be for Stockholm as well. If Virtus.pro, they beat out Twisted Minds, they become the 3rd team to qualify for Stockholm in the EMEA region, because no one else can win it. All 3, they have the 3 most circuit points. Whereas if Twisted Minds, because of the circuit point differential, if they beat Virtus.pro or Virtus.pro loses to SR Peak Check, they have more points than Virtus.pro and they'll be able to qualify for Stockholm. So,
right.
And if any of that was wrong, then you can blame me, because it is me alone who's made the research. No one in production.
Honestly, you sold it. You were confident. You did not have to give me the caveat at the very end. I believed you. And maybe he's wrong. But that's okay. We're running with it anyway. For now, though, we're heading into a quick break. And when we come back, we are going to dive deep into everything NA. You don't want to miss it. So we see you on the other side.
When I was a girl, I had a passion for the peculiar. As my magical studies deepened, my powers grew stronger, and the results became curious. This magic is mine, and soon you will be too. The witching hour has begun. Do not underestimate me. My future's bright. Mercy on call.
It is fine now. Why? Because I am here!
I always have the upper hand. All right, game face on.
It's looking like a revolution.
Diamond, a designation. Nice dead eye there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over. That is how you make a statement. What? What did I just see?
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of it.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute filth. They didn't see that one coming.
That is clean from Mirren.
Toronto to fight are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions.
Ence is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the OWCS Stage 4 main event. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we have the utmost pleasure of holding your hands and guiding you through the action all day long. With our EMEA portion of the day already wrapped up, we're now diving deep into NA and see what they have to offer. First things first, they have drops. Jake, we love drops.
Check them out, baby.
Check them out.
Link up your accounts. Get them connected. You don't want to be missing out on these drops. This is the last day to earn that waffle picture, which goes hard, which I might consider using if I wasn't committed to having the Chewan picture for the rest of my time playing Overwatch.
Okay, that's a hard commitment. Would you consider to recommitting to waffles, Johnny?
No, I just flat, neither the portrait picture or the dish itself. I think I'm good. I got the top 500 season 1, and I got it with that, so.
Okay.
You're living in the past, okay.
True, that's a little, but the season 1 top 500 is kind of
rare.
It's vintage.
Rare,
vintage.
Yeah.
Vintage. It's a bit of a show off, but that's okay. Speaking of showing off, I want to show you our featured co-streamers for the main event. That's right, we have co-streamers all day, every day, and of course on their respective days, drops will be enabled on their streams as well. So make sure to head on over there and show them some love. Say hi from us.
I think Avril is struggling at this point. Go say
Avril's
hi.
struggling?
He had to wake up at like 3 a.m. to stream, so, or something like
He's
that.
used to that.
Somebody sub to him and buy him a Red Bull.
Avril exceeded, he transcended time zones.
He doesn't need sleep.
He doesn't need
He's
sleep.
just a robot now.
Exactly. Avril is just like above it all. He's not above our schedule though. He has to adhere to it. Let's take a look at our season schedule. We're nearing the end, everyone. Time flies when you're having fun, Johnny.
Yeah, indeed. And we've been having so much fun this
So
year.
much fun!
Improv there, yes and.
Yippee!
Yippee! Of course, the last stage wrapping up here. The last chance to lock your slot for Stockholm, of course. And even if you haven't been that successful throughout the year, there is still a direct qualification at the end of the tunnel here in stage 4. If you win stage 4, you qualify for Stockholm no matter what. So this is your chance to secure that final ticket.
That's right.
Just beat Toronto Defiant.
Just beat Toronto Defiant. Or just buy your own ticket. That goes out to not just our viewers, but also some of the players. You know,
there's some
maybe you don't qualify,
BYOC
just,
tournaments.
You know,
Pull up.
That's right. That's right. Get your tickets right now. They're on sale. Also, if you want to be really fancy, you can get yourself a platinum ticket. That's right. For a dollar amount that I have forgotten, but is somewhere in the 140.
It's like $180 something.
Okay,
we'll make that
you're
up.
like upselling. I don't think it was actually that expensive.
Well,
either way, you
rather go high. So when they go there, they're like, oh, it was lower. Oh, I got a deal. But not be like, oh, yeah,
I mean,
anyway.
either whatever it costs, it's worth it because you get a coin, you get a hoodie, you get exclusive things. I love exclusive things. Also, you get the guaranteed seating for all 3 days of the festival. And trust me, it's a big festival. Wow. DreamHack is packed.
Low key, based on the last DreamHack, you might need that guaranteed seating.
We had to get like extra chairs.
We brought extra chairs in on the later days. So Overwatch, it is where it's at. Live games, baby. It's different.
Live games, baby. That's right. And some of our teams still fighting for their lives in order to make it to DreamHack to join us for all the festivities. Here is a lower bracket in the, where are we? NA region. That's right. That's where we're at. Energy Shock and TSM currently awaiting their opponents. We had to say goodbye to Shikigami and Citrus Nation, who have entertained us all season long. But let's take a look at that upper bracket to see who's battling it out all the way on the top. In our semifinals, Toronto Defiant and Rad Xidity, as well as Nightmare and Fluffy Dreamland, are fighting to continue their run through the upper brackets. I'm excited for both of these.
Poor Energy Shock, you know, taking on Toronto Defiant in the first match, so now they have to fight their way through the lower bracket.
Should have been top seed.
Should have been top seed. Should have beat Fluffy Dreamland in the groups.
Yeah.
That's why Fluffy Dreamland are still in the upper bracket. But in the end, you got to beat the top teams to go to Stockholm, right? Like, yes, you might have an easier or harder path, but this is double elim. There's no excuses here, Johnny.
That's right.
No excuses.
He says it how it is. Let's dive into our first match of the day. Toronto Defiant, our NA juggernaut. They have the utmost pleasure of going up against Rad Xidity. Let's talk about Toronto Defiant. Everything I see, or the only thing I see when I close my eyes at night, is Sugar Free's Genji. What are you feeling? What are you thinking about when you're thinking Toronto Defiant heading into this match?
Yeah, honestly, I just want to see more of that. You know, we saw these looks on Ilios as well, where, you know, Sugar Free plays the Tracer. We saw Merit on the Sombra here for a little bit here. Tried to deal with Ultraviolet Senyara. But it's really this composition I want to see more of. I want to see Toronto play more of this. This has been the meta composition, and Sugar Free is just so good on this Genji. Like you pointed out yesterday, Jake, there's that nice little detail of Vegas actually playing the Juno for this team as well, and Ripoll is on that Brigitte as well. But I want to see more of this composition. It puts Sugar Free on one of his best damage here, which is Genji, and it puts Merit on long range hit scan.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the other side here, Wop and Bun are, of course, the damage duo here for Rad Xidity. How do they stack up against a Sugar Free Genji? I mean, I know Bun and Wop both no strangers to that hero, but would they go toe-to-toe or rather blade-to-blade?
I mean, these are strong players. I think Wub and Bun are great highlights because they've both had great tournaments so far, big hero pools, a lot of flexibility, which is good for the meta. And this is a team, you know, I want to sing their praises, but in the end, no matter how good you've looked against other teams, you're going up against Toronto Defiant. This is a different match to any other that you'll face here in the bracket. This is a different beast. There's a reason that they're pre-qualified for the event without technically playing a single match here at the tournament because they've just won everything in North America. No one has taken a championship from them. They have been undeniable in this region. And yes, Rad Xidity, there's some exciting players to talk about, but this is such an uphill battle against the juggernauts of Toronto Defiant. I'll be impressed if Rad Xidity can even take a map here, make this competitive, because Toronto is looking fierce. There's been tournaments where the start hasn't been so solid for them, but I think they've kind of kicked any of those worries to the side. 3-0 Pred for me, yeah, 3-0 across the board. I'll be really impressed if Rad Xidity can take a map here. I'll really up their stocks as a team. Even if they go down 0-3, I could still see them having a decent tournament. I mean, Toronto's just on fire right now.
They really are. And, you know, they're playing that high tempo. They're running at you. They're not playing around with their food. They just want to end it quickly, kick their feet back up, and wait for their next opponent. So it's going to be an uphill battle. I respect the 6% in the chat. That's right. One of them was me because I'm a massive Bun stan. She's my favorite.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Rad Xidity, they're good players. Like, it's a solid team, but Toronto is just like best in class every category.
Literally anyone in that lobby, anyone just looks serviceable. It's hard to even look good against Toronto Defiant. So, you know, it's going to be an uphill battle for them. Let's see what they have in store for us as we're sending it over to our beloved casters. Jack, Jen, 6% though? Believe?
My God.
Hope?
My God.
No?
Yeah.
You take that.
Sure.
You take that. 6%.
that.
You take that.
You say hope, I say cope.
Hey, that's more than 5%. I'm
That's
running
so
with it.
true. It's more than 4, 3,
Running
and
the
2,
numbers.
1% and 0%, Johnny. Hey, you're a numbers guy, Johnny, right?
Johnny did the math.
Numbers guy?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, we're going to get into the game. Toronto Defiant versus Rad Xidity. I was trying to poke fun, but just wasn't taking the bait. Maybe later. Jen, coming in, I mean, Toronto Defiant, we spoke yesterday actually about how they need to kind of prove to the whole world that they can stand up to some of these Korean teams, and starting off with a 3-0 against the second best team in North America in NRG Shock. Are we there yet? Do we have confidence that this team can to perform on an international stage? Obviously, the grand test in Stockholm is still yet to come, but with them facing Rad Xidity, are you on the same side of the desk here? Do you think it's going to be a clean 3-0 from Defiant?
So the hope that I have is that yesterday NRG played closer to Toronto than they ever have. So the competition is catching up to Toronto. However, it was a sweep for Toronto nonetheless. Rad and now they really only play one composition with the Genji, with the Cassidy, or some kind of hit scan. So them being the masters of one comp, they really got to execute. And there's 3 ways of approaching this composition: being proactive, being reactive, or just purely disengaging. And with the high tempo play that Toronto Defiant like to play, I would almost see I liked how NRG yesterday were just purely disengaging and poking them down. So it may just be kind of respecting Toronto's dives and giving them space and then taking it back. But it's tough to want to give up that kind of real estate.
Yeah, that's the big problem, right? You give up that space initially, and then it's like, oh, Sugar Freeze on our backline. Oh, we just one comboed our support. Oh, we lost the fight. My bad. Well, a brief pause there. I think Bun DC'd for half a second, but she's back. It's all good. In the server, Rad Xidity and Toronto Defiant here in the upper bracket semi-final match. Toronto looking like them same old, you know, at the end of the day, they did end up losing maps. They did end up going down to a single team and then going to a map number 5 in the groups. But when they got Sugar Free on the team and when they're in a playoff scenario too, they're just a different beast entirely. We'll see if Rad Xidity can kind of, you know, live up to some grand expectations of that 6% in the audience and maybe take a map off Toronto. But we're going to roll out. It's going to be dive for either side.
Ooh, and Bun's on the Tracer. We don't get to see this too often. There's been a lot of Genji out of her, and I haven't seen a whole lot of Tracer out of her. She was doing a lot of Sojourn in the Calling All Heroes, and one of the best hit scans in that realm. So really trying to follow up with the Twol's dives, who was very known for his off tanks and a huge player in the Netherlands and an upcoming tank. And this will be, instead of trying to mirror that Winston against, well, one of the best Winstons we have here, going for the Diva to just bully that Winston out of the bubble is a good win con for Rad to aim for.
Well, Bud chasing away Merit right now, 50 HP. NY first to fall though. There's Merit. Bun taking one out, 12's another. So 2 for 2 now. Toronto Defiant Rad Xidity in a 3-on-3, but without Diva Mech, there is no luck for Rad Xidity. There will be a cap here for them, however, but Toronto Defiant not seemingly worried. They're just more than happy clearing up the rest of Rad Xidity and then going for a cap. I like RuPaul on the Ana as well. Exceptionally strong on this point. Can be fairly tough to dive too. It's going to be easy for Twolves to eat a lot of that incoming damage, Jen, and the CC, but I mean, RuPaul is just an absolute master on this hero. There's no way he's going to let that happen.
And the struggle that a lot of Diva players in OWCS have, where you think about Mari, Twolves, Attack, a lot of the big Diva players, is the balance between wanting to dive the back line, which you ideally want to try to counter dive what the Winston is doing to your team, but also as Divas, one of the best peel tanks that you have, and the flexibility to boost back and forth in Matrix. But how do you stop someone like someone who is primaling your supports off the map?
See you later. Yeah, he's a champion for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute beast. Toronto Defiant. Oh no, the whip shot. Oh, someone with a snipe as well. Yeah, tank players can aim. You have to now as Winston, to be fair, with the right clicks. If you're not hitting those consistent right clicks, you're doing something wrong on the Winston.
Place an orbital ray to kick things off for Rad, but Toronto, they're such a high tempo team that you can't even really set up before Toronto are already trying to dive you. Now going into such a narrow region like this for Rad, can easily see someone place a bubble in between them, try to break up the heals for Rad, but Toronto are letting them lock in.
Yep. Probably looking for a nade line up here. Scuffed getting antied. Oh, the cancel on the ult too. What a stick from Sugar Free. It looks like Wub has managed to survive, but Scuffed thinking they can win this fight in cage. Gets the orbital ray cancelled. Not so much of a rare one. There is a small window like the Kitsune Rush where it can get cancelled, and well, that's on full display there. So Jen, I like that you pointed out the ult, but unfortunately, we're not going to see it this round. 10% to go as Toronto looking to take this first round.
Oh, and a Bob to try and halt them, and Rad, it'll be up to Bun to touch if she even can, as Rad are also still trying to deal with someone. Also, the bubble is blocking them off. Last couple of ults for Rad to come out.
Well, Sugar Free is just going to kill everybody now. Hate to break it to you, Wub heads and Wub Nation. Rad Xidity are going down on this first round. Got to deal with that rally on the point too. There's the self-destruct, there's the kill, there's the bubble to make sure no one dies. And Toronto, well, as clean as they always are, 100 to 11%.
You almost want to appreciate the initiative that Rad took right off the first fight, because the first fight is so important to really dictate the success for the rest of the map. And Rad took the initiative, while a lot of the times when you see a Winston mirror, the Winstons are going to stare at each other, especially on a map like Lighthouse. And it's almost the dive that goes second is going to have a lot of freedom to dictate just kind of, you see what cooldowns are being used and then you react. There's a lot of reactive play styles around dive teams these days, but Rad taking the initiative, Twolz and friends jumping in first allowed someone to dive the back line and get a lot of value, especially with the Winston bubble. And D.Va doesn't have that kind of isolation technique, a bubble of herself. The Matrix runs out very quickly. So we'll see if Twolz can focus down someone a lot better, because that is the pillar to Toronto Defiant.
Holy based skin combo from RuPaul. Mythic weapon with the superhero Ana skin. That's the exact layup I use as well, the exact one. So I'm assuming he's copying some of the very best to ever do it, me. All right, quick rotation here.
Sure. Catch you in the game.
Yeah, hey. It looks good, it looks clean. Look at that helmet on as well, it looks awesome. Good nade from RuPaul, there you go. He hit 10 times more nades when you have the mythic weapon. I was not told by marketing to say that. Rad Xidity. End up rotating to high ground, I really like that. You know RuPaul, Vega are going to be up on height, where you can see Rad Xidity are right now, but Toronto Defiant just end up counter-rotating to the point, actually put RuPaul super far away in like the little pool section, bottom left, and then have Merit on the high ground perch to look as Rad Xidity try and set up for another dive, but it was a little too late, as Toronto Defiant are able to get a pick and then follow up with a couple more.
Yeah, I'm seeing the effort out of Raz now shift their focus towards someone, but Winston's jump 5 or 6 seconds, you have a very small window to catch him when he's at his most vulnerable.
What is someone doing,
is
bro?
setting up camp on top of the ceiling, and now they're having a bit too much fun. Rad needs to put a stop to this.
We need to have more fun. How about we hold the spawn doors from on top of the spaceship? Just like you can do on a Circuit Royale. Well, there's the Nano, super early too. It's been doing a lot of damage, a lot of healing as well. Well, there goes Scuffed and Wub. Yeah, I'm not sure.
If one can get out here and like go through any of these hallways to pressure the point, you pull Toronto out of your spawn. So that's the whole job of Tracer, is being a distraction. If you're not going to be tank busting, you need to do something productive. And Bun needs to get a health pack over to the left. And I think Toronto's already marked her.
I'm sorry? Is he invisible? How was someone able to hide with a Harry Potter invisibility cloak in that corner? Well, here comes the Ray, but the pulse bomb's already connected to Wub. Now the pulse bomb came in from Bun. Okay, Bun. She managed to kill Vega, but is it enough? Bob has been deployed, as well as that rally from NY, but NY's going pretty low. Sugar Free just running rings around Rad Xidity right now. And someone pops that primal, and with OT swiftly approaching, someone's having a little bit too much fun. Even tanks the self-destruct to the face. Well, that's Toronto Defiant taking this round. And map, there should be another touch here, only briefly to trigger overtime, but that's going to be about it. Okay, Merritt, trying to ruin the KDA? I respect it. If he's only got one death, then, you know, you kind of maintain that anyway. You're all good.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this large of a gap. It's kind of tough when Bun, I could see that she tried to go for the point to maybe trigger that and get Toronto off of Rad's spawn doors, but then Bun got marked going for Mega, and Sugar Free, that's all he really has to do when the other 4 of his teammates are touching the spawn room doors, so this is a tough one to overcome for Rad.
Yeah. Well, it's just the world champ difference. And we're not talking about Wolfie Glick either, just champions on this roster, and they continue to prove why they're the best in North America. It's obviously very, I would say, frustrating, I think, after groups. Jen, you're like, man, we did super well in groups. Okay, let's go to the bracket stage. Toronto to find. Okay, well, I guess we're going to lowest. That's just, that's just how it's always been. And I think, you know, the desk were right. I think a 3-0 is very much expected from Toronto. We'll see if Rad Xidity can kind of pull any surprises here in terms of map picks, maybe go to a clash or something like that. Have someone get off the Winston, perhaps. Get away from the dive, which we know they're incredibly strong on and could play on pretty much any map, I'd say.
Yeah, it's tough because Rad sometimes like to pick dive maps like Gibraltar. Right. Control isn't always their strongest game type, but we'll see where Rad ends up wanting to go. Even a King's Row is possible. I think they should try to force an Orisa mirror. I think the Twol's Diva, that was one of his heroes that he was known for when he kind of sprung up in contenders, especially playing in the EU region, coming from the Netherlands, and Diva was like the hero that he owned, kind of like a Vestola type. But now you're going into Overwatch 2, you have to be able to play all the heroes, and a lot of teams are just not going to challenge someone in a Winston mirror, and they go for the Diva, and NRG were able to crack that eventually, bringing out attacks Diva, and this is a lot of deaths versus not a lot of deaths for sure.
Four deaths, and I think one of them was Merit jumping off the edge of the map, so maybe 3. I poked myself in the eye. I was so surprised there, attempting to rub them. 0.1 KD, I think that's the lowest we've ever seen. I mean, look, it is expected. I don't think this really shows the true power and potential of Rad Xidity in any stretch of the imagination. I just think Toronto Defiant are just so head and shoulders above the rest of the region right now. And I think Rad have a good opportunity at taking maps off of teams like NRG Shock and taking series maybe off of teams like Fluffy Dreamland and Nightmare, potentially, right? They are very much trying to punch up here in a large way. It's just Toronto are just... they're too strong. They are too powerful as we look towards the next map.
Yeah, and I was talking about all those 3 ways to approach a Winston. You know, the proactive, reactive, just hard disengage, but hard to disengage when you're in your spawn room. And then you're very limited on all the ways to get out of spawn. So the only option there left is your Tracer trying to touch point and draw them away, which that was also not allowed. So a very suffocating state of the game to go on Control, but now we go to any other map, which is going to be a lot larger regardless. So this will be, I hope, a different game. Also, we saw Bun on the Tracer, which Rad have really stuck to the same composition of a hit scan plus Genji, and now trying to change things up on Control. Maybe it's a slight uncomfortability there, but expect the hit scan Genji to look a lot better for Rad.
We'll see where they want to go. Clash, potentially. I can actually cheat because the big screen over there is loading into the map already.
I was gonna say, I'd love a King's Road, like just any kind of Orisa-based map for Rad. Hanaoka.
Okay.
Same, yeah, just an Orisa map would be huge. Force someone onto something that he's not the best at. I mean, Orisa is just something very safe to play, and now you can really rely on your DPS to be the ones that shine, instead of someone just running amok, because it does take a level of execution to dive, and I think bringing this to an Orisa mirror would be ideal.
Yeah, I really like that train of thought. Yeah, I think that's exactly why they potentially picked here. Hanaoka and Clash maps in general, pretty good for this rush. Spinning. God, to be as happy as that small dog there in that pot spinning, I wish that were me.
You could do a little spin. It'll be like the same thing.
I could.
Just don't get your wires tangled.
That is true, yes, yes. Oh, look at, I mean...
menacingly walking.
WMO, actually. Unfortunately, I can't be quite as happy as that dog under the sheer weight of capitalism, but here we are. 10 seconds to go before the door opens. We're not going to get that deep, don't worry. Don't worry. It's just right now, Toronto Defiant, with quite a sizable lead in terms of kills. We'll see if Rad Xidity can, again, come up with something a little bit different, because Clash, a very swingy game type. We've seen some very fast finishes, however, on a couple of our Clash
We can talk.
But I will.
We can talk about also the Symmetra rollout for Rad, because they did that and Toronto did not. So advanced positioning for Rad, and the feed is back as well.
We're all good. I was going to say we're
Toronto's on the
Merit
high ground.
POV, because I can hear the Peacekeeper firing. Wub ends up taking down Merit though. Good start. 4 on 5. Little micro missiles though coming through from Vega, end up scoring a kill. Wub on the point is kind of menacing here. It's kind of splitting the team in half. Toronto Defiant need to look at Wub completely unchecked on the left-hand flank. There's a small split up yet again as Scuff finds a kill onto Sugarfree. Rad Xidity right now just grouping onto the point. Is Toronto Defiant try and make a retreat onto the high ground. Only the supports and someone alive right now is Rad Xidity popping extremely early Deadeye. Wub gets booped down to the point, but maybe that's exactly where he wanted it to be, as Toronto Defiant end up getting kind of rolled over there by Wub's Cass.
So first he had forward positioning off the Symmetra use off spawn from Rad, and kind of an exchange there. A really good flail initially from RuPaul to get Wub to the lower ground, but then there's this dance between when do you think the Deadeye is going to be popped and when do you want to pop your javelin spin or a deflect, and someone took a lot of damage, and he can be, he is a very aggressive Winston, but you don't always want to be the W key Orisa. At least you've got to make sure you maintain your armor if you're going to be that way.
All right, easy cleanup. I think we're going to the Clash special here. Oh, good deflect as well. Sugarfree dominating. Bun shouldn't die here. She's pretty safe. Yeah, ends up dashing away as Merit and RuPaul longingly look at each other directly in the eyes as they cap B. And now we reset for the mid-fight.
Yeah, and this is quite a gap in the Genji department. 30% faster on the blade for Sugarfree over Bun, and Bun must have fallen pretty early in that previous fight. But now both Orissa's running in. Terra Surge, here we go.
Blades raised, Terra Surges. Vega's already scored a single kill, and hey, Terra Surge coming in for 12. Does end Sugarfree's life. Cut the blade pretty short, but it's all good. Sometimes a spear is all you need, and someone delivers those over and over again. A good spear kill, followed up with just some regular old damage, and that Ray just dominating on the high ground. Toronto Defiant, Cap C. Now we have a D fight.
Yeah, Sugarfree just being able to have a blade that fight is just that extra layer of damage that tilts the scales in their favor, and after a huge exchange, whew, that's good for Toronto Defiant to win that fight. Now Rad have to really depend on Bun and make sure they convert this fight and get a point to even things up, and all depends on how you can weaken these targets. Toronto are playing pretty far back, and Fools is trying to scout for a good moment.
Speed hit. Both Cassies now popping their dead eyes. A couple of skulls on the screen currently. Sugarfree, that was close. Almost had his head ripped off. Blade for Bun. Not really much standing in a way right now. There's no rally. Someone has to touch from Toronto Defiant, and here comes the blade as soon as they step forward. Vega using that shift to get away from the fight ASAP. Now Bun looking for Sugarfree's kill. Easy as that. But unfortunately, the backup had arrived already. Merit from around the corner lands a clean headshot on the flying Genji. And D is now being capped by Toronto Defiant. RuPaul with a nice whip shot onto 12s to launch him off the edge. As Scuff slowly descends. Kind of staggering himself a little bit there, but like Juno screams for a long time when she gets booped. All right, it's okay. It's okay, we're chilling.
If Bun is going to go for a 1-1 trade, I don't mind it being Sugarfree, because then you relieve a lot of pressure from your backline, because Genji's going to be the primary person that can access your support. So if Bun goes 1-1 with Sugarfree, that's better than nothing, honestly. But it's tough to pull up the Sugarfree numbers of converting a 5K blade.
Well, speaking about converting, Rad Xidity to come on someone big here. Terra Surge going to grab everybody together. Scuff just going pretty low, but had a little bit of that over health coming through from the rally. But with Nenwai dead and someone on a mission to kill Wub, there should at least be one tick here for Toronto Defiant. Very late deaths as well on Scuffed and Bun. Merit doing a 10k DPI spin, as we do find them on match point now, and maybe even the map as well. Toronto Defiant only giving up a single point as they take map number 2.
Geez, just another day at the office for Toronto Defiant. And, you know, Rad have tried to explore those different play styles of, you know, the hard disengage on control to now being more reactive and at least trying to go for the one-on-one trades. But if you try to focus down Sugar Free, then someone runs into your backline. So as much as I want to say that Genji's the only one running down your supports, I guess someone will do that too. So I think that's really a tough tank duel for Twolz to take, as obviously a tank that is still developing against a Toronto Defiant team that have a lot of chemistry together.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what they call someone's Orisa? Big Genji. Spear spinning into the backline, that's like a deflect, right? Then you throw the spear, that's kind of like a blade, kind of. Yeah, it just does so much damage. And that's the consistent thing with the Orisa too. If you're landing these spears, and like you were mentioning, Jen, the follow-up is just so easy for the Genji. You can just execute a target, because as soon as you're stunned against a wall or even push back, you're just taking so much damage because you're slowed, and then the Genji dashes in, a little 1-2 combo, and you're as good as dead. And then the Genji can just get out again because he hit a reset. Map number 3, coming up in just a moment. Rad Xidity, fortunately, after only capping 1 point, got full capped against. We'll see if they want to pull anything crazy out here again, and as we look at the map stats. Should be a little less crazy than map number 1. There you go, 8 deaths, so Toronto doubling their deaths in that one.
And just some micro things about sort of the executions when it comes to the Dragon Blades. Like the one blade that we did see out of Bunch, he dashes straight up into the air and then has to find a target, while as people more experienced like Sugar Free, they already have a low HP target and they're within already a dash range. They're dashing into an enemy instead of dashing up and then finding an enemy. And those extra couple of seconds that you're going from in the air to a target is the seconds that Toronto take to be able to come up with a counter, think about a cooldown, or really just get away. So that's why Sugar Free is truly the master of Genji. He just knows how to execute those blades quickly that you don't have time to react. And obviously I'm nitpicking the one blade we saw out of Bun, but yeah, those are the big moments that your team depends on.
Yeah, you've got to be perfect when you're playing against Toronto Defiant, bring your A game. And yeah, I like that you mentioned Twolz too. I mean, Twolz has been around for a long time. Like, I think I cast Twolz back in like 2018, 2019. It's been in the scene for quite some time. It's good to see him still around, of course. We'll see if they can come back on this next map. But in all honesty, it's looking pretty one-sided. It looks like Toronto Defiant just handily dealing with this one. I think a lot of people, if you made like bracket predictions, you'd expect them to go all the way through to the finals. Looking like the same sort of show here. Yeah, I mean, what would you like to see out of Rad Xidity if we're going to this next map? What kind of map or like game type would you want to go to if you were them? Would you want to go to a hybrid, maybe a push or an escort? Because if you don't want to play the dive, maybe you even come out with something a little bit slower too. Junkertown, go a little Sigma action. I don't know.
And Risk any kind of Widow duel.
Right,
I don't know. Just any Orisa map looked a lot closer for Rad. I'm wondering if they would be comfortable enough or be trusted or trusting each other to just pull something out. They are 0-2 now in the series. It's going pretty quick. To bring out, like, we saw some funny stuff in EU, like even bringing out a Reaper, where we heard in interviews just how strong Reaper is currently, and how maybe that could be a good Winston Buster, and it worked out in EU a little bit. Some Mei is being used, but Rad are not a team that have really strayed away from their strengths, but obviously your strengths are not even scratching the surface of the armor of Toronto Defiant, so if you're in an 0-2 spot, you might as well be wacky with it, because you got to change it up.
Yeah, get silly with it. I'm always down. All right, Runasapi is the map choice. We're going to push. Okay, Rad Xidity taking us here. A little bit of Reaper action. I wouldn't say no. Speaking of the green room a minute ago with Jake, like, hey, I think Reaper's is pretty decent right now. It's not the craziest pick of all time. I think, especially on these push maps and well, I guess you could play on Esperanza, but Runasapi, like, you can play super far away. The Reaper's a little bit harder to execute, especially when you're against cracked hit scans as well, like Merit. But, you know, you could throw something at them. Maybe they're not expecting, but as we load on in, it's very much looking like a Toronto Defiant victory, but anything can happen.
And we think about, well, Toronto have gone to Runasapi now a couple of times against NRG, and you would think that Rad will pick this based on their strengths, but also there's a lot to study from the tape of Toronto Defiant, where NRG are playing closer and closer to them. It was 144 to 117 for Toronto on Runasapi, so I'm wondering if Rad think if they can kind of increase that tempo and be able to match that fire with fire, there may be their best chance, because playing back, playing reactive hasn't worked, so maybe being proactive would be a bit better.
Okay, here we go. No Reaper guy, unfortunately. Just going with that. Mirror comps. Mirror not even playing the Ashe. Don't mind the Ashe, don't mind the Cass. I think both of them have their merits. No, pun not intended, but both of them have their merits on this map. I think Genji's very easy to kind of deal with the Cassidy's very good at dealing with the Genji, of course, with the flashbang. Bun's taking a rather large flank route here. You saw that on the overhead cam. Sugarfree opting for something a little bit different in net Bun. Kind of instantly punished by Merit. Swift flashbang, I'd imagine, and then a headshot will do it. As there comes the team wipe. There's a Rad Xidity end up falling to Toronto Defiance. Now the bot's in their favor.
Yeah, it's a tempo that not a lot of teams can keep up with. It's just trying to lock down Sugarfree when he does dash in. The thing that makes it hard to kill a Genji that we all know in our ranked games is the ability to dash past a target and force them to turn around. It really tests your mechanics to try and 180 and look for that Genji who's going to be double jumping, who's going to have maybe a deflect. So we'll see if Wub can keep Sugarfree in check when he does go for those stats. Because if they can punish Sugarfree, it's an opening that Rad can work with.
Well, he's almost got 25 towards that blade. Look at that. 73% Bun, only 40 right now. Went down pretty early in the fight, so you kind of expect the ult difference here. Bun going super low. Already had to pop the deflect, unfortunately, but here comes the Ray from Scuffed. Question is, when do they want to use it? Now's a good chance, especially with Vega down. One with a couple of nice little headshots there too. Does end up falling prey to someone behind him, but an early orbital Ray is going to be good for a fight win.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to, well, take an L to take a W, it works out for Rad to be able to put up a lot more healing by taking more damage, getting that orbital ray quicker than Vega, and ultimately gives them a W following, but they'll still be at a deficit. But hey, if you can trade back and forth, you just never know what kind of momentum you can carry through and what mistakes you can force out of Toronto Defiant, if any. But now it'll be a big Sugar-free blade we got to watch out for.
Both High Noons popped. Who's going to blink first? All right, both Cassidy's deciding against it. Wub now on a small flank. When will he reveal himself? Oh, spots Vega. Oh dear, that's one very weakened Juno. Blade's been popped though, straight on top of the rally as well. Sugarfree's just doing unbelievable amounts of damage. Oh, on a bouncy cast as well with Nemwai. Nemwai was like, surely if I just bounce the opposite time to the Genji, he can never catch me. 7 minutes to go, Toronto Defiant with bot control.
Yeah, Vega having the orbital ray much later on in the fight gave them that advantage they very much needed to supplement someone like Sugarfree, to supplement the fight as Toronto took more and more damage as it went on. So the later you can use your support ultimates, the better, but it all depends on can you survive that first initial assault. So they did that against Rad. Now we're looking towards Bun and what she can do. And there's a lot of little nooks and crannies to sneak through, but Bun is just going head first into it.
Someone realizes a terror surge happening, looks quickly at it as 12 goes super low. Bun takes down Sugarfree. Blade has been popped. Here comes the damage. Someone taking a fair bit has to back off. Bun isolating and killing Sugarfree is a good start. Toronto Defiant now down one. The bot, unfortunately for Rad Xidity though, was on the checkpoint. So this was Toronto Defiant's chance to back off, reset, and go again as the bot was in butt scratch mode. As they are going to reset into the mid after only using one.
Still a fairly close game.
Oh, good eats.
25 meters, Deadeye.
I mean,
somewhat protecting him with his life. Rad needed to just run down that Cassidy. And you got to really decide whether you want to escape or commit to the Cassidy. And Rad did their best and managed to still pull through despite that Deadeye still going off.
Don't lose anybody else. Oh, Nemwai going down is kind of bad. Rally was available there from Rad Xidity as well. Not sure though, Toronto Defiant might not be able to touch. I mean, someone and Mera only just coming back now. Vega and RuPaul should be too far behind, but this is going to be checkpoint. Okay, so they're going to tie the map up. 55.53 meters on at that checkpoint as now Rad Xidity decided it's time to leave.
Come on, robot.
So this will reset to the neutral point. Orbital Ray fight for Toronto versus a Deadeye kickoff for Wub with Sugar-free at the ready with the blade, and here's the initiative.
High Noons, blade available from Sugar-free, instantly pops it, it's gonna get that damage boost as well. Wub is just caught out on the side, Sugar-free. Oh my goodness. It's just so beautiful. I'm happy Genji's back in the meta, and I'm sure a lot of you at home are happy as well as we get to see blades like that. It's gonna be Toronto taking the lead after that Juno ult, Orbital Ray and Blade.
Yeah, if Wub can stay further and further away of Sugarfree's gonna force to pay attention to Wub, especially if you have the Deadeye. And look, like, not knowing that someone is there with a Javelin, Rad need to communicate. You're in an 0-2 spot, and maybe you're feeling like you're giving up, but you just can't.
Good stun on Bun as well. Sugarfree, I think someone there, sorry, was drawing the eye of Rad Xidity as RuPaul just steps up onto the high ground, up that staircase, pops the rally, gets a bash, and stuns the Genji. Blade available from Bun, though. She can combo it, of course, with 12's ult. It's not uncommon, but someone's trying to hold the door right now. High Noon popped. There's the speed ring. Putting Merit in a better spot, or at least trying to. Spots the Brig. Everybody very isolated right now as Toronto Defiant 120 meters. Terror Surge in the spawn. A little damage onto Wub, but that's about it. Can Rad Xidity spring board back into this one? Blade has been popped by Bun, but this entire time, Toronto, they had the bot moving. Bun at least claims one, maybe even another as well, as they'll reflect there onto Sugarfree. 130 meters, 0.48. Rad Xidity get the team kill. They got a whole lot of meterage to gain now.
Yeah, Rad being able to get some room to breathe after Toronto are kind of goofing around, you know, using Deadeye with no one around and just trying to touch the spawn room doors. But Rad get a second wind at this, and it's going to be an orbital ray fight. And it's what you do during that. They really got to commit all in and have a good goal in mind. Is it going to be to take down someone? Is it going to be about forcing rotations back? Are you going to follow through if they disengage? The comms have to be perfect, but Sugarfree has Blade. If you ult track this, you got to be ready for it. You got to distance yourself away.
Terror Surge, there's the dash. Merit finished off. Perfect combo there from Bun and 12's to isolate the Cassidy. Now the focus is purely on someone. A single, or even a couple of kills here coming through from Toronto Defiant, potentially. Wub dead. Only one person left. Unfortunately for Toronto, they only managed to kill the Cass. So it's going to be Rad Xidity in a good spot. They can move up. They've got the orbital ray. They've got the rally to potentially survive through Vegas. But it's all on Sugarfree's Blade yet again. His combo's been so deadly. And Rad Xidity need a clean fight here, Jen.
Yeah, I'd love to see Wub just sit at the window, wait for the Blade, and try to Deadeye to pull Sugarfree away from his team, or just force the one-on-one. Where Wub is positioned is key, but he's trying to stay so close to his Orisa, it's not going to work.
Reflected. Both Cassidy's down as the Blade has been pulled, and the combo just never gets old. 1, 2, almost 3 kills from Sugarfree's Blade. The orbital Blade is just way too strong. I mean, look, you had your rally going as well, but that double damage Blade swings, and after Genji got that change too, and where you swing a lot quicker now during Dragon Blade, it's almost the perfect storm for Genji to become meta again. 2 minutes to go as Toronto Defiant hold on to their own rally. They've got Terror Surge for next fight, and they're just going to go now. Just making it even more painful for Rad Xidity leading up to these next couple of fights. Bun does end up using the Blade, isolates RuPaul as that Terror Surge brought them in. It's almost perfect for Bun. Hey, we're all stacked up against each other. We could just kind of swing away as Toronto Defiant were attempting to get maximum value out of someone's Terror Surge. Rad Xidity have got a long way to go with this robot, though, as it was dragged away from that midpoint. Quite a distance.
Yeah, for Bun to pull out a late Blade after a lot of cooldowns have been used is great. Rad got to be careful, though, stacking too much around their Orisa and maybe putting too many eggs in the Nenwai rally to maybe stun the Blade, or a Troll's Terror Surge. Again, splitting up may be a way to force Toronto into one certain direction, and Rad can go for a pinch that way. Stacking too much leads to the Genji dashing around and you trying to find where he is in the midst of your team and the other team. So just Rad got to be careful with stacking.
You're Toronto here as well. You got no real need to push around this corner. You can just hold on here forever, pretty much. 130 meters, almost to completion. Terror Surge does end up getting popped as well as that High Noon from Merit, so the whole of Rad Xidity right now trying to scurry for cover. Deflect's going to go down. A lot of those bullets just entering the bot, unfortunately, as the Ray rather late in the fight as Toronto Defiant just run out of cooldowns to stay alive. 20 seconds to go. Rad Xidity need to double their meterage currently to find themselves in the lead, as Toronto all end up spawning together as overtime approaching, and they got Blade, they got the Ray. This orbital Blade is just going to go crazy. Nenwai's rally just has to save the day, but it's not happened yet.
Yeah, the orbital ray could be the end-all be-all. There's the Deadeye to try to push Toronto away, but they don't care.
Over the wall. Oh, good. Bun's already dead. There's the blade. It's already been popped. 2 kills for Sugar Free. And that is going to be it. Rad Xidity halted there. 101 meters to 130 for Toronto. And it's just another day in the office. A 3-0 in the upper bracket as they continue their warpath.
Yeah, if Rad would have just stuck to the Genji comp from the beginning, this would have been a more closer affair. But Toronto, they kind of like what Zoe said on the desk. When you give them an inch, they take a mile. Toronto, they not only win fights, they send you back to spawn, and they also camp out your spawn. It's kind of disgusting how much fun and how much Toronto get in your heads during the game. And these, you know, we have experienced players on the Rad side who have been around the block, like you said, but it still hurts to go into a match where you're against the #1 team, in undisputed #1 team. But this is the semifinal. It's not the end of Rad. They drop to the lower bracket. Toronto go to upper bracket final. And I think Rad can be more happy or more confident in how they can approach this lower bracket.
Yeah, so always spicy as well when you make a lower bracket run. I think we've got the Toronto comms as well, so we'll jump into them right now.
She kind of got like low-key mad because I made fun of her for being a Hufflepuff. We're talking about Harry Potter. What? You know, like Hufflepuffs? Yeah. I made fun of her for being a Hufflepuff.
That's embarrassing, bro, if you're a Hufflepuff.
I know, so that's what I said.
I was a Slytherin.
You would be a Slytherin. No, both of you are Slytherins.
Wait, what are you, Lenny?
I'm a Gryffindor.
Not a Gryffindor. No, you're not.
You're not. You're the most Slytherin.
You lied on the chest for fun.
Wait, are you stupid? Are you guys ready to go? I'm about to go. Boom, boom, boom.
I mean, if you have time at the beginning of a match to discuss your housing situation in Harry Potter, you know it's a good day at the office. I do have to say, Toronto defined as a whole, though, it's a combined Slytherin effort. I feel personally.
Maybe.
Are they now?
I have no opinion.
I think
as a
I can see
Hufflepuff, I
Lenny
can see
as a
that you wouldn't
Gryffindor.
have.
I think, yeah, I probably am.
You
I'm
might
a
be a
Hufflepuff.
Hufflepuff.
He's
Yeah.
100% Hufflepuff.
I don't know what it
You're
implies.
definitely a Ravenclaw.
Okay.
I'm
take a Ravenclaw.
Proud
I'm unfortunately a
Hufflepuff.
Slytherin.
You might be a Slytherin, so I'm sorry to.
Sorry. Someone feels Gryffindor. I get Gryffindor vibes from
Yes,
Sure,
actually,
for sure.
so true.
Yeah, anyway, let's talk about the match. Rad Xidity, yes, they're out now. They're dropping into the lower brackets. They had some moments here and there, but it was not. This was not theirs to win. It was simply not theirs to win.
Wow, this
When you're going above the spawn ship on control,
You know.
we know it's not so good for the other team.
Oh no, there's a Diva Max exploding.
Oh no. He's feeding a little, what, 700-800 damage to the enemy Diva. That's kind of respectful, mitigating some of that damage gap that surely is occurring on the server.
They kept a point here on Clash.
Wow, you didn't get 5-0'd on Clash. You did so good. You did so good, Johnny.
Wait,
Look, I don't think really.
We can't take too much away from Rad Xidity because
Yeah,
this is
exactly.
Toronto
I don't think the purpose of
at
this
full
is punching
force.
down. I think the
Agreed.
purpose of this is just like we know how good Toronto Defiant is, so this is kind of what was expected.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'm impressed with Rad Xidity fighting back a little bit, battling on Runasapi. Sugar Free had a lot of big moments on the Genji, was definitely running the table, but Bun struck back, went blade for blade there a couple times. Just the overall pressure from Toronto. It's this is the nature of the game in Overwatch. When you're winning by a little bit on every front, you win by a lot on every front, right? It all snowballs, it all compounds, and with a team as good as Toronto Defiant, with every level of execution is just clean, it's such a hard fight to go through.
Someone earning themselves player of the match. Could have given that to anyone. Also, shout out. Classic, great, fantastic profile picture. Love that. What does it mean?
Looked great on the Orisa. Had a little, I would say, some unconventional, maybe not unconventional, but I like the way someone approached the Orisa in this match. I mean, we know the Winston's elite, but he had a lot of these flanking maneuvers on Orisa. He was like not exposing himself right at the start of the fight. Let the enemy Orisa show herself first, start the cooldown cycle, and then he comes from a side angle and engages with a big cooldown advantage. I like the way he approached it. I'm gonna be copying that in my rank.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal that from my rank.
Seriously, it's good. It's clean play.
Will that work against
Teammates
other
might
teams,
be
though?
upset if your teammates don't understand what's going on.
I saw someone do it. I saw someone do it in OWCS.
The hubris. Will that work against other teams, though? Because clearly they were punching downward here, but a more evenly stacked team
I don't mind the style conceptually because there's no like sniper on the other side where you're not just getting like one hit because your tank is hiding for the most part. And so I think he sprinkles it in. He's not like 100% flanking on Orisa, right? He's like just engaging from a side angle or delaying his presence into the fight by a few seconds so he has the lead in the cooldown cycle, or he gets by the enemy Orisa if he wants to get to the back line. So I just thought, just intelligent play from someone, something we can expect from him, but just a little shout out that he's got that skill even on characters like Orisa that maybe aren't his bread and butter.
Indeed. Well, and of course, with this victory, Toronto Defiant are continuing their run through our upper bracket, finding themselves in the upper bracket final, awaiting their next opponent, which will be either Nightmare or Fluffy Dreamland. And Rad Xidity are now in the lower bracket, fighting for their life in an elimination match against TSM. We'll find out how they'll stack up against one another very soon. Not all is lost, of course, for Toronto Defiant. All of this is not necessarily just about the cash money you get when you're coming first. And it's definitely not about the ticket to Stockholm, since they've already secured that one. They want to have that seeding. They want to have that #1 seed heading into our World Final.
It'd be really nice to not play Crazy Raccoon or Team Falcons in the first round. And so if you can
I think there's also pride on the line for Toronto. You know, I think for them to have what a ridiculous year in North America, dominating every tournament, the by far the best circuit point performance, by far I think of any region, the team that is like the most above the region of any team in the world right now. And so for them to get anything less than first, to be honest, I think would really be a blow before Stockholm, right? Even if they get second place and they're still like one of the best teams, I feel like not winning this tournament with how they performed in NA so far would be pretty rough for them mentally. Like, as crazy as that is, a second is not good enough for Toronto.
Yeah, and they have something to prove after, what happened in Dallas. They want to rock up and they want to show that they are the undisputed top, the absolute top, not just in NA, but perhaps in the world. We'll find out when we're heading to Sweden. For now, though, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have a second semi-final to play first. It's going to be Nightmare going up against Fluffy Dreamland. You don't want to miss it. We see you on the other side. Welcome back, friends. We're about to get ready for our second semi-final of the day here in our NA region. Zoe here, and I have the utmost pleasure of being joined by Jake and Johnny. Let's dig in straight away. Dreamland, Fluffy Dreamland rather, will be going up against Nightmare. We've not seen an awful lot from both of these so far on our main broadcast. So let's help our viewers being caught up to speed here a little bit regarding both of these rosters. Starting with Fluffy Dreamland here. Who are the standouts? Who should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I feel like Fluffy Dreamland was one of the teams that tried to make a run for it. From the middle of the pack in North America, they obviously beat NRG in an upset win in their group and went 3-0, earned themselves the top seed from that group. And I feel like we have to look out for Chime and Haven, two really good damage players for this team, with Ryan actually waiting in the wings, joining from Shigigami, who had a standout Tracer performance for them in Stage 3 of OWCS. But I think we can expect pretty default stuff from this team. Right here, you can see that Ryan is playing the Genji and Chime is playing the Tracer. But this was actually a couple of weeks ago. The meta shifted a little bit. We saw some Ramatra and Mei being played in this matchup specifically, whereas here we're seeing the Junker Queen being played, of course. I would foresee that we're going to see more default stuff. We're going to see Astro over on that Orisa, and we're going to see Chime perhaps mantling the Genji with Haven, of course, playing the Ashe or the Cassidy if need be. So with the way the meta's been trending, I'm not expecting too many different things from Fluffy Dreamland, but they're on the come up and they're no slouches.
Well, Nightmare, on the other hand, Jake, they don't shy away from playing a little bit more unconventional stuff. What do you expect them to bust out for today's match?
I feel like Nightmare's a team that I always expect to have something kind of interesting in the works, but I think Zera's Genji is just a really scary prospect in this meta, where it seems like these Genjis are having so much impact on the game. They're having so much individual skill outplay that really does decide a lot of these fights, and I think there's not many other Genjis in NA you'd want over someone like Zera. I think it looks like his best hero to me, even though he does bring a lot of flexibility to the table. So if they needed to bring out other options, he's absolutely going to bring it. And then Seeker on the core hit scan, I mean, you know he's going to deliver. He's been such a strong performer in North America for quite a while now, whether it's the Widow, the Ashe, even the Bastion. I feel like it's kind of his specialty at this point. I'm not sure if we see too much of that particular pick in this game, but Nightmare, they've got a full core press. Everyone really, really strong on this team, and Infected can handle any tank, and I think his mechanical skill could really shine on Orisa.
Yeah, definitely a team to watch out for. Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I'm not actually sure I ever made a prediction for this one. If you would ask me right now, I can't remember.
We need to write this down.
I literally got up at 5 in the morning.
We might have done these like right when we got here in the morning.
Just like I predicted. I predicted that. No, I just think their DPS duo is just a notch above the opposition here. Fluffy Dreamland, I think, have impressed us a lot throughout the season, but I give this one to Nightmare.
Yeah, I felt the same. I think, Admiral and CJ in the backline are going to be a great duo this meta, bringing a lot of stability, which you need in this meta. It's a lot about making good decisions with ultimates, kiting away when you need to. And I think that those calls coming from the backline, I'm confident in Nightmare. And then, like I said, I think Zera and Seeker on top. I will say, I think Chimes Mei is going to be a big comfort pick. I wouldn't be shocked if that's something that Fluffy Dreamland want to build around, as Space Station have in Europe, to play a Mei-centric style. Could throw Nightmare off their game. So I do think Fluffy Dreamland put some respect on the name. I think they could easily win a map, or maybe two, but I still favor Nightmare in the series.
Yeah, I mean, that's how they beat NRG Shock, right? It was on the back of actually Chime playing a really good Mei. So they could try to mirror that in this matchup against NRG. I still think they're the underdog. I'm still predicting Nightmare to win this matchup, but it says 3-0, but all right. I respect you, Fluffy Dreamland. I still think it's going to be a good...
Not as much as the two of us. It's fine. It's just like...
I like the 3-0. I just like the 3-0.
Just like committing.
Yeah. Maybe he is a Slytherin too, you know?
Just like low-key, like a little bit. Just a little bit.
I don't know. It's up to the audience. You decide what house I am.
I'm an adult.
I can't do myself. I don't know what the difference is, but...
That's okay. Well, 31% here in the audience believes in Fluffy Dreamland. Still the best logo we have in the league, so they have that going for themselves. So you gotta count.
This is truly the light and darkness.
It actually
logo
is.
Matchup.
That's actually so funny.
Nightmare versus Fluffy Dreamland.
The most anime matchup we have for you today, and of course, who else to bring in for something like that than Jen and Jack? Who you got coming out on top of this one?
I was gonna roll with the thread like anime. Are we good? Are we good with that? Am I an anime?
Are you an anime enjoyer?
I am an anime enjoyer. I'm watching Mob Psycho 100 right now.
Oh, nice! It's a good selection.
It's a good show. It's pretty good. Johnny's like, what's
Johnny's
anime?
like, what are you talking
Johnny, Johnny has no clue.
He's like, Nani?
All right, let's get into the game. Jen, yeah, Nightmare versus Fluffy Dreamland. I mean, Chime has been on the come up too. I think Chime has been one of the most impressive DPSs in the group stage at the very least. How do you rate their chances going up against Nightmare today?
I think you just gotta really respect Fluffy Dreamland and their ability to upset NRG Shock in the groups. Like, you just never know what to expect from them. I think before that, I would have think NTMR are favored, and the desk already brought up sort of the fun strats that NTMR have brought, even from stage 3, you know, bringing out a lot more Maga than a lot of other teams, but even from their match against Ramatra Punch, where it's hard to judge because they play Ryan, you're probably gonna see a lot of the Seeker hit scan, but which hit scan does he land on? We even saw Hanzo from him, but we'll see how much, how seriously he's going to take that. Zira, I mean, Jake brought up the Genji and the Tracer for him. His Tracer really stood out back in the day, and Genji's been the flavor of the meta, so excited to see how NTMR are going to set the stage here.
Yeah, let's have a look. I like the Chime Farah look. It's been clean every single time Fluffy Dreamland want to kind of flex around it. Nightmare kind of rocking with the default right now. We see where Zera also wants to pivot. They just TP out after using that speed ring, getting as much space as possible, and there you go, Zera on the Farah. So complete mirror comps here on either side. Both teams high in the sky, also low to the ground with that Cassidy.
Yeah, pocket pick out of Zero. We've even seen him bring this out on other maps like Runasapi. So this is a comfort pick for Zero, who can also just swap to the Genji. Emergency break the glass code Genji, but it's Seeker's Shatsu. His mechanics is always going to be what propels NTMR's success. So Haven's going to have a tough road ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, Seeker has always just been such a crack shot. I mean, even when he joined the Boston Uprising, right, in the Overwatch League, at a time that Boston Uprising were just not doing well as a team at all, and he came in and just kind of lit the stage up even in his first like opening matches. Really nothing to fear, really, it felt like, from Seeker. He's only evolved since then. Fluffy Dreamland going to try and retake this point now as Nightmare got that first cap off the back of a single pick. Seeker taking a lot of damage, and Chime actually with the boop sends him careening over the edge. So pretty easy fight, you'd imagine, for Fluffy Dreamland, but Nightmare are going to make it hurt as CJ used that Ray on the point. A later one from Renko. Not sure he's smiling too much right now, but Chime with the double kill with the barrage straight on top of that orbital Ray. No amount of healing in the world can save you from that, unfortunately, Nightmare. As now looks like Astro and Fluffy Dreamland, they're going to finally get some time on the point.
Yeah, NTMR invested a lot to have Infected in this lineup, but I just wasn't a fan of that push of, I've really got, when you want to kind of set the tone of that first fight, you've really got to own your half of the point, get stable, and then push. And also ult tracking that bar is probably going to have barrage, and you don't want to leave that sheltered space. And Chime has been doing a great job of modulating his aggression and being as forward without inting, but a Deadeye ready for Haven and catches Zero.
All right, well, you trade though. So Farah for Farah. Good spear from downtown. Haven didn't see it coming. High Noon popped by Seeker. Terror Surge coming in as well for both the Rizzers. There's the rallies as well to block a lot of that damage. Haven pulling the trigger first. Ends up killing Seeker. That large shield now coming in rather clutch as Sarah comes back. And with a vengeance, that barrage takes down Haven, but quickly finished off by Chime. All that overhealth that was built up by both these rallies quickly fades away with the amount of damage just being slung on either side. Eventually, CJ earns the Ray, and this should be Nightmare taking this point. Renko only a couple of percentage points away from their own, and unfortunately didn't get it off in time. But at least they can re-engage with it now, but will they be able to find picks? Here comes the raid. They're looking at Seeker currently, but a quick disengage here from Nightmare. Not quick enough for Infected, however. No spear spin, and that fortifying won't stand up to the wrath of all that damage being doubled.
A good patience out of someone like Renko to just go for the more guaranteed fight, holding the orbital ray, retaking with it. And TMR should have realized that, well, they used all of their ultimates to win the last fight. It's okay to give up the point and play for a quicker re-engage than to sit there, extend a bit more, but then all die and then give ult charge to Fluffy Dreamland. Now you have Chime who can defend with a barrage. If NTMR go White Room, this is going to be pretty hairy for them.
Yeah, Chime can basically just wait on the sidelines here, although pretty isolated, and Zera has already hit a direct. Quick pack, though, from the Brig. Should heal the Farah up pretty quickly. As Nightmare slowly make their way onto the point. Both Juno so close this Ray. I mean, the Ray is really going to decide it all. Zera has also earned himself a barrage, so whichever far can kind of catch the other one off guard, they might be good for it. Infected taking the brute force of that damage, I mean, in the doorway. But here comes a Ray and the barrage. Rocket sent downtown as the Cassidy. Oh, directed by Zera as he almost plunged into the drink. Zera looking so clean on the far as Chime quickly goes for a reset. Fluffy Dreamland with 99% now.
Yeah, Chime was just in a weird position. I thought he was going to try and barrage on top of the White Room roof, and then was also in vision, isolated, as you pointed out, yes, near a mega, but didn't get as much value from the barrage. And even Zero popped his barrage a little too early. There was almost no one home for Fluffy Dreamland on the point. Nonetheless, we're coming down to the last fight with Terra Surge's Deadeyes, but most importantly, support ults from Fluffy.
Oh, here comes the Ray. It's going to be a tough one to fight into, but Seeker's already found one of that Terra Surge, just doing away with Renko. Astro's benefiting a lot from this Ray right now, but it's the only one on Fluffy Dreamland that's actually doing so. Nightmare are in OT, a couple of fan the hammers from Seeker, but Astro ends up just going down, isolated on the side, and without Renko to heal you up, the Orisa, as soon as she's out of CDs, she is as good as dead. And Nightmare looking to close this one out. Couple of touches there as Haven switches over to the Tracer. Zera, Chime comes back in for one final touch, but that's it. That's round over. Renko again comes back from Storm, straight into the drink as Nightmare. He had a nice little round. 100 to 99 though, pretty close so far.
Really weird for Fluffy to lose that last fight. They had two support ultimates, an Orbital Ray and Rally, versus NTMR who didn't have that. And Fluffy died so fast. Like, I don't know if it was just a hesitation on when to pop those or just a chaos mode happening, but that should have been a Fluffy Dreamland fight win. But hey, pretty close, 100 to 99. Let's go look at Seeker and how he keeps this far and check in. Yeah, just an unlucky tumble.
Oh, that is
that's why.
So sad with the Tracer. When you recall at the exact wrong time, when you've already blinked over the pond. Unfortunate. Happens to the best of us. And we'll see what Fluffy Dreamland want to do here. Looks like Haven's going to switch over to Ashe. Seeker on the Widowmaker. A very fearsome foe, to put it lightly.
You don't get to see Widows too often, but this is just to find that backline that has already moved towards the point, and Astro's isolated at the corridor, and he's just now pushing into the supports of NTMR. Like, what is Astro up to over there?
Yeah, Astro is playing a single-player RPG right now. Nice little flank from the Orisa. Is going to join the rest of the team, maybe trying to isolate the Brig. Admiral putting up the shield there so it doesn't get launched off the edge. Astro with no CDs, that's why a little bit careful as Haven taking a lot of damage from Zera. Switched over from the Ashe, went to the Cassidy. There's a grapple shot from Seeker. Oh, connects. It double hits Chime. Normally it's a pretty easy matchup with the Pharah being that close, booping the Widowmaker around, but Seeker making it look easy. And I must say, Lemon, I do like Haven switching over to the Cassidy, knowing that you're not going to be dueling or going to be able to duel with Seeker on the Ashe, so opting for a lot more frontline damage, just hanging with the rest of the team, but it's actually making it across now is going to be a problem.
Yeah, Chime just wasn't involved in that fight looking for a mega pack, but then he moved mid-map and Seeker's Widow's there, so Chime was just not in that fight to help Fluffy Dreamland, and Zera got just a free rocket everybody, and Pharah's very dominant on night market, so someone has to keep him in check. That's what Haven's gonna do, and that is the answer to a Widow.
Yeah, a little Genji. That'll be doing it. And Seeker. It's going to take a long time to come back from spawn now, especially with how Fluffy Dreamland are positioned. Here comes the Raze on the point. Unfortunately for Chime, there's no blade. Only just switched to the Genji, so not massive effectiveness coming out from him unless he can find some dash resets. Terra Surge, barrage on top. No surviving that one, unfortunately. Fluffy Dreamland, you're up on cloud 9 now. A team kill for Nightmare as Seeker also switches over to a Cassidy, so just mirroring Fluffy Dreamland almost now.
And Fluffy just got so aggro off the Orbital Ray, they ran in, but right into the hands of Zeros, floating above with the barrage, converting 2 or 3, and Seeker with the others. So Fluffy gotta be careful how aggressive and ferocious they want to be as Haven. Tough with the Deadeye is Seeker. I don't know what he's aiming for here, catching someone.
On the Brig, that'll do it. Oh, makes it pop the Rally. Stunned while in the Terror Surge, but somehow Seeker gets out of there. The Rally from Admiral's good enough. That overhealth applied, plus a couple of packs on top, enables Seeker to live through all of that damage. Takes a couple of headshots from Haven though, so still has to back off, as overtime is here for Nightmare. A 99% to 0, as Abril kills Chime, and it's only Astro to touch. A high noon shouldn't even need it, to be honest with you. As Nightmare finish off this round, a lot more decisive, 100 to 0.
Yeah, NTMR just controlled that entire map, first starting with the Seeker Widow, which just held the middle of the map for them, forcing Chime to just, well, look for Megas, be very careful how he was going around the mid-map, and clearly just couldn't go toe-to-toe with Zero, who patrolled the perimeter and was quite impactful, to say the least, on Night Market. And then how did Seeker not get punished sitting in that corner? Like, that should have been an immediate turn from Fluffy, but that tumble, that damage resist, that just the backup of NTMR supporting his shenanigans. A lot of good synergy from NTMR.
Yeah, you're like, okay, Seeker's dead, surely. I like how it's the classic, like, old casty play, hide in the corner, wait for someone to peek round, flashbang fan. Almost killed the Brig, to be fair. Hey. Almost got that kill, ended up popping the rally, getting bashed, Terror Surge, but like you said, backup was there for him, and Nightmare finished out that map strong. Lijiang Tower a 2-0, as Fluffy G-Man now get to choose where they want to go, and you've got to imagine they're going to go to a map where Chime can just pop off on the far. I mean, Chime has been exceptional. A true rising star, I think, in North America. And Fluffy Dreamland in general as a team, I think, has shocked a lot of people. We'll see if Nightmare can kind of grapple now with Fluffy Dreamland's map pick.
It's tough where you want to go. I think they looked, Fluffy looked really strong on something like New Junk City when they won that against NRG, playing a lot of even the Chime May. I wouldn't mind seeing the return of that with the Astro Arissa, my Canadian goat, who is just kind of on his own, in his own world sometimes on the flank. And yeah, I mean, Arissa can get away with a lot. And I mean, they ended up uniting on the back line, and that's the type of kind of rallying that Grapes and Renko need to do to keep up with Astro.
Yeah, that's true. Hey. You can flank as anybody if you're quiet enough. Just a little crouch action.
Yeah.
0.5 to 1.7 KDs there on either side. 16 to 30 deaths. Not so much of a bloodbath. It was only a 2-rounder, so nothing too crazy. What do you expect Fluffy Dreamland to kind of go? Do you think it is going to be New Junk City? A little bit of rush coming through from them with Chime May?
Yeah, definitely something safer for Astro and the Arissa, and I think the Chime May, New Junk City, like I said, they were very strong against NRG winning that. That was one of the maps that tilted the scales in their favor, but just honestly avoiding dive maps because Infected's a very, very strong Winston, but and especially Widow maps, you don't want to go to Gibraltar. Seeker was quite confident on the Widow.
Junkertown, or Rialto, like you don't want to go to Escort. Basically, our Escort pool is, have you got a Widow player? If yes, then pick it. If no, then do not pick Escort.
Basically, yeah, no Gibraltar. And yeah, just avoid dive maps, Gibraltar, Widow maps, just something nice. A push, a clash, and like I said, New Junk City worked out really well for Fluffy. And I'm wondering if they want to continue with the May from Chime or if they want to just go for more far-based maps. They even played that on Runa Sapi and had good success on that. So that's what's nice about what also playing against that TMR, well, not nice, but fun for us to watch, is you never know what they're going to pull out because they kind of don't stick to one meta. They kind of walk to the beat of their own.
Yeah, which I really enjoy, actually. I think that's one of my favorite things about watching, like, casting Nightmare. When we were seeing a lot of Circuit Royale as well, it was like, oh, man, I can't wait to see Seeker Widow. Oh, he's playing Bastion. Well, it's still fun as well. Like, they really did, I don't want to say pioneer the Bastion on that map, but a lot of teams kind of like, oh, okay, Rush with the Bastion, okay, it's kind of working. Kind of developed its own small meta when they had it in the map pool, but we'll have to wait and see. No more circuits, sadly, but we do have a lot of good Widow maps, and I don't imagine Fluffy Dreamland are going to take us there. We'll have to wait and see what they want to jump into, and just deciding now, but okay, well, I'll take it back. They've already decided, and we're hopping into New Junk City, so yeah, you were right. Nail on the head.
I got the crystal ball, so the Chime May, but what is NTMR going to want to respond with? Kind of a tough one there. They sometimes like their double flankers, the Tracer Sombra, if you don't want to play the ring around the Rosie game, but Seer's Genji is always something you could depend on in this meta to just climb over their walls, climb over any obstacle, physically and metaphorically. I don't think Far would be as strong there.
Forearm Fitch. New hero? maybe? That'd be kind of cool. Kind of sick, actually. And like a true brawler. Like, it's kind of like Doomfist, but he has 2 giant fists, and he's just like a pure melee, like Ram in Nemesis form, but just that as a hero, potentially. That'd be kind of cool. Like a boxer or something. Kind of a lore on the spot. It's happened a lot. None of it's good, by the way. None of it's good.
You're nowhere for sure.
Yeah, it's getting nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. All right, Chime's on the Mei, though. There we go. Okay, Astro on the Orisa. Haven, Cass, Chime, Mei versus Zera on the Genji. So this is kind of what we've seen this a lot from Chime and Fluffy Dreamland. We'll see how Nightmare does kind of grapple with this, because the idea, especially with Fluffy Dreamland's comp, you want to just take the fight to them. Wall off the Orisa, burn her cooldowns, or even wall off someone like a Brig. Burn as many CDs as possible. And then find a good execution kill. A lot of front-loaded damage, especially with these icicles. They do a fair amount, especially hitting the Orisa in the head, who is one of the largest head hitboxes in the game, to be certain.
An important cooldown for Zero to mark is when Chime uses Ice Block. As soon as you see that, and as soon as they pop out of it, that's got to be the dash angle. That's got to be the engage angle for NTMR, especially off the speed ring of CJ.
Wow, that is a free cap if I ever did see one there. Zera just put himself on the point, forced Fluffy Jr. to trying to make them contest. Chime a little bit too late, ends up not getting there before they actually get the point, and now Nightmare are just going to run rings around them. Well, they're going to get run rings around them. They let this mate get away with murder. Here comes the walls. The kills are eventually coming in for Astra and Haven. As soon as one more goes up, that is go time, and Nightmare eventually caught as the point does get flipped. And they might Striker Infected here as well. It's a very smart play. You know Infected is going to be kind of near roll anyway, so giving him it here isn't too bad. You can really just make it hurt. There you go. They got an extra like 15% off of that with Infected only just spawning in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, things look hairy for NTMR, but they have the better comp to contest points. You know, you want a Genji or a Tracer at the very least to go and contest it, especially in that middle ring, because as soon as you're in that ring, you're sort of, it's difficult for you to get back into the fight, or you got to cap in, you may lose vision of the battle. So NTMR committed to that. Fluffy had an upper hand, but they retaliate. Now a Deadeye speed.
Oh no! Oh, the speed ring. It's too powerful. It's too powerful. There's one pick. Looked like Nightmare, and Zera, to be more precise, was trying to cap behind Fluffy Dreamlands. If they get extra picks here, it's going to be good. Terror Surge, Blade Pop from Zera, though. I think Fluffy Dreamland stray a little bit too close to the sun. Not expecting Infected to also use that Terror Surge in the choke. And with that orbital ray, I mean, these maps, and especially Clash Lemon, like, they're so, oh, sorry, Flashpoint. They're so enclosed that the ray just does so much work. Like, their healing amplification is just absurd on top of the double damage.
Yeah, absolutely, and just, you like that NTMR were being reactive with the blade. First, it was being proactive with Haven, being sped around with the Deadeye. It was a nice call. But the Zero Blade, just the Genji is gives you a stronger chance in the ult fights. But Chime has Blizzard, and this is for the first point cap.
All right, time to hop on the merry-go-round again. Trying to avoid the Chime Mei. Point contested by Astro. Defensive wall comes up as Nightmare noticed that the rest of Fluffy Dreamland are isolated away from Astro currently. Looks like they're going to make it back into the mid as they use the ray on the point, trying to get the free cap, and they are successful in it. And Zera, unfortunately, meets a very quick death there by Chime. Hitting the right click from across the map is good for one, good for another, and there it is. Nightmare lose that point. And it was only the ray that was required from Fluffy Dreamland. Fluffy up now, a single point against Nightmare. A very long first point, mind you, as well.
Yeah. Very back and forth, and that means both teams have really good ult economy of just always having a win condition for the following one. And you brought it up, Fluffy only won that with only an orbital ray. Now they can Blizzard, and they're a team that like to take the initiative, that like to take fights early. And as soon as you see NTMR through this choke, you gotta throw the Blizzard. There's a lot of mobile characters on NTMR though, so catching someone with the Blizzard, it'll be about marking those cooldowns. So a dash from the Genji, maybe a bash from the Brig. Did you see the Fortify out of the Orisa? There's a lot of cooldowns to negate that Blizzard.
High noon. Spear already used. Point control by Nightmare. Oh, Astro, a fraction of a second too late there to try and contest. Another high noon, shielded off. Exactly the same clip we saw 15 seconds ago. Golden Orisa on the point, and now the Blizzard's going to really pay dividends for Fluffy Dreamland. This Orbital Ray, though, through the middle of the point as Infected kills 2 with the Terror Surge. That made Blizzard getting next to nothing for Fluffy Dreamland. A Blizzard Terror Surge is an insane combo, but they just can't get it done.
Yeah, it was a great call from Chime to, you saw the Fortify, but what's important is the Terror Surge also gives you Fortify. So Infected stopped getting frozen from that and actually punished the Mei of Chime, who walked up to Blizzard to be aggro, thought Infected was low after eating a Deadeye to the face. So a huge play out of Infected to save that fight, because that was a big win con from Fluffy Dreamland that's now gone.
All right, well, Fluffy Dreamland are going to have to put pedal to the metal here. Sarah's got the blade, they got the rally. Infected already going pretty low, but Sarah pops the blade, forces Fluffy Dreamland all the way back, but has to quickly join the rest of his team. That Ray, even with the blade, you cannot mess with that, as Admiral ends up going down first. No more ultimates to use here for Nightmare. And they shouldn't use them anyway, even if they did have them, as Fluffy Dreamland have 99... Oh, sorry, need to battle against 99% on the side of Nightmare now.
Yeah, Fluffy Dreamland, babe, being able to barely get that back after using a lot of ults in the previous fight. And NTMR, the Deadeye speed combo, and the Orbital Ray. I don't know if Fluffy Dreamland can really hang with this. It all depend on if you can get something with the Haven Deadeye, or maybe if Chime can build up to the Blizzard. But in fact, it can maybe keep the Terra Surge to still be front and center, have a backup Fortify just in case with that Terra Surge. So see if Chime can find value.
I mean, the problem is here, Nightmare have Ray. They can just walk on the point, hit the Ray, or even do this. High Noon onto the point with the speed ring, force the wall. And now what do you do if you're Chime? You cannot go down, and the Ray can come out as soon as you disengage. This is exactly the same thing we saw like what, 30 seconds ago in the last fight? Here comes the Ray from CJ, and the Terror Surge brings everybody in. Grape's already down, so Fluffy Dreamland have little heals now. Renko a couple of percentage points away from his own Ray, ends up popping it on the points. Admiral does end up falling, so both Briggs now missing from this engagement. Seeker with a nice off angle here, double dinks Renko straight to the dome. Fluffy Dreamland do end up getting the flip here, but Infected is still standing strong. Zera with the resets, and Seeker just staying alive on the flank. Fluffy Dreamland bowled over by Nightmare as they end up tying up New Junk City.
What a fun macro battle that was, of advancing with Deadeye, the other team leaves. Then you come in with Deadeye, the other team leaves. Then Orbital Ray comes in, the other team leaves. It's like, it's a chess match. That's what Overwatch is all about. You gotta be okay with giving up that space. And then once all the ultimates were used, it's about the mechanics, which Cassidy was able to deliver that big damage. Haven versus Seeker was a tough one. Now you got a Dragon Blade for NTMR. That's what I'm looking towards. If Grapes can get Rally online quicker, that could keep the Zera in his cage, but all depends on if you're able to heal.
CJ was almost, was in danger. They were getting triple dinked by Chime. Zera almost dies as well. Takes a headshot, right click. Blizzard coming up as well for Chime. They're in a good spot. They chase Nightmare away. The fear of this wall is just so paramount. So really a big tool that they are using to find success in some of these fights. Blizzard available, no spear spin either for Infected, so hasn't got the chance to eat it. And no gold either. Blade's been popped on the high ground. Rally as well. Zera doesn't end up using that extra dash to get in, so can now use it to slash and dash through the grouped up members of Fluffy Dreamland. A High Noon pop from Haven to try and get a kill, and a kill he does find. CJ down in the middle of the Ray, and Fluffy Dreamland have the man advantage and ult. Rally comes in for Admiral, but are they going to be able to turn this fight around? Infected is just so far away from the rest of the team. High Noon pulled from Seeker, but finds absolutely nothing, as Fluffy Dreamland managed to isolate Infected and take over that fight without even using a Ray or a Blizzard.
This Fluffy are such a smart team. First, they got split up, and I was a little bit worried. Zera comes in with the blade when he isolates 3 on the high ground. Grapes pulls out the rally. Zera redirects, I'd like that, but then there was so much health on Fluffy Dreamland on the low ground. Zera just couldn't get any low HP targets. Fluffy Dreamland also able to conserve the Blizzard and the point last fight to get the lead here. And Chime can just self-Blizzard too and be more of a protective Mei in that regard. There's so much stall potential too with an Orisa and Mei. It's gonna be so tough for NTMR to dislodge them.
Oh, Infected wants to kill one person and one person only, and that was Haven. Ray comes in, Infected now isolated yet again. A Terror Surge available from Astros. He spots Seeker on a flank. Yep, there's no chance now, I don't think, for Nightmare to win this. Absolutely no way. Fantastic macro game there from Fluffy Dreamland. That previous fight just set them up for success, and they only used the Ray Lemon. Like, they still have Chimes Blizzard going on to the next point. They're in a good spot to just take this map.
This is just going to be such a good series based on how well both these teams are playing. But Fluffy are so good at kind of taking the aggression of another team and making them and punishing them for it. And being able for Fluffy to be able to split up and then regroup is something very difficult to do in the chaos, to re-find each other and to be so economical with their ults, like you pointed out, winning a lot of fights off just of Renko's Orbital Ray. Now you got Blizzard and Deadeye, if depending on where Haven, what kind of off angle he's gonna take, and I don't know if you are able to afford to do that against Zero's Pharah.
That Deadeye lasted half a second, if that. Good run down those. Haven looking clean. Oh, what a spear! Oh, bye, Seeker. See you later, mate.
Haven just decided I don't need to take an off angle. I'm going to stack on my team, and it was Zero that tried to flank and made it a bit too obvious. Haven caught it mid-conk and dealt with him so promptly. So Blizzard's still there, Deadeye gone. And then the Terra Surge to maybe group people up. And in fact, it doesn't have Terra Surge. You're not going to have a lot of answers to the Blizzard besides just trying to conserve your mobility cooldowns. So Fluffy Dreamland in the driver's seat.
And they still got Chime Blizzard. They got the Terror Surge. They got Ray coming up. At some point, Chime will use Blizzard, but honestly, just the threat of it at this point is that Nightmare need to play around it. They can't all group up together. They got to fear the Terror Surge from Astro. They can't get pulled in by that, because that's an easy Blizzard target for Chime. Hyper Ring comes out, forces CJ. Infected, a little bit more of a harder target to hit now with the amount of speed. Here comes the Rays near the point for both teams. Blizzard eventually used. There's a Terror Surge. Seeker completely caught out. Blizzard separating him from the rest of the team as Nightmare end up finding the flip halfway through this fight. And now it is all on Zero to try and get this job done. Admiral down, same with CJ, so they're lacking healing right now. Astro standing up to Infected, using this tiny brick shield to dance around this damage thrown out by Infected as Chime snipes Zera out of the skies. Fluffy Dreamland are going to be able to take this one as a rally from Admiral isn't going to be able to help the team as they tie the series up. An entertaining series this is going to be, 11. As a 1-1 comes out strong. Chimes May, hey, the threat of it is sometimes more important than actually using the ult there.
I think he was also threatening physically. He was dangerous. He had 2 headshots with icicles during that fight, and you would expect the Pharah to be more lethal with the burst, but if you can be mechanical, if you could be a walking backbone out there, you're going to be just as strong, and Chime really delivered, and not even just on Blizzard value, but just like you said, the presence. But also Fluffy would also cap the point first, being able to defend it. NTMR would try to contest and zone them off. That didn't work, so then NTMR are caught in open space, allowing Fluffy to use their ults at free will. And it's tough to play a Pharah Zera on a map like New Junk City. There's not a lot of good natural tall cover for you to dance around, and Haven just had his number the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the Pharah picking away. It's like, okay, you're less likely to get caught out by the Mei, but just like you said, didn't end up working out at the very end. Too many shots in from Chime. Even one body shot onto the Pharah from the icicles is pretty dangerous. There we go. You can see why Fluffy Dreamland wanted to take us here to New Junk City. I wonder if this is going to be the trend now for the rest of the game. Just go to maps where Chime is very much favored on playing this Mei. If you can isolate people, which they've done repeatedly, either with the Mei wars or just like using the blizzards, and then getting Seeker on, oh, you're on an off angle? That's fine. We can wall you off or wall your tank off and run towards you. Oh, the Orisa steps up. Oh, we can wall you off as well. Maybe we go to somewhere like King's Row, which Mei can be played on pretty well. I've got a good feeling, though, we're going to go to an escort. It's all I'm saying. We discussed it in the map previously. Maybe you just want the head-to-head. Widowmaker duels from Seeker, because that's definitely where you're strongest in the head-to-head. We'll have to wait and see, because, of course, Nightmare, now they get their choice of map.
And Nightmare don't really run a Mei. Like, if anybody, it would be Zira, and his specialties have been Flyers or a Genji Tracer, and that's really all you need a Flex to be able to do. But these pocket picks of Mei, especially in this meta, have been strong. Like, even people are playing Mei on Gibraltar these days, and Chime just proves how much of that front line got an advantage from that, and how difficult it is to dislodge. Because it's one thing to zone off an Orisa, pop her armor, force her back, then you have the Maze that steps up that can ice block and just be so annoying. And Nightmare had such an issue trying to just retake the zone by sheer force of will, so they really had to win the fight in order to get the point back, which they sometimes weren't able to do. So if the Mei continues to be an issue, I will worry about someone like the Genji, right? Of how Zira, you saw that him swap off of that. If everyone from Fluffy is going to stay stacked, it's not fun to play a Genji against a stacked team, especially one that has a Mei that could slow you and be annoying.
Well, we'll have to see where we want to go. Will Nightmare end up picking a map that Mei's not too favored on? There's also a weird, like, 4D underwater chess with the Rubik's Cube DLC move here, I think, for Nightmare. Go to a game type that isn't Escort to force a map that maybe Chime isn't as good on, and then you can have Escort as a backup later on because you very much feel that hit scan duel is going to get won by Seeker. So in my mind, you know, Hybrid or Push would be a good selection for Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare also have picked I think a King's Row. I think the first time they've got a map pick, they liked King's Row just for more Orisa play, but they also have the beauty of running dive and maybe thinking Fluffy have a weakness there. You could go to a dive, but Midtown is the Orisa battleground. Don't think Widow is as much of a factor here, but the Pharah I think can have a lot of fun if Zero continues with that.
I think Widowmaker still, though, I think he's definitely playable, but I kind of agree with you. Fluffy Dreamland and the way they're playing and how fast they're playing, I don't think it's going to be a point where Seeker can just willy-nilly pop on the Widowmaker and then just click heads. So while it's good, maybe not for this series. Of course, we'll have to wait and see. Seeker can do anything he wants. He can press the H key whenever he likes to. Everybody hear that in the ranked games? Yeah, you can press the H key, by the way. Use it to change hero. It's pretty good new DLC that they added.
And NTMR have been fun to bring out fun brawl options too. Infected's Malga, Ramatra, you just never know what you're gonna get, but Orisa is just the safest pick, you know, the most armor, the most forgivable pick, or kit I should say, with the Javelin spin, with being able to create space with the spear throws. Seeker going for the Widow, that can be tough. It all depends on if you can keep the tempo slow, if you can keep your Widow safe, and it's really a hot or cold hero. You gotta be a very mechanical Widow at that. Seeker, I think, did well, especially on Night Market, to keep the Pharah in check. But is Fluffy gonna want to even look at a Pharah? It's possible. If anybody, I think it was more Zira that was into Pharah, but we'll see how long Seeker stays on the Widow. I expect to swap after the point.
Astro, don't be playing with me now. Okay.
A Rhine.
A little Rhine. I like this. Rhine, Sim, Mei. Am I watching SR peak check is the question. Quick TP to the Mega Room. Okay. Optimus Prime skin in hand. It's tougher.
Yeah, just rotating in. You got to be careful of this Widow too, because Ryan can only protect one angle. So the Seeker could find picks into this backline, especially Renko, if Grapes doesn't keep his shield up to protect himself, of course.
Yeah, look at this complete rotation from Seeker now, looking like he's on offense. This point is rather exposed though. Oh, nice body shot there onto Grapes, healed up by Renko, luckily. Looks like Chime is going to put himself in an awkward spot. Teleports back. He got booped up there and actually managed to use the TP. This is such a good sideline for Seeker, though. As soon as you burn that Rhine shield, the Rhine is just going to be swinging, just trying to get any damage in for Haven to finish off. Renko's already dead, though, so slowly but surely, the health bars will be trickling down. Haven does get taken out by Seeker. There's another shot. And like you said, Lemon, adequately said. I think the Rhine rather powerful in these close range situations, but when Seeker's kind of staring at your entire team as the Widowmaker, unfortunately you can only protect one angle.
Seeker's the only one getting kills though, which is kind of worrying. Like NTMR trying to contest, but the issue with Fluffy Dreamland is their gap, how they're able to gap close, how they're able to close the space, and now NTMR are coming to them. So this is where Astro's happy.
What a good bash there. What a good fortify even from Infected. Stops the charge coming through. Both rallies popped. Everybody pretty tanky in the face of things as the window or the wall even is going to get used. Admiral falls. The Terror Surge is popped on the wrong side of the window, but the blade's going to come in from Zera. Jumps straight over the Shadow too, but Haven is going to meet him with a fully charged beam. And there it is, Fluffy Dreamland. The May Sim Ryan comp, it does it again. 4.5 minutes after capping first.
No, gonna stick to the Genji, it seems. No. Yeah, it's just tough to approach that bridge side, but with how clumped Fluffy Dreamland are, like Zero got just no executions, couldn't get dash reset. Seeker's the only one getting kills, like just shooting people in the back. So yeah, going to a more stable comp here for Fluffy to brawl on the bridge. And because these brawls are taking so long, Fluffy were able to build so many ults to take that point. So I like the strats, but resetting a comp or changing your comp means you got to also lose that ult.
Yeah, small thing in that fight as well. That wall did a lot of work there for Fluffy Dreamland. The orbital ray that came out from CJ wasn't too effective at all because it was on the wrong side of the wall, and it, you know, it affects a lot of, it gives a lot of healing, a lot of damage, but I think everybody from Nightmare was a little bit too far away to make full use of it at the very least.
Now, as soon as Astro falls, NTMR go and farm up, because as soon as your Orisa falls, you should be trying to leave as much as possible. Now, NTMR got so much ult charge off of that engagement. Now, halfway through a lot of their ults. Fluffy just can't hesitate, though, and I would recommend they just rotate through the right hallway and not be out in the open for too long.
Okay, well, Renko at least has got this orbital ray online. Sadly, Seeker's switched off of Widowmaker, but it will be an Ashe duel, which is almost as exciting, to be honest. Soul Dynasty skin, mad respect as well. Not that using the away colors either. The black and gold looks so good on the Ashe. 2 and a bit minutes to go as the rotation comes through from Fluffy Dreamland. Up to high ground, trying to split people off. Spear spin to create space. Renko pretty low, and a wall, a rather defensive one at that. It's going to get used to drag everybody in into this small room, and oh, and Infected. A Ray Terror Surge, yeah, in a blink of an eye, you're already dead. Fluffy Dreamland get instantly team wiped.
And that's the reward NTMR get for just winning that previous fight, to be around 60-70% of their ults, and that extended scrap getting them those pivotal ults of the Terror Surge, Orbital Ray. But now Fluffy Dreamland have that same rotation, right hallway. This time you have better tools for it with a Blizzard in that enclosed room. But sometimes teams, they lose a fight and they decide to change their rotation, even though it's a good rotation, but sometimes you just get unlucky by ults. I like the use of the wall to block off some of the poke here from Seeker, but being out in the open has really hurt Fluffy Dreamland.
It is almost chime time. Everybody wake up. Blizzard available. Bob throw now. Nice fortify there from Astro. Stop with the Bob getting into the back line. Oh, Blizzard's utilized though alone. And because Bob was stopped so close to that low ground, Chime was just isolated. Had to block super early. If you remember a couple of seconds ago, forced to block after the damage came in from Seeker and Zera. And now the high ground fight will commence. Terror Surge drags a couple of people in, but CJ using that pylon in the middle there as cover, stops any of that damage actually connecting. Although it doesn't matter in the end, because Haven's a crack shot. Takes CJ out of the skies, and that rally from Grapes will see Fluffy Dreamland through the car wash.
Yeah, that Blizzard was questionable. You didn't mark if the Orisa had gold, and maybe you thought there was more people around. If the Orisa had dropped to the low ground, maybe the rest of the team did, so that Blizzard got no value besides to slow the Bob, I guess. But and Chives on the Genji, and that really helped get some more consistent damage going. And Infected's gotta be careful with how aggressive he is, and kind of realizes how much healing he is going to get from Admiral and CJ. But now final fight for B.
CJ is so close to ult. There it is finally. Infected took a little bit of damage there in order for them to charge that one up. Infected takes down Haven, but the blade has been popped by Zera. Oh, the slash dash straight through the entirety of Fluffy Dreamland. Double damage, and Astro being staggered. That is just gross from Zera.
I grabbed Mega too.
Oh, that's going to stagger him some more. And A little bit of free ult charge there for Nightmare. 2 meters ago, and look at that 10-second mark. Haven switches to Widowmaker to try and get one shot, but Seeker takes Renko out from the skies. Should be a fairly easy fight now. The payload did get touched by Chime on the Genji, but they're not going to last not a moment longer. That is where the payload's journey will end for Fluffy Dreamland, as Nightmare don't even let them get second.
Fluffy just had such a swift take of the point with these kind of prepared strategies. I like that, but just took too long to figure out what the winning strategy was going to be for B. They had the right rotation of the right hallway. They get Terra Surged and then the Orbital Raid, and they think that and Fluffy think that they just can't approach that fight ever again because of those 2 ultimates when Fluffy had the advantage. And they kind of stuck out in the open. Fluffy took a lot of damage being out in the open, wasted their Blizzard, went to Genji, and by the time they kind of found the right composition, NTMR had the winning combo. They had Dragon Blade. They then had Seeker go to the Widow to stop any touchers. So Fluffy got there eventually, but yeah, it took a while, and that's why you're only stuck at point B.
All right, we'll see what Chime could do on the defense then. Blizzard, yeah, little, well, I saw the vision, of course, but pop of the block so early was just so rough. Then you're down there with the Bob, and, you know, it was a good play by Astro, you know, fortify the Bob so it doesn't end up moving through your entire team. It's just, fortunately, it did lead to Chime's demise. On defense, though, pretty nice. We'll never get, the production never gets old of, or the ops never get old of showing me pigeons on this map.
Just for you.
Just for me, they're pretty scary. They're scary looking things, is all I'm saying. No Rhine, unfortunately, for Infective. I know everybody's letting out a long sigh for that one. See if Seeker ends up swapping. As soon as you see Haven on the Widow anyway, you'd want to play the Widowmaker, but Seeker's going to roll out regardless of seeing that pick or not. Ooh, good headshot.
Promptly healed back up, and hey, if that headshot can lead to just getting that much closer to breaking Orisa armor, that is the window of engage for NTMR, who are, I guess, freely allowed to go through this bridge side. Chime seems to be split off with Renko to the left, and they're trying to regroup, but Fluffy are getting ran.
Yeah, look at this positioning coming through from Nightmare already. Oh, sorry, you wanted to choose Seeker, did you? How about you dealing with me? Haven already dead. Block popped as well by Chime, and the wall as well. May no CDs, a pretty easy target for Seeker or anybody from Nightmare, to be fair, to take out. Speaking of no cooldowns, Astro, 0 left in the tank. This is Nightmare just running all over Fluffy Dreamland. That rotation from Nightmare was really nice. They spot Chime and Haven holding that mega health pack on the left-hand side. They end up wrapping right because there's no May wall to fear, and then just descend onto Haven as Fluffy Dreamland have forced all of them basically into that mega health pack and fire truck area.
Bad spawns too for Fluffy, and you really needed to try and eat up a lot of time holding a bridge defense, and Fluffy are just in the worst position possible. The only way they turn this around is if they get Blizzard from Chime in time, 10% away, but Fluffy are trapped, but they may just be able to bite back. You don't want to corner a dog, but NTMR deciding to just focus on pushing the cart.
But have they actually got that dog in, and that's the question. Seeker takes the high ground. I mean, that Terror Surge surely ends it too, especially with the Renko down. Yeah, you're not winning a 1v1 against the Orisa. Or maybe you are. Nope. JK. There's a spin.
This is ugly now. Fluffy not being able to take a lot of time from the bridge phase. It's now coming down to final fight for the map, and it's 4.5 minutes. Got Dragon Blade Orbital Ray. Like, this is gonna be GG. Fluffy Dreamland just haven't been able to find a tempo or really a footing in this half at all, even considering they're playing a May. And now you just pop out in front of a Widow with sights. What are we doing?
I mean, I think Chime thought that Seeker was on high ground there, but yeah, you did have the sights of the Widow. Quick shot from Seeker. Good for one. Blade available. Rays have been deployed. Those rallies as well. Renko pretty low. Terror Surge to grab everybody in. Astro does take down Zera, whose blade was popped. Infected also pretty low on this low ground. Admiral not there to give him over health as Astro claims 2. Good stand there from Fluffy Dreamland, despite Chime going down early.
Yeah, Nightmare got a bit split going from the low ground with that sort of hill. Sometimes you don't always get good vision of what's happening around the corner, but Fluffy used all their ultimates, namely a very life-saving Blizzard plays defensively. Now Nightmare have the Terra Surge, and Still a lot of time for Nightmare to get another round of ultimates, even if this neutral vanilla fight doesn't work out.
Terror Surge only takes one headshot. Ooh. Haven hiding in the tree there. Yeah, no way Nightmare fights this. Just wait. You're vibing currently. Don't need to do anything too crazy. Grapple shot? Not quite.
Chime's got to be careful here. Yeah, don't want to get chaplained. These Widows could be what really makes or breaks this fight. Now, you kind of what you said earlier, no one expects a low ground Widow like this. And Seeker versus Haven, we kind of gave the edge to Seeker initially. We'll see how Haven does.
Yeah, that was close though. Haven almost got his head ripped off by Seeker. Firing that very early shot. Seeker knew exactly where he was. Chime's in the back line now, looking at Seeker, giving Haven a little bit of an easier time, but 10 HP and a couple of extra bullets there. SMG Widow strikes again. Terror Surge grabs Astro, but he's full HP right now, unleashes a Terror Surge of his own. Little spear spin from Infected to stay alive, and all CDs from both Orisas at this point have been burned. Here comes the raid from CJ, making this assault from Nightmare a little bit unforgiving. Grapes Renko down, sights have been popped by Haven, but he's got a heck of a job to find this map. Astro, the last surviving member from Fluffy Dreamland, on the point. The cooldowns have reset, but your entire team is already dead. And Nightmare claim the map and find themselves on match points.
There is some stabilization for Fluffy after giving up the points so fast. First, it starts with kind of a split defense where your Mei really should just be playing with your Orisa at all times. Like, you don't want to play it like a Tracer. You want to be able to just react to that Mei wall isolation, which seemed like the game plan, but then they saw this Ryan, they saw the Widow headshot initially, or not the Ryan, but they saw the Widow headshot and got almost scared, and Fluffy just gave up so much space, got run through when it comes to the point, got bad spawns, got run through there, and then there was like 4.5 minutes for a Nightmare to finish. So there was some point where Fluffy Gamers were able to defend nicely at the end of point B, but the time bank is what really set them apart.
Yeah, look, Nightmare, they're up 2 maps right now. New Junk City was a very different look, a very different feel from Fluffy Dreamland. Can they recreate that in the 4th map? We'll have to wait and see. Jump into the desk real quick though, as they can talk about half this series so far.
Thank you so much, Jen and Jack, Jake and Johnny, so many J's joining me here on the desk to break it all down. Let's talk about what we just saw. Fluffy Dreamland really started to turn the tide once they started to put their Chime on the Mei. This is something that you guys have mentioned heading into this as we had our pre-game chat.
On New Junk City, I felt like they were really able to set the tone for the series with how effective Mei can be starting those fights, really giving Infected a ton of trouble. Like every time he's initiating, he's getting his team separated from him on the Mei. But here we see Infected having a good time in moments with this Orisa, the Terror Surge.
Yeah, I mean, Fluffy Dreamland in this scenario, they have 4 ultimates going into the last fight here this round. But it's a great Terror Surge from Infected. He's pushing into the back line, putting pressure on Haven, who's got the Deadeye going as well, but also finds the Juno in the back there, especially the last fight. The enemy team, they're forced to touch the point. And so Infected, by that proactive push into the back line, setting up the Terror Surge, he's putting pressure on the enemy back line while the Orisa is forced to touch the point as well. So I've been really impressed by Infected so far, but going into New Junk City, I feel like maybe he didn't set up his team that well. I think that the Terror Surge usage, it has a few different use cases, right? Yeah. You can use it in your own flux because you charge it up quicker, it becomes more lethal, you can slam it down before enemies are able to escape. You can use it to set up your own Genji. You can pull people in when your Genji is blading, and that's what we saw them have a lot of success with on Midtown, for example. Zero popped off with those blades. Here on New Junk City, he used it in a different manner as well, where he's using the Terror Surge to block off the Blizzard that are coming off from Chime, and it almost like protects the spacing that you have to the point. Instead of forfeiting that space, you kind of stand and linger on the point and make it difficult for the opponent. But Zero, I didn't think he had the same value on New Junk City on that Genji. It made it tougher for the rest of the team. So it's just, a taste, and I completely understand why you use Terror Surge that way. But just the small details here. This matchup is changing based on the map and based on the compositions. So it's fun to see it develop so far.
I think if Chime can, find the maps to force Mei, and I think New Junk City is exactly the perfect map for it, right? Probably the best in the pool for Mei in terms of full of these, one wall choke points. That's what I look for when I'm thinking about Mei, is like, can I just build one wall that completely isolates the first player through the choke, and we start the fight off really well with something like that? But in the end, I mean, I'm not sure where you really force it from here with push and escort left. I mean, not not so much in the way of like great main maps jumping out at me. There's like King's Row, but first and third.
EMEA picked Gibraltar.
All right. If Gibraltar's a main map, I don't know. I've lost it. I've lost my touch. When Gibraltar's a main map,
I mean,
it's GOATS
going
Part
by
2.
the number, I think the win rate with May on Gibraltar are pretty high so far in the
Wow, about 50-50 or something so far?
That's not a small amount, Johnny. That's not a not May map.
Okay, the sample size is
I
like
will
2.
say, Gibraltar was the map when we knew in the GOATS meta, that was the signal. When we started playing GOATS on Gibraltar, it was like, it's over, guys.
It's over.
Like, there's nothing left for us anywhere. That was the last line of defense. So when Gibraltar's a May map, May is OP. Nerf her.
Okay, but we've seen those different flavors there, right? One team busting at the Genji. On the other side, we have the May. If they can't force the May just based on the maps available to them, what else can they do? What should they do? Because Fluffy Dreamland, they prefer a standardized play. They're not going too wonky with their picks usually.
To be honest, I think regardless of the map, I feel like May might be the best bet for Fluffy Dreamland. I mean, Chime is fantastic on the character, like clearly a comfort pick. He's executing it super well. But honestly, when it comes to like toe-to-toe on Genji, I'm really gonna favor Nightmare. I think Fluffy Dreamland, regardless of the pick, they should stick to their guns. Even though I don't love the strat, the comp, I think it can work. And in the end, for Fluffy Dreamland, they've got to play to their strengths. If you play Nightmare's game and you full mirror match the Genji, I just think, man, Zira and Infected, Seeker, the aggression from this team is so effective. They're so coordinated. Replicating that with less practice is going to be a fraught proposition, and it might just throw you off your game more than it really takes away from the opponents.
That's right. Well, Nightmare now just one map away from moving on. Let's see if they can close it out right here. Jen, Jack, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, Runasapi is the map chosen by Fluffy Dreamland. They've got to come back. And I agree with Jake as well. Just stick to your own game. Are you going to be able to win in the straight mirror, the Genji versus Genji? Unlikely at this moment in time. Just get Chime doing stuff. Chime time. Come on. Got to bring it out at some point. You know, the Pharah has been a very good look for them. The May too. And it looks like they're going to rock out with it.
And Runasapi was a strong map for Fluffy Dreamland. They picked this against NRG and won it 93-88, playing off of the Chime May and the Haven Ashe. Now, the May and just their setup on Midtown, I think, was more of a how much time they spent really scrimming the map and breaking down the strategy there. But this is a map that is a lot better for Fluffy. And TMR, the Genji, how is he going to try to kind of piece apart this stacked team? And in terms of Fluffy play stacked, like they play very clumped up together, which has been difficult for Zero to get dash resets, and it's been risky for him to learn and know how to engage into that.
Big rotations here for Fluffy Dreamland. They can kind of mold the positioning of Nightmare in their hands like clay, right? With the May. Infect's taking a lot of damage. Ideally here, you just kind of keep rotating and then try and find this wall to catch someone off. Looks like they end up swapping sides, although the bot kind of moving in favor of Nightmare right now.
Yeah, you kind of just let your DPS poke and prod. I like that Chime is taking an off angle. He's got a few headshot kills, I remember, on New Junk City. So his neutral game is very, very strong. And Seeker needs to be careful of where that Orisa is. Those javelins will end you.
Yeah, almost instantly killed there just by the Orisa. Good dynamite damage from Seeker. Wow, across the map there. Almost has got the Bob. Haven not too far behind. Chime as well, doing an immense amount of damage on the May. So close to that Blizzard. Here we go. Nightmare in control of the bots eventually. Seeker takes another icicle to the face, it looks like there. Slowly but surely moving away from them. Chime also taking an immense amount of damage as here come the rays. Orbital Ray from Renko available too. Heals up first. That Blizzard is going to stop Nightmare from walking on forward, but Seeker doesn't need to walk. He just needs to stand and shoot people. Haven already dead as Bob just runs over Chime. Chime was descending onto the ground thinking I can use the Ray, but no, Bob was there to stand in his way. Easy focus fire from Seeker. The Bob just doing so much work for Nightmare there. And this is the barricade moving in their favor with Fluffy Dreamland spawning pretty late.
And a pretty late orbital ray for Renko. And I like their patience from Fluffy initially, kind of realizing, well, they were far enough away from NTMR where CJ's orbital ray didn't matter. Then Renko re-engaged with his. The issue is that they ran it down with Renko's orbital ray and right into the sightlines of Seeker. And you do not want to be testing his aim. He is popping off, but here's the bot from Haven to set NTMR back.
Well, they don't get the checkpoint. So a good proactive play there from Chime. Pops the block, gets on the bot to contest. Fighting in the small corridor right now, suffering a lot of burn damage from Seeker's dynamites.
Just rally will be good to hold here and just look for the stun on Zero. Just depends if Fluffy are going to want to clump on each other. I think Grapes may know Haven could be a target for this, so just protecting him as much as possible. And Fluffy seems to be playing pretty split, making it hard for Zero to find a good target. He's also waiting for heals, wants to go as healthy as possible, and wants a low HP target, which is tough for Seeker to get a good dynamite
There's
in.
the Ray. That would have been some nice damage reflected there by Zera if anybody was shooting at that time. Late Ray coming through from CJ. Zera looking for an entryway with this blade. It's going to open them up like a letter in a moment. Here comes the Terror Surge. Blade's been popped. Red goes already dead, and Zera's just going to finish off the rest. Look at that. The sheer overwhelming pressure. As soon as they're dragged in by that Terror Surge, it's just such an easy blade dash for Zera. And that should be checkpoint for Nightmare as well. Big trade of ultimates, Jen. And normally, what we see often as well is the team that pops the Juno ult first ends up winning the fight after a very quick pick, but Nightmare have had some exceptional disengages.
Yeah, both these teams are hard disengaging when they see those orbital rays and won't pop their big DPS ults until they see that orbital ray out of the picture. And that's how Zera and Infected work so well together. The Terror Surge to get them low, Zera with the dash resets, but now the Bob thrown in from Seeker to buy them some
Look at the
space.
Bob at the high ground. Look at Admiral's pushing the Bob forward there as well to get Bob in range still. Kill onto Grapes. Bot continues to move. Chime pretty low. Takes another heady from Seeker. It's a dangerous spot for Nightmare to be in right now, especially with Chime's Blizzard, but they're acutely aware of that fact, I think, and you can see Infective, the only person right now playing super far up. Oh, surely not.
It takes so long because everyone's just disengaging, and now this Blizzard's going to ruin anyone who tries to help Infected here.
Infective set up permanent residence in that mini health pack room. Zera dead. There's the orbital ray.
Oh, that
Infected is in trouble. That wall blocking his escape. Same with Seeker, had to pot around that corner, and eventually the Blizzard has been deployed. And just the sheer amount of punishment for Infected there. Eventually evicted. Rent price has got a little bit too high.
Smart of NTMR to just let Infected die there, because to wait for him to get fortified, let him to get Javelin spin, don't try to feed into it. Infected will get himself out of that hole, and so he did. Great Maywall out of Chime, and then the reaction from Fluffy to see as NTMR were grouping back up, that was the moment to strike. Both these teams are very resilient, very patient, and not as aggressive, but it's really paying off the time that they take to go for quality fights, not quantity.
Very quick re-engage, of course, on this map, so not sure Fluffy Dreamland are going to be able to take this bot too far, although they have got the orbital ray to be a dissuading tool. Haven is so far up, actually kills Seeker somehow. Might even kill Zera too. Yeah, what a play from Haven. Just uber flanks, double tap Seeker, gets the backup from Grapes. What a clean fight from Fluffy Dreamland. Their team killer, that no ults required either.
Yeah, Fluffy are playing split. Grapes is playing with Haven most of the time, so it's very difficult for Zero to really access Haven and to get the execution he's hoping for. And once you commit to one direction, one target like Haven, it's tough to redirect towards another goal in mind. So really great job out of Haven to hold off that Genji, because that's a big win condition for NTMR for Zero to get in, get a kill, reset, and do something else. NTMR depending a lot on this blade, depending on if the Ray comes out first.
They can't move up as well. Everybody was so low on Nightmare, they couldn't even approach that corner, so they had to kind of huddle in that small room, get healed back up again, and attempt for another attack. Here you go. Dropping out this window now as the Blade and the Terror Surge are available. Pretty much everything required to win a fight in this meta is up for both teams now. Haven with a very aggressive use of the shift there. That coach gun is going to cost Haven big time. Chime is just going to get pushed away by Infected Spear as well, setting Zera up for a nice little slash and dash on the Mei. Rally deployed by Grapes, and you saw the immediate go symbol. That coach gun usage from Haven cost them that fight.
And also, Fluffy Dreamland played so close to the coast or close to that railing that NTMR knew, well, they can't back up anymore. We gotta go. Infected jumps in with Terror Surge, Blade from Zero once those targets were low, and everyone was clumped from Fluffy Dreamland, not having a good route of escape, not having any space to work with. Yeah, giving up space is nice, but if you don't retake it, if you don't have anything else to work with, it's tough.
Oh, Seeker, boops Haven up. Can they actually get away from this Bob is the question. Here comes the orbital ray. Bob's easy to deal with, but Haven just spent time actually killing it. Has to focus the front line now. Infected. There's no way you survive that, not even in your own ray. It does a lot of healing, sure, but you need the damage back up. A good shot from Haven. The bot is still contested right now as the Terror Surge has been popped. A big shield from Admiral isn't going to save you from the Terror Surge. Astro laying Admiral to rest. Seeker's still finding a couple of kills, but that's all he's going to get.
Seeker just taking down maybe 2 or 3 is still gonna, oh yeah, so there's only 3 up for Fluffy, so as soon as they see any presence of MTMR, they may have to fall back, especially not having forward spawns yet, but Fluffy are still chasing the lead down, you know, barely 20 meters, and they'll get the forward spawns. MTMR are gonna be forced to fight very soon, and there's the drop from Infected. Fluffy don't have all 5 yet, so they gotta regroup.
For a brief time there, I think someone was on Sombra. I think Haven, potentially. Decided against it in the end. Astro has disconnected, I think. Astro kind of running into the... Well, yeah, that was a DC for sure. That wasn't just bad movement. That was just a DC. Johnny's laughing at me. Yeah, I know. I need to run. Johnny's just sat there laughing on the desk. He's like, you're going to have to run, buddy. You got to run. There you go. That was a rather unfortunate DC from Astro there. Quite unlucky on the Orisa. Quite an important fight as well. Only like, what, 1 minute and 17 to go for the team to get the lead.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's going to get those forward spawns because the bot is about to go back to the neutral point, so Astro's going to have an even longer walk. And to not have an Orisa, you would take anybody else DCing but your Orisa. Like, Orisa can buy you time. Yeah. But that is tough, especially with Fluffy still for the map being as close as it is. It's less than 20 meters between these two teams.
Yeah, it's always rough. Online play, you know, connection issues do happen, unfortunately. Hopefully, Astro does manage to reconnect. There's only, luckily it's on the big screen still, so I can see the meterage difference. So there's only 12 meters in it. Of course, Nightmare are still in the lead. No ultimates at all, either for both sides. I mean, Infected the closest one currently with 91% towards the Terror Surge. But we're looking at a final fight, and the final fights, they're always dictated by these rays. How you end up proceeding this fight at about 1 minute and 30 is going to dictate basically the rest of the map, unless some sort of like miracle happens. So you're expecting the rays from CJ and Renko to come up around OT. Looks like Astro's reconnected, luckily. And Fluffy Dreamland just going to int onto the bot so they can all spawn together and get a fair fight for the next one.
My Canadian goat, we don't always get the best internet over there, but glad Astro is back in. But the most fun I've had is watching Seeker and Haven. This map is all about the hit scans really shining, and Haven, Seeker, these random double kills during the fight. That one-man, two-man advantage that they can create can really tilt the scales of this fight. Now Astro is back to stabilize things, but it is still now 12 meters still for NTMR, but 40 seconds left.
Oh, one headshot. Look at the absolute squad rolling up there to try and save Haven. Zera did exactly the same. 30 seconds to go. Nightmare, they've got full control of this bot. They've got 5 ults pretty much. As Fluffy Dreamland, they got one more chance to regroup.
Yeah, just now that Astro's back in, they got caught in a weird rotation in a small room. NTMR punished them fully without using ults. So like you said, NTMR have the ult advantage. May even get to stop them from touching. There is Grapes rallying to get their way in.
Blizzard yeeted from downtown as Haven claims 2. Okay, overtime for Fluffy Dreamland. They saved their orbital ray, but so did Nightmare. They got Orbital Ray, Blade, and Rally for this last fight.
And you're gonna have to fight again, probably at the neutral point or a little bit after it. So it's gonna take consecutive fights out of Fluffy Dreamland. If they can win with Orbital Ray, maybe Deadeye. You may have a Terror Surge in the next one. It's gotta be a layered assault from Fluffy, but you're going up against a Dragon Blade. How you're able to stop Zera is everything here. Gotta be proactive. Here's Fluffy with
just
the Ray.
All pop Q at the same time, pretty much. Blade's gonna get safe as Zera for the meantime, but here it comes. The Orbital Blade is just far too powerful. Chime does take down Seeker, and Zera going pretty low. A good bash there from Grapes to send Zera reeling. But is it enough? Infected still standing tall in the front line, and now Astro is isolated, and with no Renko, they got so little heals to actually survive. And Terrasos does end up coming out in the end, actually splits Nightmare for at least a couple of moments. A late rally from Grapes only just earned it. A swing, bash, swing, bash, swing, bash wasn't enough to keep Astro alive, and Nightmare closed out the series 3-1.
What an absolute battle this was between both teams, though, and TMR also taking the win on Midtown was so important, really cracking down the strats from Fluffy Dreamland, being able to deal with the maze swiftly, finding the cracks in the armor of Fluffy Dreamland, very important for NTMR, and just being as relentless as they were. I think the Astro disconnect kind of led to some awkward footing for Fluffy coming back in, and it was those crucial fights in the last minute that they fumbled. So I still think Fluffy Dreamland did an incredible job, and I hope to see them continue.
Yeah, I hope so too. I do think they are definitely an up-and-coming team in this regard. Of course, it being stage 4 as well, with the points meaning so much, it's rough to go down this early down to the lower bracket. But hey, Nightmare advancing, kind of what the desk predicted. But Fluffy Dreamland, they still got their own look. They've still got Chime Time, someone to rely on. Saw New Junk City. It was a very different map compared to the rest in the series, but they're living their own personal nightmare now as they now have to battle through the lower bracket. We'll jump over to the desk. They can wrap up the series and send us into the next one.
That's right. Thank you both so much. Nightmare advance. It was a battle for the ages. The anime battle that has been promised for the day. Nightmare coming out on top of that one, but a lot of signs of life here, obviously, from Fluffy Dreamland. I think there was a very tight series still. There were a lot of opportunities for them to still take this. Let's break down this last map, as we already talked about the first few, as we're taking a look at some of the highlights from this one.
Yeah, I mean, Fluffy Dreamland kept it close the whole way through. I feel like if Zera wasn't coming up so big on the Genji with some of these initiations, this would have been a very different match. I think like a couple more mistakes from Zera, this Genji just doesn't look as effective, and the Mei, you know, just wins the longer fights. But the initiations are too clean. The aggression in combination with the rest of Nightmare is just executed so well. They have a lot of faith in Zera's Genji, and it really shows in this match.
Yeah, great understanding of how to rotate their ultimates to get max value. Again, the way they coordinated here, the Terra Surges with the Dragon Blades, really led to Zero getting so much value here on these kind of compositions. And I mean, it's hard to play the Mei here. We've already talked about that on EMEA, for example. So yeah, just a great showing here from Nightmare playing this Genji kind of composition and really gearing up for a nice kind of like duel against Toronto Defiant here in the upper bracket. So I'm looking forward to that, with both teams kind of preferring this Genji style.
How do you feel they stack up against Toronto Defiant based on the performances we've seen so far from?
I mean,
it's Toronto.
It's hard for anyone. Like, it's Toronto Defiant.
But to be honest, if there was a meta that Nightmare could do it, I mean, this is about as good as it gets, right? It's an Orisa meta, which I think takes someone out of his like most comfortable dominant hero. Something like a Winston is pretty scary to go up against. I think supports is more about stability and communication than it's about individual pop-off potential. I think that's also good for Nightmare. And on the DPS lineup, Hitscan Genji is, I think, about as good as Nightmare gets. Like, this is a super comfortable lineup for them. So I still think Toronto is a tall order, right? Like, with all that being said, it's a super threatening match to be facing. But, I mean, Nightmare, this is a team that clearly has Toronto in their sights. I don't think there's anyone else that they can lose to and be okay with it at NA. I think they are kind of like up next behind Toronto, maybe even with NRG. But this is their opportunity to make their mark. I mean, other teams have felled Toronto in the past, not, of course, in the grand finals, but other teams have taken wins, and I think Nightmare maybe can do it in this meta.
It's going to feel so obvious in hindsight if Nightmare wins the upper bracket match and then Toronto Defiant comes from lower bracket and wins the grand final.
At this point, the script is too...
That's too obvious. That's too obvious.
The writers need to get a new script going. Like, it's getting a little
feels copy-pasty.
Yeah.
Don't like that. Don't like that. But
Nightmare winning?
It's going to come down to players like this, right? Seeker, who got himself the player of the match on us, as we just saw. It's going to come down to those big moments, if he can come in clutch. And quite frankly, for a lot of these teams, it did come down to individual pop-off moments. Seeker and Zero, definitely the players to do so for Nightmare.
I mean, Seeker's hit scan is great this meta, where you see really the full gamut of hit scan, whether it's the Widow, the Ashe, the Cassidy. He brings it all and really changes up the playstyle depending on what's necessary for the team. Really bringing that team player vibe on DPS, right? Like very often in the thick of the fight, defending the teammates, playing around ultimate. So really, the team play from Nightmare stands out in this match. Of course, Toronto's a different beast when it comes to testing that teamwork. But honestly, I like everything that I see out of the squad.
I think it's really looking up as well. This was a team that acquired Infected from NRG as well, going into the Esports World Cup. And actually, they've been looking really good ever since. This is a team that have openly, publicly talked about their goals to qualify for Stockholm, become a team that thinks globally, not just about being, second or third best in North America, but actually take it to EMEA teams, try to compete with the best Asia has to offer. But that's what they've set their goals on. That's what they're looking forward to. And I feel like Nightmare, stage after stage, they keep building towards that and keep improving to the point now where I'd say that they're the second best team in North America, with NRG slipping up a little bit.
That's right. We actually have a coach interview now ready for us. SNR will be joining us. So Jake, head on over. Welcome our guest in our teleprompter.
Welcome, SNR. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello. Yes, sir.
All right, well, we're happy to have you here for this interview. We've been just singing the praises of the squad. I just want to first check your temperature on this meta, right? With the Juno Brig backline, you guys look solid, frankly, in these very aggressive brawl styles. What have you been thinking about when it comes to this match, for example, playing against Chimes May? Was there any adaptation you made, or was it more sticking with your guns, what you guys have practiced?
So Fluffy's a hard team to prep for because no one else really plays what they play, at least to their level in scrims. We knew they're going to play May and Pharah. That's their bread and butter. So we kind of just did quick little review, took notes on it, saying hey, we know some of their path things based on what they played yesterday. Let's try to counter them here. Just Summer and Soppy, we had their rollout scouted. So I think it's just a lot about kind of watching some of the EU matches, looking at how those matchups were played and trying to copy paste it, because it's really hard to prep for the games when you don't have a lot of scrim time against that matchup. So I think we kind of figured it out though. I think we're pretty confident we know how to beat it.
And looking ahead to the rest of the tournament, I mean, you guys are pretty close to qualifying for Stockholm, right? That has to be on the front of everyone's mind. How is the atmosphere in the team as far as there's a lot of pressure riding on a few matches? I mean, you lose, you could be out of the running very quickly, but you get a couple more wins and you could be, booking tickets to Stockholm sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think that our team's pretty good at not handling pressure. Obviously, I think this is the most pressure we've ever had, being the first stage. We're kind of expected to have a really good result. But we don't think about it too much. We're also have good team environments where everyone's kind of happy and we kind of joke around to take the mind off it a little bit. But yeah, obviously we're not locked yet, so we're kind of always saying hey, don't get too overconfident. We're not locked yet. We're not locked yet. I think even right now we're technically not 100% locked, so we're not trying to get too ahead of ourselves. But team is really good with handling pressure, and I don't think it's ever really got to us.
And I'm curious, just as far as the rest of the tournament, you guys are going to face off against Toronto Defiant now. Is that a matchup you guys have been thinking about, looking forward to, scrimming? I mean, how do you, they're a different animal, I think it's fair to say, compared to anyone else in North America. So how do you go into a match like that with that level of confidence, maintaining that against such a fearsome opponent?
So every time we play Toronto, we just literally say to ourselves, guys, we have nothing to lose. We're not expected to win this game, and we just play better. Literally zero pressure. We just have confidence in each other. We trust each other's calls. And also no matter where I feel the mirror matchup is it can be a tad Mickey Mouse. So we have a chance of beating them in this meta for sure. I feel this is one of our best shots we'll have. So we just gotta go into our match, whatever, and just do our best and not care about the result, right? We're not expected to win, so just play our best.
I like that. No pressure on you, so just give it your all. Thank you, SNR. Appreciate you taking the time to come in for an interview. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Hope to be seeing you guys in Stockholm.
Yeah, thank you so much.
SNR coming in with confidence, but also, keeping it calm, keeping it collected.
I love that they had to scout the EMEA for the May gameplay, because they're no one else plays May in
smart
in North America.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, why come in unprepared?
No, of course, it's the way to do it. I just thought it was funny, of course, that you're seeing these different regions play different stuff, because you look at that region like Asia, for example, they prefer the Genji most of the time.
Yeah.
Same goes for here in North America. We're seeing Sugar Free, Zero, they're playing the Genji, right? But then you have the EMEA, and they're Backbone. Pop off, so we just drop the blizzards.
I do love that we see the variety, we see those different flavors from those teams, and the teams come prepared accordingly. So it's not you can really throw anyone off by playing a May or even playing the Reinhardt if we're looking at SRP check over in Europe. So yeah.
Remote to punch, Derpy.
Both regions have a Reinhardt being rocked somewhere.
We all have that one team, don't we? Now, though, Nightmare will have a tall order going up against Toronto Defiant. It's not going to be easy, But of course, if you want to be at the top, you got to beat the best. And the best, that will be Toronto Defiant right now. Looking at the lower bracket, these are our 4 teams which are currently trying to stay alive in our NA stage 4 double elimination bracket. Fluffy Dreamland falling down now. They will be going up against Energy Shock. And our next match coming up will be Rad Xidity going up against TSM.
Yeah, I mean, TSM is North America's version of Twisted Minds in that they're 4th in circuit points. You know, they're from the outside top 3 looking in. So TSM, they need to make a big run in the lower bracket here if they want to qualify for Stockholm ahead of teams like Nightmare and NRG, right? It's going to be really tough for TSM, but if they can make a deep run in the lower bracket, that earns them an opportunity to qualify for Stockholm.
And how can they get it done? Well, we'll fill you in right after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
Steve, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hot work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano 2. This might just be enough.
Welcome back, friends. One more time. We're now diving into an elimination match here in our NA region. So we're here joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're about to watch TSM going up against Rad Xidity. Rad Xidity, we just saw them coming off of a brutal loss from the upper bracket match against Toronto Defiant. It wasn't theirs to win, but still a 3-0, you gotta shake that off. You gotta be able to shrug this off, like reset your mind, and then look ahead. How do they stack up against their opponents here, Jake?
You know, I think Rad Xidity are the underdogs in this match. I think TSM have been in form. At the same time, though, we saw big moments from Bun and Wub on the DPS, performing well, even at times against Toronto Defiant, which is no mean feat. Tools as well, looking solid on the Orisa supports, understanding the meta well. So I don't think they're going to be a pushover squad. I think it's all going to be all about the teamwork and about having a few moments of individual pop-ups, right? We need some of these opening picks from the DPS. We need some explosive performance there. But in the end, this is a comp that's a lot on the team play and of these big macro movements. So support's got to have a clean game.
Yeah, and Johnny, you mentioned how important this victory is for TSM. Of course, it's important for both of them because, you know, their tournament life is on the line. But TSM, they have to make a statement. They are the favorite coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, they took a loss early on in the tournament to Nightmare, a team who they are competing with for a Stockholm spot, a slot in the top 3. And this is a team that has a lot of points because of their success this year. Liar was part of that MA team in stage 2 that was so successful. We've seen Riker, of course, combining with Rocket. They got second in stage 1, right? And so I feel like I have high expectation for this team. This was one of those rosters that was supposed to compete for top 3 in North America, right? But instead it's been NRG who's established himself as a top team in the region. It's been Nightmare who's combined, you know, Seeker, Zero, who's combined a lot of individual skilled players to be a top 3 team. And now TSM, they find themselves like from the outside looking into the top 3. But I feel like I have pretty high expectations of this team. I think they're really talented individuals, and this is a meta where a team like TSM, I feel like they should pop off.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at our predictions. We just all mentioned it. You know, TSM is the favorite coming into this series. But I voted with my heart, okay? I want to see Rad Xidity to come out on top. I don't.
Okay.
I don't listen. Like this is just my heart.
Don't get so defensive.
You know,
just.
Do it for fun. No, but seriously, I think this is obviously a much more evenly matched matchup for them. I don't think it's fair to judge them on what we got to see against Toronto Defiant. Again, that was not theirs to win. I think if there is a match to win, it will be this one. And I want to have faith.
I respect it. I respect it, Zoe.
I want to have faith.
I think this is actually going to be maybe a closer match than it seems on paper. However, pound for pound, TSM, if anything, I feel like they may have been underperforming to this point, right? Like, I feel like you look at just the names on this team, I'm like, man, this is this team that I feel like should be competing in the top 3, right? Like, they should be pushing really deep into the tournament. So I think they're the favorite here, but I am always a little worried. I think their team performance, you know, they've changed rosters so much throughout the year. There's a lot of pressure on them representing a big name like Team Solo Mid in Overwatch. Like, there's a lot of little small factors that kind of pull against them, and it's going to take an individual masterclass from the players. It's going to take a team performance to come together despite being sort of new in terms of like all the different pieces coming together on this roster.
Yeah, I'm predicting TSM to win this one as well. In particular, I'm looking out for King in this particular case. About a year ago, I messaged a few people in the North American scene like, hey, you know, what do you think about King? And a few people told me that they think King is one of the best Genjis in the region, right? And now it's really time to show that off. Instead, you have the likes of Zero, Sugar Free, who are standout players on this hero. This should be a meta where Genji is really powerful, so it's time to pop off King and show us what you got.
Pop off, King.
Pop off, King. But also fun. Can also pop off. Just saying. See, 32%. I don't think that's actually too wild.
No, I think this is kind of how I see the match too. I think TSM individually should be stronger, but this is a team play meta, right? We talk about a lot of the individuals. I think Genji is probably like the biggest sort of individual performer in the comp, but even the hit scan at times is like just getting bowled over by a strong rush from like Brig and Orisa, and your aim's not saving you. It takes team play, it takes support, coordination, and because that's the focus, I think Rad Xidity have a real shot.
Well, let's see what our casters have to say about this one. Jen, Jack, how do you feel they stack up, you know, pound for pound? Is there any hopium, copium, any
There's an X factor there.
Come on.
A Rad X factor.
Hey-oh.
Rad X.
You kill me. You kill me, Jack.
What's wrong with that? That was good.
Not so bad.
That was good.
11 out of 10. No notes. Continue.
I can.
So, thank you. At least Zoe's backing me up here. Jeez. This guy, man. He's just spoiled.
No,
sport.
this guy.
This guy. I'm my guy. You're your guy. You just take the fun. Johnny. Goodbye. Desk out. Producer said it. Desk out. Rad Xidity versus TSM here in the lower bracket, Jen. Yeah, this is TSM, a team that everyone expected to do extremely well. But, you know, Nightmare, pretty strong in their own right after beating them a little bit earlier on. Where do you really line up TSM against the rest of North America right now?
Well, at least for this matchup, I think there's other factors to consider. The fact that Rad Xidity just got beat up by Toronto Defiant. They got like their spawn room doors touched. Like that's a lot on the mental. I feel like if this match happened yesterday, this would be a lot closer. But now you got to worry about the mentals of Rad Xidity, of how you kind of take that in stride. TSM come in fresh, and we got to remember that Rad Xidity won against Citrus Nation. They like were reaching peaks that were really surprising. I think a lot of people thought Citrus Nation were going to be the ones that came out of that Rad Xidity series, and Rad Xidity were down 1-2 against Citrus Nation. We're able to come back, so I see Rad Xidity being resilient enough to, if this is their last showing, to really go out with a bang. But yeah, TSM are the big favorites, and it'll be a lot on Bund to Genji up against King, but for now it may just be Tracer versus Fair potentially.
We'll see Bund. All right, Tracer, yep. Called it perfectly there. Double Diva as well, okay. Most teams opting for kind of a counter pick here, and Orisa, and then one side goes a little bit more dive. Loving this look though. We saw this from TSM. Seen this from a few teams actually. Squid on the Zen. Okay. It's a lot of upfront damage. Even the Tracers have something to fear.
Yeah, for TSM to take as much space as they are with the Zen, like this poke is really ruining Rad Xidity, who are trying to stay in cover as a reaction to the presence of a Pharah, playing under covers, playing through the hallway. But how Rad Xidity emerge is going to be a problem. Twills has to save Matrix to, well, protect himself, but maybe try to pressure this Diva down, and now the Zen is isolated.
Yeah, you lose Meg though. And King takes out Bun as well to start the fight off. TSM just protecting a Squid as long as possible. You saw Riker doing no damage there, was just holding the Matrix over Squid, and Squid was like one for so long. Pretty nice an early pick-off from King. They end up getting the point as well. And now Rad Xidity. Can Bun actually stick to Squid and force Riker's hand to use that Matrix on the Zen?
Yeah, how they're able to find Squid, even just the Diva, Twills could easily solo that, but not a lot of like concusses, or I should say CC for TSM to throw back at this Diva. So seems like TSM's backline is in a lot of trouble. Twills should easily get some finishes here, gets back to the point with a lot of HP, and even an orbital ray to keep them back.
Yeah, a couple of rays coming through, but Squid's Transcendence going to keep everybody alive and well on the point for TSM. Look at King, I mean, just boosts through the choke straight onto Nenwai. Just absolutely dominated the Brig. Those double damage rockets really making it hurt. And then on top of that, hey, you got the barrage as well. It's going to be a cheeky stagger.
You gotta finish your food, man. You gotta finish your kills. Squid was 1 HP. Twills went back for heals, and then Bun didn't go back there, probably busy doing something else. But Squid being able to come back with Transcendence single-handedly swung that fight for TSM, because that came out after the orbital ray from Scuffed. So kind of a flopped fight for Rad Xidity, who despite that started off with an advantage, but now they're back in cover, trying to stay safe from the bar.
Wob is taking a very harsh angle here, just instantly deleted by Squid. They do end up trading, however. That Bob at least proving a small nuisance for TSM. Point almost capped as well by Bun. King pretty low, high in the sky. Twills takes him out, and Bun, she has got the poke spot. The flip ends up coming through before the pulse bomb is even required. Couple of blinks there, straight onto Liar. Easy blink, smack, and recall.
Yeah, King's gonna swap. Attacking Pharah is so rough on this map, especially against Ence as good as Wub. But now King can follow through with this initial damage and get the proper executions, because King hasn't really had an impact this match on the Pharah. It's just really good support play out of Rad so far.
Just self-destruction's back up for Rad Xidity. They got the rally as well. TSM got roughly the same in the bank, but these very low percentage support ultimates for TSM means this fight is going to be rather tough for them. High Noon popped first. Vision spotted, a stick comes through, and Vision just explodes as Bun hits the recall and gets away with it. Liar unable to chase up that kill.
Really risky for Bun to go for that, because the Vision 180s, like Bun would have been dead there, but great moment to pounce as she's been popping off on the Tracer. I don't get to see the Bun Tracer too much, but that plus the rally gives Rad the win, but still having to approach the score. It's pretty tough. TSM don't have much to work with. They will go to the Orisa to have more pushing power on the front line.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, right, they only need to win one fight, 84%. That's Rad Xidity end up losing the point, and then maybe even stag that a little bit. It'd be a very rushed OT for them. Slowly but surely, though, they're trying to bait TSM to drop. Still no support ultimates for TSM either, and Scuffed has got this orbital ray. Small bit of pressure from the Genji. King forcing a rotation, but here comes the orbital ray. There's a lot of damage in the front line, and an easy quick kill for Bun onto Vision. Those little torpedoes coming out from the Juno connecting with the Cassidy. It's an easy target for the Genji to kind of dash on. 12's in a little bit of trouble, just get booped away. Matrix being used to its full effect as Liar and the rest of TSM are trying to now get a different angle onto Rad Xidity. End up using the Ray on the points. A blade earned from King as with a 99% flip. Now Rad Xidity can't lose anybody else. Nemwhite going down super late. It's going to be disastrous. They can't lose anybody. Bun gets out with 1 HP, but we're in an OT fight and they're rallying into their spawn. Lies taking the fight to them as Scuffed also ends up falling. Rad Xidity with only a self-destruct and Wubs high noon. They don't even get the final fight that they thought they had.
Such a smart disengage from TSM initially when Scuffed popped the orbital ray. Rad were running them down. TSM just left, and Rad only killed Vision, allowing TSM to get such a quick re-engage, winning that, and then getting the stagger kills to have the confidence if you're TSM to run past those doorways. Usually you don't want to go into that little room at all. You just don't know what's going to be on the other side. You lose Vision easily, but TSM getting those stagger kills is what really won them, and those swaps too to get off the Pharah to go to the Genji helped give TSM a lot more brawl potential, but Rad not pushing those limits with the orbital ray. They didn't want to take that risk, but the risk paid off for TSM's half.
All right, quick TPs out. Bun, Cass, Wub, Cass, Bun, Genji, sorry. King, Pharah, Vision, Cass. A lot of one-syllable names there. Bun taking a fair bit. Look at the aggression coming through from Riker. Mega health back taken. No CDs left. Oh, Spear almost sends Wub off the map. That's Riker just kind of hinting into the backline there. I'm not sure he received any heals from his own backline, I would imagine. That was all on 12s there, holding the TSM DPS and supports at bay. Very aggressive push. Can TSM come up with kills? It looks like managed to at least get 12s. King has capped the point as well on what was an unbelievable, what seemed to be overextension by Riker. Still TSM held onto this fight somehow.
TSM are running at Rad Xidity, forcing them to split up. Like, Nenwai was trying to be the glue to this team. Like, as Wub, Riker was trying to trade 1-for-1 with Wub, wasn't able to because of Nenwai. And as Rad are trying to be aggressive again, Nenwai is there to provide the limited healing that they can. So Rad had a closer affair because of good support play, but it's TSM having the damage living on and being more unified on that front. White Room push now for Rad with an orbital ray first from Scuff, but against a rally from Liar.
Yeah, double DPS, double support ultimate, sorry, for TSM. There's the rally. There's the ray from both sides as well. Liar looking for some boot kills, but that King barrage right up into the sky. Rad Xidity didn't see that one. I mean, that is just a very quick team wipe. Pretty much blowing everything in that fight for TSM. Oh, high impact ultimates used. NY no rally, although to be fair, probably would have been deleted instantly. So maybe Rad Xidity thanking themselves that they didn't have to pop that one.
Yeah, 3 ults for TSM, but winning that super quickly. Big silver lining for Rad Xidity, going through the bridge now.
Really good stun from Nemwhite there. Hits 3 people, I think. And Bun just cleans up. Just so many resets. And another one. Bun. I mean, this is what you want from your Genji, right? Just get into the back line as soon as these stuns, these low health targets come through, get the execution, stay alive. Jobs are good and didn't even have to pop blade.
King back on the far, maybe realizing if they can just poke down this Genji, maybe it'll keep Bun in her place, not wanting to be as aggressive if you're always below half HP because of random rockets. And King's Fire, of course, the barrage earlier was huge, but TSM had to combine that with an orbital ray and rally, but King's found those really good moments. No. Deadeye, though, will keep TSM back.
Was that 2 boop kills? One from Liar, one from Riker? Well, that's one way to end a team fight.
Yeah. The Deadeye did not keep them back. That's really the danger of going through White Rooms, not through White Room, through the bridge. You want to go through White Room so you don't have that fear as much, and you have a lot more covered that way. But I can see the hesitation from Rad going up against the Pharah to not want to be in a barrageable spot. Here comes Riker, my
Two
God.
Beyblades looking at each other. There's the Terror Surge. Yeah, the increased damage. That'll do it. Then why? Then why's off the map though? All good, it's only the brig. Liar 2. Getting killed by Scuff there on the exit.
You got a Bun Blade, and being able to defend with this is nice. I think Kings had a hard time approaching, but Riker needs to also not int down the bridge, especially if you know they have Orbital Ray. Maybe just being okay with taking a long fight and not always have to initiate, especially when you have point control, which TSM no longer have because of that. So look out for this Bun Blade, but Orbital Ray, Squid is looking for good vision on the enemy team.
Oh, the Blade, the speed ring is so good, but Bun's still in the backline doing immense amounts of damage. Liar's already dead. Almost got the second slash there. Off onto King, but it's Scuff that finishes off the Pharah. 70%. That Bun Blade just vanilla too. I mean, no Terror Surge, no mixed ultimates with it. Not even an Orbital Ray, but still managed to get damage in. Forces TSM to go for a reset. Rad Xidity trying to escalate this next engagement and put themselves in final fight position. It's gonna be hard though.
5v4, finally TSM go in.
Oh, that is a lot, but just
wow.
That is some insane damage. Okay, well, the rally's going off in that small room, but Squid's Ray and this overhealth coming through might be good enough for TSM just to take the win. Barrage in the back of 12s, and that'll do it. TSM with a 2-0 on control.
Weird tempo from both teams, but that's just as the kids call a Mickey Mouse map sometimes, where it's just
Facts.
You're not going to see teams really peak on control, like Riker running it down at moments, and then Rad and then Bun trying to Dragon Blade the spawn. Like, it's okay when you have point control to wait for the team to come to you and really wait for a better Dragon Blade opportunity, and then dashing in solo like that. And even TSM, once they killed Bun, kind of 5v4, took their sweet time to just orbital Ray down. So not the cleanest map by both teams, but still a 2-0 win for TSM. But also a good sign that Rad Xidity are back to a more normal form. I think they are playing a lot better now than how they did against Toronto Defiant. Different opponent, but I was worried about what Rad were going to look like out the gates.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to tell, kind of what we said in the Toronto series, right? Tell the strength of a team when you are facing the caliber of team like Toronto Defiant. So there you go. Kind of swinging up here. TSM wanting to make it to Stockholm, of course. Ideally, they just make it through the bracket, right? You end up winning. You get that free spot. Even with Toronto, you know, looking as good as they are, there's still always a chance. See if Rad Xidity take us somewhere more favorable to
that
Bun's.
Deadeye too.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that playing on the bridge like that. Tale as old as time in Overwatch, I'm going to be honest. This damage is absurd too. One little burst and one little torpedo. It's kind of insane. Pretty close to fair overall, though, in terms of stats as well, there, Lemon.
Yeah, just realizing that Rad gifted TSM 2 fights, one with Bun Dragon Blading in and Wub Deadeyeing down the bridge. Like, Rad just were not patient enough to let TSM come to them. TSM just waited at the bridge for someone to jump at them and then ran it down. So TSM, the patience paying off at some moments, although they may need to calm Riker down at some moments. That Orisa's getting a little
Riker was inting into the back line.
Yeah.
Nothing was stopping Riker. Hey, it worked out sometimes. If your Orisa's in the back line distracting 2 or 3 people, you're chilling. Maybe.
They won,
if the enemy Orisa
so maybe won't
isn't doing
complain.
the same thing, and then you just kind of end up in this weird everybody shoot the enemy team's Orisa mode. We'll have to wait and see where Rad Xidity want to take us. Of course, you know the map pool by now, but yeah, maybe favoring something a little bit more Bun favored. Bun favored. Yeah, I think that's a sentence. Maybe.
They do like Kings Row. They've picked this against Citrus. Didn't work out for them there. They've picked Hanaoka. So it's a lot of different options. Seemed like Rad like to really go for Orisa-based maps and really believe in that mirror. And I think really it's going to be about tempo and just not taking too much initiative. And if you are really committing as a team is important. Not letting Bun just solo blade or not letting Wub just get shoved off the map if he's walking up with Deadeye. Like, whatever crazy idea Rad come up with, the team has to be on board.
Hey, I would like to see a little bit more Widow play from both sides, but now we'll have to wait and see if that's going to become a thing. Kings Row is the pick by Rad Xidity. Curious what King's going to play here too. I think having King on the Pharah, honestly, is just such a boon for TSM. Definitely something that a lot of teams aren't playing currently. It's normally like hard hit scan, hard Genji a lot of the time, following what the Korean meta is kind of shaping out to be as well. As we load on in. And I do, especially on Control, Lijiang Tower is like the perfect map for it. I would say a little bit less so on King's Row. It's much harder. Although if you do end up taking the high ground away from the defenders, the Pharah becomes a lot easier to pilot. But it's all on the hit scans, especially on this first stage, and the Orisa's kind of battling for that space. But it looks like we are going to see King on the Pharah and Vision on the Ashe as they start out on defense.
Yeah, King's Row can be a bit of a struggle sometimes for the Pharah. There's not a lot of natural cover. Of course, you play around the hotel and swing around that roof, but it's really about understanding what positions your team has and fighting for the power positions that Pharah can do, especially on the flank. Like that top window that we're looking at, once the point is capped, that's an important position for Bun and King to take, because Barrage on the flank or Bun jumping past that, it's going to be about positioning for King, because there's not a lot of natural cover. And Wub's going to maybe take advantage of this with the Widow.
All right, Wub Nation. Be prepared. Changing for the Widowmaker. Cassidy, okay. Yeah, you do need to pressure the Pharah out, to be fair. It's hard for Bun to do that on the Genji. Cassidy makes the most sense. Or even an Ashe. Just like that.
Yeah, King just playing around the roof and not taking the second body shot is nice. TSM pre-split. Rad fighting for the high ground. Here they go to set up Wub in the best position to get sight lines on King.
Riker, how did Riker get out of that? Wub ideally needs this high ground, but settles for the point for the time being. Dodging out of the way of that spear. Looks like King is spotting this rotation now. Yep, Wub straight gets out of there instantly. Doesn't want to get headshot again. It's hard to fight the Pharah down these small corridors, though. She can just peek fire, peek fire, peek fire. Oh, hello. Didn't expect me here, did you? Riker now shoving Rad Xidity off of this high ground as TSM now fight on the point. No one has died just yet. Slowly but surely we'll get there. And this will probably do it, though. There it is. First kill to King. Bun goes down. These orbital rays crossing each other on the point. Everybody kind of swapping sides here, making full use of it as the Bob is deployed in the choke point for TSM. It's going to replace King, at least for the time being. Looks like they're going to reset as well as Rad Xidity backing off without Wub. It's going to be tough to really push in as Bun has now switched over to the Pharah of their own.
Trying to match it as best as they can. Don't get to see a lot of Bun Pharah, but something to weaken TSM would be ideal.
Oh, that barrage is really nice. Twos is stuck in that animation of the ultimate. So a lot of damage came in, so Twos immediately had to exit the fight. 2 minutes to go as TSM are just kind of working Rad Xidity in the neutral. They know Twos is behind them too. Like, they're so split currently. If they kill Twos right here, they're going to be in a good spot. Looks like he's going to receive backup in just a moment. His Bun goes down yet again to Vision. Second time in a row, she's just been picked out of the sky.
It's very tough to play Pharah. There's not a lot of cover, like I said, so you got to be in close to cover around a wall as soon as you take that initial body shot. But Vision, Wub, such good hit scans that are making King and Bun's life a living hell. And Twos being bait may work out for Rad.
Another orbital ray from Squid. Scuffed as well, just lays one down. There it is. Wub finds two. Everybody fighting in their perspective rays, and Bun's got to stay alive. Should be a bit easier now with the hit scans going down. Barrage 2 available for Bun. Really pops herself on the ground, spinning around, trying to dodge out of the way, even of the Juno, to be fair, who's a little bit higher than her. Squid eventually falls to Scuffed. And there it is, with the 60-second mark being reached. Rad Xidity have finally won the fight after 4 Juno ults were deployed in the last couple of minutes.
That was such a scrap, and that took the majority of Rad Xidity's time. And are they going to want to stick through this? It seems like Riker and Twos are aggressive enough to just try to access someone like Wub or Vision. So keep an eye on how aggressive these Orisas are going to be, because once that Orisa's gone, there's nothing to protect the rest of your team. That means a free Orisa to keep bowling down the pins that are your team. But Bun has Barrage, so does King. Fight for that window can be important. Rad got to be careful who's up there.
I got the Bob, okay, pretty nice to hold this choke. Wow, Tor's taking so much damage. Barrage is coming in, surely. Yeah, Vision used that coach gun to get Bun away from the rest of the team, and Riker snipes her out of the sky. The Bob being moved by Vision there slightly. You see him pushing him out of the bookstore. Bob trying to find a cheeky kill. Does pick up Squid, so I'm not sure how long TSM are going to really remain here without Squid, who's the majority of their healing.
Yeah, Bun got way too impatient. He just tried to conk in and just front the back, not even through the windows, just out in the open. So easy shots. Vision is playing far back enough that it's hunting season for him to just shoot down Bun every single time. And Rad need to take the space, and they want to make plays, but you don't want to int for them either. 5 ults though for Rad.
Squid needs this Ray. They're going to start off with the rallies. They do know running into each other. Nice little stun either way. Bun ends up getting taken out by Squid in the Ray. And look at that damage coming through from King. A fully unleashed barrage in the orbital Ray. You are nothing but DNA on the concrete.
Just King being able to be directly above the fight, plus in the range of an orbital Ray, like, really good game plan, great execution, and Bun now has to swap. I love her Genji. The Pharah is having a tough time making those big plays just because of where TSM are positioning. They know how to play a Pharah, they know how to play against the Pharah, so expect Bun to be able to be more mobile and more impactful in this fight with the Genji, but all ults are gone now. This is all about the neutral.
Is indeed, yeah. Bun dashing in, quickly getting away. Just so far up, yeah. King just direct rocket to the face. So I think the pacing here from TSM too, a little bit quicker than Rad Xidity. Rad Xidity, they're trying to catch up. They're in a Corolla right now. TSM rocking the twin turbo V6 Nissan GTR, and with TSM now with only 50 seconds to go, they're in a very good spot of just like holding this archway. I mean, look at the ults. I mean, you've got the Bob. Rad Xidity have absolutely nothing in their tank at all.
Vision is having an insane performance too. Like, he's building a Bob every fight. He's getting multi-kills every fight. His dynamite is ruining Rad Xidity.
Bun isn't in this fight, Lemon. Bun's all the way in the background right now. And TSM decide, fine, if you want a 4-on-5, we're going to give it to you.
Oh, geez, this DPS duo, Vision and King, they're holding this choke perfectly. Rad just can't even get around the corner to know what target to focus.
Touches.
And this stagger kill just kills them.
Any touches? Oh, good conk. Surely there's somebody. Surely there's somebody. Rad Xidity halted just after that archway. Man, TSM's defense, just spectacular.
The TSM are so good at switching it up. First, they sometimes have Vision on top of the window, sometimes very far back. And Rad, I mean, Bun especially needed to pressure that top window. She finally figured it out to go towards the top left and maybe wrap around, which would have been the longest flank ever, but something better than nothing. And Rad just could not figure out a creative route to... They could clearly not play this from front to back with how much damage was coming out of Vision and King especially. They held the power positions. Rad could not get close enough to even touch the DPS, and I don't even know if Riker died like throughout that point B sort of defense that they had. So really tough spot to leave the card. If you're Rad, that means TSM basically have to cap the point, maybe one fight, depending on where the spots are for Rad. This is a very, very winnable map for TSM and starting to outclass Rad as a whole.
All right, Bun coming out on the Genji this time around, so no Pharah. Yeah, like you mentioned, I think Bun was struggling on that pick. Seeing King like pick it up, okay, I can match the Pharah. But a lot of the time, Vision was just chunking her out before you can even kind of approach an angle where you can shoot. I would love to see the Alari here from Squid. No stranger to it, to be fair. Okay, yeah, we are seeing the Alari. Oh, my day has been made.
A lot of DPS. Clearly, TSM don't feel like their backline can just get away with being more DPS heavy, bringing out the Alari and being more stationary off of her heels. And now with this Hanzo, you can easily climb up to the background. Watch out for the Stormbow. Coming out of Hotel is Wub, though. Not sure what he's doing.
Wub is actually near the spawn at TSM. It is just so much damage with the Alari.
Out of Hotel, it was weird. Yeah.
So much damage. Yeah, hide behind the pylon. Insane tech. You're getting shot at, but the pylons are on cooldown, like off cooldown. Pop it in front of you, so they shoot the pylon instead of you. W play from Squid, looking great. All right, 5 and a bit minutes, Lemon. Sisyphus moment, I think, for Rad Xidity.
It's a really tilting moment for Rad, just kind of hitting their heads against the wall, not able to get through the choke on their attack, and now making uncharacteristic mistakes. Like, what maybe intended to tumble backwards instead of forwards and didn't have the backup and was already 1 HP. Thought he could at least go 1 for 1, and TSM just need pretty much 1 fight to win the map.
You need 1 pick as well with this new Hanzo. It's pretty easy to do so. Even with the Alari too, you headshot the Alari. Little body shot with the arrows. You're as good as dead. Here comes the Ray from Scuffed. Mosaris is already down. Vision trying to back up. A lot of healing coming through. Oh, that headshot to Wurbs. Straight too close to the sun there. Not talking about the Alari either. This damage coming out from Vision. You're doing one-shots with this bow. Don't need headshots when you got that ult. Oh, King. A little bit of a light show. We didn't pay for that one. 4.5 minutes, and TSM to get held in their spawn by that captive Sun. It's all over, Lemon. That's it. That's a 2-0 for TSM.
Wow. I thought Rad were going to turn that fight when the orbital ray came out. Twolz died very early trying to hold the choke. I didn't think he realized that his backline were getting ran down, so Twolz just got stuck hoping some help was gonna come, and then, well, help came, the orbital ray, and Rad were trying to turn around that 4v5, and as they were playing off the 4v5 orbital ray, there's Vision headshotting them on a Hanzo, and Wub just had such a hard time trying to match up against that, and again, uncharacteristic of Rad. I think just frustrations on their end, trying to get through a map that this was their pick. This is a map they were comfortable on, confident on, that they had success on, but clearly plan A, plan B, plan C isn't working out for Rad, so throw the whole book out the window. TSM on series point.
So he's Pred still alive though. She did predict the 3-2. So, you know, TSM got their 2. Now, Rad Xidity, they get their 3. Okay. I'm starting to, you know, sow the seeds of deceit potentially for TSM, but realistically it might be a TSM 3-0. I think what we can see from this map specifically is it's just kind of outclass on the DPS currently. I think Bun and Wub have had a fantastic run through the bracket and in the group stage too, but King and Vision are just coming up with the numbers, and Bun struggling on that last map as well. I mean, they're a fantastic Pharah and a fantastic Genji, but I mean, King and the desk were speaking to it as well, Johnny specifically, right? And saying that King might be one of the best Genjis in the region, and that's saying something. But his Pharah is just out of this world currently. And a pick that's not really too common currently is still coming up with big damage numbers for the squad. We'll see where Rad Xidity want to take us. But any guesses where we want to go?
Continuing on any kind of Orisa-based map is going to be their go-to plan, and trusting in that mirror and avoiding Pharah maps. But also TSM, like, Overwatch is a game where you can't just turn your brain off and rely on mechanics. And what makes them such a good team is, yes, they have the mechanics, but the positioning as well, whether it's Vision on the top window, Vision playing back against the Pharah, taking pot shots, forcing Bun off the Pharah, to now being able to get away with Hanzo, being able to get away with Alari. Like, TSM did a great job of counter positioning against the composition they were up against and forcing Rad off their game.
You got full confidence if you're rocking the Hanzo and the Alari right now in this meta. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah. Like, it's pretty scary too. As soon as that orbital ray comes out online, you're like, okay, now my arrow's just one shot. Like, you can't do anything. Like, you just sat there like, okay, well, I hope I don't get randomly hit by the Hanzo who's just spamming this corridor. And with the storm arrows as well, it's like, yeah, good luck. You only needed that single ultimate really to push through that choke point. So regardless of Hanzo being a little bit off meta right now, I can see edge cases where it could work, especially in these very close quarters maps. Yeah, it's all in the balls in the court of Rad Xidity right now. They need to come back. This is do or die time for them in this bracket. Of course, the winner of this bracket will end up getting a free ticket to Stockholm, that free spot for North America. Toronto are already locked in, so will TSM end up beating Toronto in the finals? Can they continue their run in this lower bracket? Or can Rad Xidity come back? They're teetering on a knife's edge, and I'm hoping that wasn't too much of a bash to the confidence at King's Row as they get their second map choice of the series.
TSM have gotten really good at just punishing these mistakes out of Wub and Bun. Just thinking about Wub's tumble out of Hotel, costed them the point fight. Bun just conking in front and center as the Pharah. King grows very dangerous for Pharah. There's not a lot of cover. So if you're going to go in, you need the backup and you need to be able to be in range of the DPS, especially the hit scans that you're going for. And Wub and Bun just dropping in those pivotal fight moments is costing Rad Xidity time and obviously energy and frustration on that front. If they could just look towards their back room to mentally stabilize themselves. They've been beaten up quite a bit today, and this could be your last chance to be an OWCS for the season, so you really want to put everything on the line, and they're choosing to go to Hanaoka, which is the map they faced off against Toronto, so clearly they were able to brush off what happened there.
Oh yeah, I mean you probably, I think every team's thinking that though when they face Toronto. It's like, okay, yeah, we're coming in as like vast underdogs. So we're happy with how we kind of played the map, so let's just play it again. Hanaoka, bit of a, yeah, we've seen, I feel like we've seen more Throne of Anubis. I'll have to get like an actual map stat on that one, but Hanaoka, a bit of a strange one, especially like with that high ground in the midpoint, which is, the midpoint is when you're going to spend, what, like 80% of the game? Whoever really controls that high ground just controls that entire point. It's so tough to come back because you're funneling up such a small choke point. It's really tough. Don't forget to get your tickets as well, down below. Look at that. Boom, lower third, looking great. Yeah, tickets Stockholm,
wow.
DreamHack.com/Stockholm, right? Yeah, /Stockholm. There you go. I can read the monitor.
Yeah. We know how to read.
Only
yeah,
just.
and you got good vision.
I don't.
And we also got a good vision on TSM. I don't know, King and Vision. Or you don't.
Well, I'm almost blind in my left eye,
but
but we're chilling. It's a very, not almost blind, like it's very blurry, you know. It's very blurry, but I'm chilling.
Well, at least you're able to see Overwatch, because that's a tough one to do with half an eye.
My good eye.
Good job on that.
It's all good. We're chilling. All right, Hanaoka is the map. Yeah, Vision and King, Lemon. I mean, they are looking good.
They're peaking, yeah.
For sure.
Are we going to see a Lari, though? Like, is Squid really going to keep doing that? Because if they can keep poking Bun down, like, it's going to force her Genji to not be able to dash, not be able to initiate fights. And the desk spoke about the importance of Genji in this meta to break open fights, to get things rolling. And Bun hasn't been able to do that, and she feels pressured. Like, she is running out of time to do so, and she goes for these, like, really eager dives that are getting caught. So I'm expecting Bun to be back on the Genji and Wub to find Cassidy.
I never noticed that. That's Hanamura. I've never noticed that. Wow, that like screen previous. Also, there's 2 5s there. Where's the 4?
Wait, you just realized that this map is
what? Okay. I didn't just realize it's based on Hanamura, but that was the Hanamura gate. I didn't know it was like in the map.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm always just looked at my teammates' health bars. I don't explore the map. Okay.
That's so true. I look at the spawn room because that's where I'm at all the time.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't even notice the 2 5s, to be fair, so, you know. Maybe I am blind. No Alari, sadly. Oh, man. All good, though. Makes sense. Alari's not crazy on this map, to be fair.
King versus Bun for potentially the final showdown or the attempt at a reverse sweep. And how stable are Rad Xidity? Already letting TSM get the high ground.
Goodbye, Bun. That was a dash and a half. That's a very quick fight. Just got absolutely bonked. Okay, reset time. That's the first point to TSM.
Ooh. And I think if Rad are going to play a step back, play passive, that's okay to do, to play a reactive style, wait for the Genji to dash in, to not have a dash if he doesn't get an immediate kill. But the support's got to be on top of the healing game so that, well, your team doesn't die, 1, but 2, the opposing Genji doesn't get resets. So if they catch King without dash, that's the moment for Rad Xidity to punish. So I'm okay with them standing there and waiting, but got to do something.
Good wraparound here from TSM. I like what I'm seeing right now, putting Rad Xidity on an awkward angle to fight from. Scuffed a little bit too close there to the rest of TSM. Trying to use that speed ring, get some damage in, get some of those little micro missiles in too. Rad Xidity, they've got a chance to touch, although TSM have got half a point already and double support ultimates way before Rad Xidity have got theirs online. I mean, they could just pop one. They should be good for this. Quick dash in from Bun to trigger overtime, but where is the follow-up? Bun now down, Wub throwing the nade out. That's going to be the cap as soon as they get rid of 12s. Liar just doing the good old-fashioned AFK strat on Brig.
Liar getting that rally 20% faster than Nenwai is huge. Because Bun dashed in to contest the point, which that should have been Twol's job. So Bun, the whole team of Rad got desynced on what the objective was there, and then Bun probably got CC'd by the rally and then got cooked, and then Rad have to push 4v5. So gotta make sure you contest that last bit there.
TSM have a very good opportunity to full cap this. It takes a long time, to be fair, so I don't want to speak too soon, but if they can kind of pace their ults here, this could be deadly for Rad Xidity. Here comes the Terror Surge, the Rally 2, but they're fighting inside the ult. This orbital rate is just disgusting from Squid, and the blade just cuts them clean in half. Rad Xidity basically used everything apart from their own blade. There's one tick. A second is incoming. Can Twol stop this one from happening? No, he cannot. Oh, Bun's dead. There's no blade.
Rad got a
There's just no blade. This is going to be a 5-0. Straight up. Wub down. Rad Xidity. Plunge spawning. Twol's down. This is going to have to be an insane play, but they're going up against the rally. I don't think there's any way she gets any damage off. The little micro missiles come in, but Nenwai also falls. And that is going to be one of the fastest maps in Overwatch Esports history with a 5-0 from TSM. A 5-0.
That was not pretty. TSM insanely dominant. Like the way Riker's taking space, even when they got jump scared by Rad Xidity coming from behind them. Like, TSM had the ults from just winning throughout that. It went from a snowball to an avalanche, having leftover rally, having leftover any ults as Rad Xidity came behind them. There's so much punishing power from TSM, but such huge desyncs from Rad Xidity of Bun not having any backup, or at least not being synced with the rest of the team who weren't ready. It's got to be one or the other. I don't know who's really making the mistake, but I'm seeing Bun trying to contest points, trying to initiate, but not having the initial damage there to make her life easier, not having the supports like just be on top of her. So it's just Rad Xidity succumbing to the pressure, being in the lower bracket, being in an 0-2 spot, and going up against a pretty fearsome team of TSM. Yeah, I know.
I need a time check on that, honestly. Like, well, I'm sure we'll get it at some point, but that has got to be the fastest map ever of all time. Like, a 5-0 like that on Clash. Insane stuff from TSM. They end up winning their match. A little clean 3-0. Moving through that lower bracket now. Rad Xidity eliminated. Let's jump over to the desk. I'm sure you guys literally ran here.
We actually did.
We did run over.
I'm low-key sweating, not gonna lie. I feel like we just barely left the stage, and here we are back again. Apologies are in order. TSM, I wasn't familiar with your game. But this is exactly the TSM we wanted to see. What?
Jake said that too. I can't believe you thought the same thing.
I mean, look,
like that.
They chose violence today. Like, I thought they'd been underperforming recently. You know, I think maybe I felt like they should be a team name value that should take it to the top teams in NA. And maybe now they're finding that form, right? Finding that confidence. Maybe Rad Xidity wasn't the team to test them, but they showed that when they are confident, when they get the ball rolling, it goes quick, man. And that was just aggressive moves. I mean, I don't think you can fault any one player on Rad Xidity, because at that point they're just getting run over. Like, it's a team effort there, and it's not any one player. It's everyone when the match is going that way.
Yeah, that one snowballed out of control, and it was exactly the players that you guys highlighted heading into this series, which stepped up to the challenge and really brought this one home.
Yeah, King on Genji, but also we saw a lot of King on Pharah, which is another variant you can really throw out here, right? I love that we saw like 1 or 2 lead gen plays, and then it was straight over to King's Row.
It's not a long series, Johnny.
No, it was not a long series indeed. I mean, that's 5-0 Clash. That's insane.
Brutal.
Like,
that has to be the fastest map of all time.
That's like 245 to get full count on Clash. I've been in a couple of games.
I mean, we've seen so little Clash thus far that they might have set a record.
Wow.
Maybe you could do push faster. Surely that's the fastest Clash we've seen in a pro match.
Yeah.
But for push, it might be possible to go faster. But we're talking about the actual theoretical limits of the map here. That's not a fun place to be for the opponents, at least.
Avril is on his featured co-streaming right now, and he's like, oh my god, Clash,
This is, to be fair though, this is really hard to do on Clash. Like, to snowball third, I mean, snowballing through second is one thing, but actually capping third off the snowball is a bit of a crumble from Rad Xidity. I mean, this positioning is so favored on third point, but they showed that you can get it done.
Yeah, King getting the player of the match honors with the performance we've seen from King today, and quite frankly over the rest, spanning over the rest of his time here in the tournament. Excited to see more of that. Do love the Pharah looks. I do love the Genji looks, and they show that versatility in their DPS department, and it's looking great for them.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, King is going to be a standout player, especially in a meta like this. We can play so many projectile heroes, you know. It's not every day we can see Genji and being played, so, you know, it feels like a bit of a blessing in this meta in particular. But it's a meta that really suits King, and so deservedly gets player of the match after a great Pharah performance.
I'm gonna hop on, play some ranked.
Genji. Yeah, this is your time, Jake.
It's my time to shine, baby.
Bring out the Pacific Genji.
Yeah, let's get out there. I will be rocking the Mythic, though.
I'll pull out my Genji, too.
I'll be rocking the gold aspect Mythic very soon.
Do we want to see that?
It's like Diamond 4. That's crazy.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to say that. What I will say, I tried to talk myself off of the edge. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything's okay. I'm just trying not to get fired. Someone who's definitely going to get rehired is King with the performance we got to see today. What a transition. Also, we do have an interview with King, who's standing by right over there. So, Johnny, use them legs. Walk
right on.
over.
It's like a Danny throwback.
That's right.
Oh, you got an applause from the team in the back. Who's behind you, King? Who's behind you, King?
That's Squid. Very, very happy to be here. So.
Oh, very happy to be there. Oh, there you go. Big applause, big applause. Oh, obviously a great player of the match performance there by you, King. How did you prepare going into this match here?
This match, we kind of just mostly just looked at our other matches before versus other teams and like changed our comps. Like we played I think a little bit too much Zen, so we're kind of slowing down on that. But yeah, we're just kind of just improving what we have like going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've been low-key, kind of like Zenyatta supporters on the desk, both me and Jake. We've been loving seeing it integrated more. It is a fun hero with the Discord Orb, especially on Orisa, so we're all for it. But yeah, we saw more Pharah and more Genji in this match in particular. I do want to do a bit of a throwback. You played Nightmare in the first round. We didn't cover that match on the broadcast officially, but what did you take away from that loss against Nightmare and something you could improve upon as this bracket kind of progresses?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was just like how we used ults and like the way we played the comp. But after that match, like we learned a lot. So like I'm actually really confident for like our next matches coming up. So.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go pretty deep in this one if you want to make it to Stockholm, because I do believe TSM, you're fourth in circuit points behind Nightmare and NRG Shock. Obviously, it means a ton of you. So, you know, when you look at those teams, do you think Nightmare is like the team you're really looking to beat? How do you feel NRG stacks up against you? Because NRG, they took a loss to Fluffy Dreamland. Is that someone you think you could convincingly beat in a meta like this?
Yeah, I think for sure. I think versus NRG, like, it's definitely our meta to take, especially when it's slightly on the Genji side. So I think we're pretty confident going into those matches.
Yeah, last question for you. There are a lot of good Genjis in the region. Sugar-Free, Zero, we've been seeing them pop off so far. How do you feel like your Genji stacks up to the other Genjis in the region?
I would put my Genji high up there. Like, there's definitely a lot of good Genjis, like especially like new ones. Like Zero's really good, but I'd place my Genji pretty high. I'd say so.
Yeah, it was a big treat to watch this game. So once again, congratulations on the win, King, and we're looking forward to see more from you in the rest of this tournament.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, King. There you go. I mean, we talked about going into the match. King is a phenomenal player in this hero pool specifically, so great to see him pop off in this one. It's going to be a game changer in the other matches.
Humble too. The debate questions of, look, where do you place your Genji? Like, you want to hear number one, he wants to say number one, and then he just goes with a humble. It's up there. It's definitely up there. Also, King's hair, 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10.
I agree.
That was good hair.
Flow is on point.
Yeah, absolutely on point. Will that help them in their next match? We'll see. Energy Shock or Fluffy Dreamland will be their opponents tomorrow. Is that tomorrow? That happens tomorrow.
Yep.
What is time? Fluffy Dreamland, Energy Shock, how do they stack up against each other?
To be honest, that's going to be an exciting match. I feel like NRG should be the heavy favorite in general, but Fluffy Dreamland is that up-and-coming squad. They're kind of like that one team playing the May look. Will that throw NRG Shock off? I don't think so.
It's a rematch from groups.
Exactly, NRG lost in groups, so I mean that result surprises me, but you got to give Fluffy Dreamland credit. Maybe they should be the favorite in that match.
I mean, a lot of these teams have shown over the course of this tournament and over the course of the group stages as well that they needed some time to, you know, like make the meta work for them, download the other teams, etc. But yeah, with the matches we got to see today, we also had to say goodbye to 2 teams, of course. So a Rad Xidity, a team we haven't properly seen off just yet. Obviously, a lot of great players on that team that we hope to see more of, Jake.
Yeah, I think they've had a good run so far. Pretty solid. Definitely players that you could see, you know, reforming next year and showing us more. But in the end, we are reaching that point in the tournament where teams are just getting eliminated thick and fast, right? Things are going quick because we've got to narrow it down for Stockholm, right? Like at the end, we're playing for tickets to play on the international stage, to go beyond the region. And so it requires the elimination. Whoever's not strong enough, they can't stand on that international stage. That's just how it goes. It's OWCS.
True indeed. But hey, if you're one of the players who got eliminated today or yesterday, you can still grab your ticket to join us.
Oh, wow, Zoe.
What?
That would be a little sad, but I hope to see them there. That would be cool.
I want to see them. I want to hang out with them. They should be there to just celebrate the season as a whole. So if they, you know, we're looking forward to Sweden, they can still come, and you too can come. So make sure to grab your tickets right now. For now, though, I want to treat you to some highlight-worthy plays that we got to witness today in our 3 NA matches, starting with someone silly.
This is always an extreme red flag to me in a game of Overwatch. When I'm above the enemy spawn, something has gone terribly wrong. Something has just gone terribly wrong. Someone running rampant here.
Would you say someone has gone terribly wrong?
Hey-oh.
No.
Okay.
It's gone terribly
I'm Swedish,
right.
sorry.
Straight to the back line.
Bob did something. Bob is low-key awesome.
Boberton?
Yeah.
Low-key, high-key.
Yeah.
Look at
off
Bob.
angles.
Bob's the goat.
Steady
Look
DPS.
at him go. Oh my God. Bob just
wait.
shot for
Whoa,
the full duration. That is crazy.
Bob earned his paycheck today.
That is literally the most a Bob can do. Like,
Bob kind of went crazy with it.
that's actually Bob. Bob's kind of nice with it.
Retiring now. He's done all he could. King of Kings, indeed.
This is such a fat barrage. Spawn in as well in the orbital ray. This is a disgusting combo. Let's watch it one more time. We got pull in. Oh my goodness, they die fast.
This looks peak.
I want to do that in my ranking.
Lots of effects.
Yeah.
Love that.
I love playing Far right now. The Far after the rework, man, chef's kiss. It's beautiful.
It's really fun.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, off angling.
Diving in, diving out.
Oh, you dive in?
Yeah.
I just take
You're
the
just
off angles and
sitting at
just
the back
pose.
spamming.
Guys, I'm
sounds
hitting
about right,
rockets.
Johnny.
Follow up on my damage. Yeah.
You got to get in there. You got to finish some kills. You got to make some space.
Just with the barrage. I go in with the barrage and then I die. 2 for 1. I got my 2.
All right. I respect that. I can respect that.
You know, I'd
It's a
rather
good old
watch our
honest
pros do that than you guys. Although there is something to be said about the clownery that is reinforces ranked games. For now, let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow to see what we have in store for you in both the EMEA and the NA region. We got some good matches on the board here. Which one gets you the most excited?
Ooh. I mean, can I say Elige Cloudy Reinhardt?
You can say anything.
That's going to be fat. That's going to be big.
See that.
It's going to be big, huge, and epic.
It's going to be big, huge, and epic.
Put it on a t-shirt.
Yeah,
Very
that's what
cool.
I want.
Also, though, Toronto Nightmare, I'm low-key excited. Maybe I'm building this up too much because Toronto is such a big threat as a team, and they do look really good. But Nightmare, they impressed me. They look like a serious contender here. And even if they don't take the win, I think the relative performance of these two teams is a big moment for Nightmare to show that like they can hang with some of the top teams in the world. Because Toronto's the one team in the region who's shown like, okay, we're an internationally elite team. And so if Nightmare can hang with them, and here I think that says a lot for them. If they do go to Stockholm, as they're planning to, maybe they can come with more confidence if they can show a good result against Toronto.
I'm just so much more hyped about the EU region, not because I am from said region, but also because it's been such a close race. Throughout the season, it was Ence and SSG on top, VP like so close behind them. There's just, all the matches can go either way, where obviously in the NA region, we have that top dog in Toronto Defiant. They're the team to beat. They have that target on their back. But like the Ence SSG, once again, it's going to be a clash of styles we get to see tomorrow. Will we see more of what they've shown us? Are they coming with something new? We'll find out very soon. I'm very excited for all these matches, and we hope very much that you will be joining us as well once more for all the action. Gentlemen, thank you so much for breaking down the action. Of course, once more, a big shout out to all our lovely casters who've been calling the action. For now, we're going to say goodbye and good night, and we hope to see you again tomorrow.
Lord and Savior peanut butter. Oh, that's dirty. Kevin's so filthy. Oh my God, I'm so doing. Oh, hit so hard. He basically astral projected, but not in a good way. Great bomb there from Kevster.
Prove it at this point.
It's you and Kevster for me.
He's our guest on the show.
That's why you gotta beat Ence. You gotta take Kevster down.
All right, folks, we're a couple moments away from getting into the game, or so I'm told. It's Labda's mouse that, I mean, died.
The best peel tanks that you have and the flexibility to boost back and forth in Matrix, but how do you stop someone like someone who is primaling your supports off the map?
See you later. Yeah, he's a champion for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. And shoot people. Haven already dead as Bob just runs over Chime. Chime was descending onto the ground thinking I can use the ray, but no, Bob was there to stand in his way. Easy focus fire from Seeker. The Bob just doing so much work.
Juno, in her face. Juno. Squishy. Squishy.
Hi, Squishy.
Hi, Squishy.
Hi, OWCS broadcast.
Hi, Squishy.
It's Vision. Hi, everyone.